We have a plan for a strong economy and a plan for a brighter future.
Saskatchewan should not be in last place, but that's where Scott Moe and the Sask Party have taken us.
The leaders embarking on a 27-day journey, pitching their vision and rallying their supporters.
This is your party and these are your candidates.
With legacies on the line, every vote counts. The fight for the province's future now in your hands.
This election is about Team Saskatchewan.
This is Decision Saskatchewan. Good evening and welcome to Decision Saskatchewan. I'm Lisa Dutton, joined by Brendan Purdy. The polls are closed and now we wait.
We'll be with you all evening as we find out who will form Saskatchewan's next government. Now, over these next few hours, we'll be breaking down the numbers for you, and you can follow along on your screen.
The numbers at the bottom will tell you how many candidates are leading or elected for each party. And remember, that magical number to form a majority is 31. We'll go through ridings across the province throughout the night, but if you miss anything, you can catch it on the right-hand side of your screen as it rotates through all night.
Our team of reporters will be joining us from party headquarters across our province, bringing us the latest as tonight unfolds.
Gates Gwarin is in Shellbrook, where Sask Party leader Scott Moe will be later tonight. Our Catherine Ledwig is in Regina with NDP leader Carla Beck.
At the city-based headquarters in Regina and Saskatoon, we have Nicole Healy, Mackenzie Mazinkowski, and Sarah Jones.
Global News Chief Political Correspondent David Aiken is also with us at the Results Center. David, show us how you're helping to break things down tonight.
Well, I've got this really cool tool, this touchscreen behind me that just gives you a visual representation of what's happening. Right now behind me, what I've got on the board is the 2020 election. This is where we were 4 years ago when the Sask Party, all that Sask Party green, won a majority government. The NDP on our map, of course, those are orange ridings. So that's what it looked like in 2020. We go now to 2024. There's no color here. It's a gray map. We don't have any results yet. One note, no one will have results faster than we will. We have a direct data pipeline to Election Saskatchewan. They're counting things up right now. And the minute we have a result, you'll start to see things on the ticker below you, and you're going to see some color on the map here. One big wrinkle for tonight, we have a lot of new riding boundaries, some new riding names. You're going to get familiar with those as we go through the night. So we will be keeping an eye on Rosthern-Shellbrook. Of course, that's where the incumbent Premier Scott Moe is running. And we're going to keep an eye on, down in Regina, on Regina Lakeview. That's where Carla Beck, the first-time NDP leader, is running. So all that to come. We're looking for the results. We'll have them first, don't worry. But right now, Lisa.
As we await this evening's results, let's go back and see how we got to this point. Of the 61 seats in the Saskatchewan legislature at the time of dissolution, the Saskatchewan Party held the lion's share, 42 seats. The opposition, NDP, 14 seats. 4 seats were filled by independents and 1 seat was vacant. Well, now the slate has been wiped clean and the race for a majority of 31 seats begins. Now that you know what's at stake, let's meet the players. Scott Moe is looking to extend his time as Premier after the Saskatchewan Party won a 4th straight majority government just 4 years ago.
Thank you so very much for the trust that you have placed in us.
Fast forward to the writ drop. His campaign is running on a platform centered around affordability and the economy.
It's part of our plan for a strong economy and a bright future. Thank you very much, everybody.
If Moe is elected once again, the makeup of his party will look drastically different, with 5 high-profile veteran ministers bowing out. Will his plan be enough to secure a majority? Let's look at his opponent. Carla Beck is hoping to upset the incumbent Sask Party as leader of the provincial New Democrats. A member of the legislature since 2016, Beck took over as leader in 2022 after Ryan Miley stepped down.
I'm excited and very eager to do the work that's in front of us.
Now her platform has been based on investing in both healthcare and education.
Saskatchewan, it's time for change.
But will her promises be enough to give her party a provincial mandate and make her the first female premier of the province? The stage has been set, the polls have closed, and the counting is underway. Did the NDP's calls for change resonate with Saskatchewan voters? Or will the Saskatchewan Party's political dynasty continue its reign with a fifth straight majority? Saskatchewan, the choice is yours.
He has been working with us through the entire election campaign, and tonight, political analyst Ken Coates joins our team to help shed some light on the results.
Ken, we're so happy to have you on board. What are you going to be watching for as results start to come in?
Three things. Everybody expects it to be tight. This is not going to be a runaway in either direction. I don't think anybody anticipates that. Second thing, watch for the turnout. How many people are actually showing up to vote? Whether a lot of people show up to vote, it makes a very different sort of tone to the election than if only a few people show up. That's a bit of a problem in different provinces. And the last one, watch the edge ridings around the major cities. Cities are pretty much fixed. Rural areas pretty much fixed. Watch the white cities. Watch the Martinsville. Or even watch the Prince Alberts. That's where the election is going to be decided.
All right, thanks, Ken. Let's go now to Gates Square in Shellbrook, where Saskatchewan Party leader Scott Moe will be tonight. Gates, he's chosen the comfort of his own riding.
That's right, Lisa. We're actually here at the rink, the Shellbrook Rec Center, right in the heart of Shellbrook, obviously Scott Moe's hometown. There's actually a practice going on right beside me, but we actually have Reg Downs here, campaign coordinator. Reg, thank you so much for taking some time joining us right as the numbers come in. Sure. Talk me through a little bit about how the campaign went this time around for you.
We think it went really well. Premier Scott Moe was able to present our platform, our plan to make life more affordable for students, seniors, homeowners, families, and everyone. Our plan to keep Saskatchewan growing, and our plan for a strong economy and a bright future. And we think the campaign went exactly the way we wanted it to go, and we'll see the results tonight.
Now, you've been with the party for quite some time. What has something stuck out to you this time around, knowing that you've been with this party for numerous elections in the past?
Well, just the fact that we are attempting to win a fifth consecutive majority government, something that hasn't been done in this province since 1960, so it's obviously not easy to do. I think we've achieved that, but that's up to the voters, and we'll await the results this evening.
Chasing history tonight, of course. Now, I'm curious, as a senior strategist, kind of what went into the strategy this time around. How did that ground game really play a part in the campaign this time around?
Oh, it was very important. It was really one of the most important aspects of our campaign, that we had our candidates and their teams at the doors for months before the election started. The election campaign started, and during the campaign they were on 20,000 doors or more every night, talking to voters, identifying our vote, and then this last week encouraging voters to go to the polls, and we'll see how it turned out.
Well, we'll see if that work really translated to a fifth straight majority, like we were saying. Thank you so much for your time, Reg. We'll probably have a chat with you later on in the night.
Sure. Thanks,
yeah, absolutely. That was Reg Downs, campaign coordinator for the Saskatchewan Party. Back to you, Lisa. Brendan?
All right. Thanks so much for that, Gates. We want to point out again our ticker. This is the projected seat count, the horse race, if you will.
Certainly, Lisa. Now, projected or elected, down at the bottom of your screen, folks, pretty quiet. The polling stations have just closed, but that is going to be what we have our eyes glued to throughout this evening.
There is a path to power for both parties. Let's bring in David Aiken with more on that. Path to power for the NDP is a daunting one, but a path nonetheless.
It is, and before we walk through that path to power for the NDP, it's worth noting the path to the power for the Saskatchewan Party, for that historic fifth term perhaps, is a pretty basic one. Just hold on to what they have. In fact, they could lose a bucket of seats and still win a majority. Remember, a majority is 31 seats. That's the magic number, and that's all the Sask Party has to do. Let's talk, though, about the NDP. There is a path to victory. It's a much more narrow path to victory. And let's start with Regina. What I've got here is the electoral map that really we start at with tonight. It's the 2020 vote transposed onto the 2024 electoral map. So we've taken the polls from 2020 and put them on the new ridings. And so this is where the NDP start in Regina. So for our purposes, here's the number of seats that we start with: 46 for the Sask Party, 15 for the NDP. Got to get to 31. Okay, so let's take a look. For this exercise, let's give Regina, all of it, to the NDP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, how does that work out? Not bad. Close, but it's 41 to 20. So obviously there's going to have to be a lot more gains, and we're going to look to the largest city in the province, Saskatoon. That's what it looks like as the night begins. A little bit of orange, but mostly Sask Party green. Let's give Saskatoon to the NDP. See what happens. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats, and now it's 33-28. Sask Party still has a majority. The NDP have not broken through. So quite clearly, and Ken was mentioning this earlier, that it's going to the NDP have to break the Sask Party dominance in the small cities and in rural Saskatchewan. So we've got Prince Albert here. When the NDP does win government, and it's been a while, they tend to win, first of all, in the North PA riding, Prince Albert Northcote. So let's see if they win there. In fact, we're going to give them Prince Albert Carleton, the South seat. How are we doing now? It's not enough. If Regina gets swept by the NDP, Saskatoon gets swept by the NDP and PA, the NDP is still going to be one seat short, 31-30. And of course, we're assuming the NDP take those 2 northern ridings. I know Athabasca started out Sask Party tonight, but we'll give them that. So let's pinch this up again. And you know where I'm going. I'm going down south. I'm going down to Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw, Waccamaw. Look at that. If we take that riding, that's the southern Moose Jaw riding, then it's 31-30. The NDP has a majority. That's path to victory. Very steep. Huge gains in Regina. Huge gains in Saskatoon. Prince Albert, Moose Jaw, and they have a 1-seat majority. It's, as I say, narrow, steep, you name it. Lisa Brennan, let's see if that happens. No results yet. People are still counting.
David Aiken, thank you. Our Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina tonight. Kat, you've been following the NDP closely the entire campaign.
That's right, Lisa, and the room is starting to fill up tonight with a lot of excitement. As soon as they opened the doors here at the Doubletree Hotel, which is where the NDP wanted to set up headquarters for the big night, people started rolling in as soon as those doors opened. There's probably roughly at least 3 dozen people here now. They all came in with high energy, high hopes, and big smiles, but there is an anticipation in the air as people wait for those numbers to come in to see if their riding's candidates get elected. And I've seen some candidates in here already, Trent Witherspoon, Nicole Sarr, Mira Conway, some familiar faces in the NDP. And the NDP's leader, Carla Beck, is expected to show up just a little later tonight. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Lisa.
All right, thanks for that, Catherine Ludwig at NDP headquarters in Regina. Some new ridings to talk about tonight. We talked about those new boundaries. So let's start with Saskatoon University Sutherland, where Ghislaine McLeod is running for the Sask Party.
So this is a really interesting riding, Lisa, as the old Saskatoon University riding. It's a fairly left-leaning riding. Jennifer Bowes not running, and Ghislaine McLeod, a well-known businesswoman from the Saskatoon area. So this has been a battleground that I've had circled heading into and throughout the night. Ken, is that something that you could see being the case?
Very much the case, actually. This is a riding that they've actually been expanding the new communities. Hundreds and hundreds of new houses in there. The population is completely different than it was a short time ago.
And same with this riding right here, Martinsville-Blairmore as the old Martinsville-Warman riding, and now you're taking a piece of that west side community in the Blairmore-Hampton Village area, and same Saskatoon Chief Mississaugas, the old Saskatoon Northwest and Northeast. So really interesting, another tight race that could be seen there tonight.
Very much so, and it's not all that clear about how the local candidates relate to that population. They haven't had a chance to set their own footprint down.
Certainly, and here we go, Regina South Albert. Alina Young, the incumbent in Regina University, now running in the new South Albert district.
All right, thanks, guys. Nicole Healy is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon for us tonight. Time now to check in with her. Nicole?
Yes, Lisa, you know, doors just opened here at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. We're here at Prairie Land Hall. As you can see, a few people here already, but people are slowly starting to make their way in to gather and celebrate the energy good here. There's a buffet being set up. Things are looking great here. As we know, the cities are a key spot for the Sask Party to focus on. The NDP is making some gains in the cities, so the Sask Party is looking to hold on to some of those key ridings. Those key ridings include Saskatoon Silver Spring, Saskatoon Willows Grove, and Saskatoon Southeast. And then some other key ones to keep an eye out are Martinsville-Blairmore and Saskatoon Chief Mississaugas. You know, all those areas were green at the start of the campaign, and now it appears to be more of a toss-up between NDP and Sask Party at the moment. So lots to look forward to here at Sask Party headquarters. Lisa, Brendan.
All right, Nicole Healy, thanks for that. As we await first results, you can see at the bottom of your screen our ticker, the Sask Party, the NDP, and other. Still waiting for our first results. It could take some time.
It certainly could, Lisa. And Ken, the question I pose to you is, if we start to see a bunch of orange results coming in early, generally coming from the rural riding, should the Sask Party be a little bit nervous if that ends up being the case tonight?
I think so. I mean, this has been an election that actually hasn't had a clear purpose or a clear focus. There's no one burning issue. But there's a lot of discussion of change, the NDP's sort of motto of make this sort of a change environment. And there's a lot of dissatisfaction with incumbent governments across the country. And so if that uncertainty is out there, it'll show up soon. And then you'll start seeing them mount up. And you'll hear the yells coming from the NDP headquarters pretty loudly.
We'll be right back with more results and analysis. You're watching Decision Saskatchewan. Welcome back to Decision Saskatchewan. I'm Lisa Dutton. With me is Brendan Purdy, political analyst Ken Coates, and Global News chief political correspondent David Aiken. Waiting so patiently.
No, I'm not impatient. I'm quite impatient, actually. We're 20 minutes into this night, and come on, Election Saskatchewan, where we at? Now, listen, I think it's really important to note that every elections authority does things a little different on counting election night, and Elections Saskatchewan has made some changes to what they're calling the polling stations in each riding. There's sort of fewer of them, so the boxes, literally there's boxes that have the ballots. There'll be more ballots in them, and they have to count every box before they can, that's the rough equivalent of a poll, before they report it in, and everything here done by hand. Okay, so that's a pretty secure system. Multiple scrutineers, people counting one for the NDP, one for the Sask, and so on and so on. So I guess that does take a little bit of time, but as I say, I'm impatient nonetheless.
Now, to both of you, we'll start with David. We're seeing the zeros on the board as you're speaking, as either of you have been speaking. I'm periodically creeping back, looking to see if there's a jump. Does this generally mean that it's kind of the calm before the storm? It's going to be zeros, and then all of a sudden the fast and furious results start rolling in?
That typically is the way it works. I mean, there's been, again, depending on the technology used, it can be quick, but it's the same technology. So if it is by hand, assuming they're not going to be any faster or slower in Prince Albert than they are in Moose Jaw, than they are in Yorkton. And all of a sudden, kaboom, we're going to see 30 seats start to report. But then there's quite a bit of advance votes as well. I think it was about 300,000, something like that. Lots of advance votes. That's usually a sign that, well, to be honest, both parties know the value of an advance vote. Put your goals in the net in the first period, to use first sports analogy of the night, and that means you don't need to score so much in the third. So that's one thing. There is also a sizable mail-in ballot, not as big as last time. Last time was a pandemic. Mail-in ballots, if this gets close at the end of it, could be a factor, but conservative voters, small C conservative voters, don't like mail-ins. They want to be in person. Mail-ins almost certainly would favor the NDP. So if we get at a point, and we are getting a little ahead of ourselves, that something's close at the end of the night, and there's still a lot of mail-ins to count, it may be difficult to call a riding, maybe even election, until those mail-ins are counted. And those mail-ins, they won't count those till Wednesday.
And Ken, lots of people out early taking advantage of the first voting week in Saskatchewan.
There were actually. It surprised me actually, because I think part of the fun of elections was election day. You got your 4 hours off work.
You're old school.
Exactly. You went down, you voted, and went together with friends from work and all that kind of stuff, or took the kids after school. And all of a sudden now, I went this morning, I voted in Saskatoon. I had 3 people in the place, 9 o'clock in the morning. There was almost nobody there.
Yeah.
So the whole context has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
A lot of people put their votes in ahead of time, but like you say, a lot of the parties were encouraging their core voters, get in there, because otherwise, maybe the car doesn't start.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Maybe your kid has to go to the hospital, right? You end up not voting, so get it out of the way.
Scott Moe was one of those. He'd voted in advance, I think, right on the first day up in Rosthern.
All right. Well, she didn't take 4 hours off work. Our Mackenzie Mazinkowski, she's at NDP headquarters in Saskatoon, working so hard for us this week. Hey, Mackenzie.
Hey, Lisa. Yes, I'm here at NDP headquarters in downtown Saskatoon, where the energy is really starting to build. You know, things are just starting to get underway, and the crowds of people are starting to trickle in. So it's going to be an exciting night, and you know, with a little bit of nervous anticipation, waiting for those ballot numbers to start coming in as well. But I think it's safe to say the NDP is feeling fairly confident. The candidates I've had the chance to speak to leading up to election night, they are saying they're feeling comfortable in a number of ridings, and many of those ridings are right here in Saskatoon and also in Regina, the two big city centers in the province. And I think that's because, you know, Beck's platform is centered around healthcare and education, and those are two issues top of mind for many residents living here. Carla Beck and the NDP is also running a number of former healthcare professionals and teachers, so we'll see if that helps them gain more seats this time around. But a few ridings that will be make or break for Carla Beck and the NDP are those smaller to mid-sized cities, or really any riding within 50 kilometers of outside of those big urban centers like Moose Jaw, Prince Albert, the Battlefords. These will really be make or break for the NDP to see if they can get their footprint out there in the rural ridings, where we know Scott Moe and the Sask Party has so much support. But the NDP is confident in their platform and their campaigning. Leading up to tonight, they feel like the people want change, and they feel like they are that change, so they say they have change on their side. But we'll just have to wait and see as the numbers start rolling in, as the only voice that matters tonight is the voters of Saskatchewan. Lisa?
All right, Mackenzie Bezinkowski, thank you. We'll see you a bit later. Let's take a look at the historic popular vote as we set up this evening. When we look back to 2020, 61.1% for the Sask Party.
Yes, Lisa, and the popular vote across Saskatchewan, really interesting when you use the province as a whole compared to when you isolate the urban city centers. Isn't that right, Ken?
Absolutely. The rural areas are overwhelmingly Sask Party and have been for several decades now. The urban area is divided. You know, when we look at those maps and say we're going to give all of Saskatoon and all of Regina to the NDP, it's not actually how it's going to go. You're going to see a bunch of the areas, the wealthier parts of those two cities actually tend to vote for the Sask Party. They've always returned a fair number of people from there. So, but the popular vote that's a really substantial return for any party in this country.
Certainly can.
All right, Sarah Jones is at Sask Party headquarters in Regina tonight. Let's check in with her now. Sarah?
Yeah, Lisa, well, the polls have closed, obviously, and the vibes are fairly chill here at the Ramada Plaza for the Saskatchewan Party in Regina here. But I don't doubt that as the night rolls on and those votes start to come in, that things will definitely start to heat up. I mean, many local candidates here in Regina are taking in those early excitement from their campaign offices, but we anticipate to chat with them later this evening. Some new faces to the party that we expect to see tonight, like Rahul Singh running in Regina Northeast, who's looking to fill the shoes of Gary Graywall of the Sask Party, who stepped down earlier this year, citing that he was looking to spend some more time with his family. Ken Gray, who's facing off incumbent Nicole Sarr in Regina Douglas Park, and Sarah Wright in Regina Lakeview, who's up against NDP big dog herself, Carla Beck. But for now, all we can do is play the waiting game, and as we wait for those votes to start coming in. Lisa?
All right, thanks for that, Sarah Jones. Indigenous issues are something that are big for when it comes to the provincial government. They play a big role, rather, in
Does Lisa
Indigenous
know
issues.
I'm talking about?
Yet it's something we haven't heard either party talk much about.
It always worries me a lot. This is a huge issue for Saskatchewan, but getting pretty close to 20% of the population, First Nations and Métis. Some amazing things going on. The Métis self-government movement is astonishing. Treaty processes likely in the north. Resource development issues. These are major issues for Saskatchewan. Almost dead silence from the two major parties. They're not talking about it enough. And so, interesting thing, Indigenous folks aren't all that engaged in provincial politics. Maybe it's because provincial politics isn't very much engaged with them.
Healthcare workers, another group really speaking out loudly throughout this election, along with teachers. And I know, David Aiken, you wanted to hit on that.
While we are waiting for the first results to get in, I'm tapping my foot. I don't know if you can hear. Well, I'd like to see some results, please. While we're waiting, listen, we talked a minute ago about, education is one of the things that Carla Beck was talking about. That was one of the, she's trying to create ballot questions, right? That's what leaders do. What is the ballot question? What do they want voters thinking about when they go into the voting booth? Scott Moe was the economy. It was pretty clear about that. For Carla Beck, it was healthcare and education. So I did a little homework and I counted at least 14 15 teachers, actual teachers, are on the ballot. Not just the ballot question, they're actually on a ballot. Most of them are with the NDP. So let's just, as we're waiting, let's just introduce a couple of them. And this also gets a chance to talk about some new riding boundaries. So one of them is Regina-Wascana Plains. Now, Wascana Plains used to stretch out far from Regina to the east. It doesn't anymore. It's very much more an extension of Regina. And in Regina-Wascana Plains, we've got Christine Tell. She's the incumbent, the environment minister, but there's a retired teacher, Brent Blakely. Now, we just go up to Regina Northeast. This is where Gary Greywall had been the Saskatchewan MLA. Remember, Greywall was found, I think just last week, that the Ethics Commissioner, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, found that he had engaged in a conflict of interest when motels that he owned were doing business with the province of Saskatchewan. Anyways, Greywall's not running. Who's running? Rahul Singh is running up for the Sask Party, but there's Jacqueline Roy, a teacher. In fact, she was active with the Saskatchewan Teachers Federation, so a union leader. And in fact, it's not just, teachers. Way up, if I can press it, in the battle. Whoop, that's Rosthern-Shellbrook. I'm going to widen this up so I can get to it. If we get to the Battlefords, running here, Jeremy Cockrell, the education minister, and he's up against, yes, you guessed it, Tom Krasinski, the Teacher of the Year. Teacher of the Year is on the ballot here. So that's just 3 teachers. As we go through things tonight, we're going to come across even more teachers. And that was one of the ballot issues for the NDP. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, David. Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina tonight. Some of our reporters at headquarters where things are still quite quiet, but Kat, it looks like things are picking up there already.
Things are definitely picking up here, Lisa. It's very loud in here right now. People are just rolling in through that door. However, I'm here with Mitch Bonakoski. He's the NDP Director for Research and Policy. Now, Mitch, I want to ask you about the recent polls that we've seen in the last few days. It seems like the NDP has really gained some momentum. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's because we've run a campaign that's been really focused on what's important to people. Healthcare and the cost of living, absolutely the 2 top-of-mind issues for people. We've been really focused on our platform policies that are related to those 2 things, and we've just been focused on what's really important to people.
Of course. Do you think that there's anything that the Sask Party has done on their side, being the pronoun policy or anything like that, that has also kind of swayed people's vote?
Absolutely. I think the leaders' debate was a real turning point in the election when it comes to that momentum, because Carla Beck, I think she did a really great job in that debate. She really beat Scott Moe, and I think that in order to change the channel from that defeat, he rolled out that piece about change rooms and kids, and to try to distract from the fact that they really lost the debate.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Mitch. That's Mitch Bonakoski, NDP Director of Policy and Research. I'll send it back to you, Lisa.
All right, Catherine Ludwig, thanks for that. We want to point out again, our ticker at the bottom of the screen, 000, but it's not going to look like that all night.
It certainly won't, Lisa, and I will say I'm impressed with the 3 of us. Not quite as happy feet as David Aiken over in the Results Center. I know that he's anxiously champing at the bit, waiting to see some of these results roll in, where we can find out who's going to form government in our province. And Ken, it's going to be a historic night no matter what. If it's the Sask Party forming government for a 5th straight year, that will match the number that Tommy Douglas was able to do with the CCF. The last win there, number 5 coming in 1960. For Carla Beck and the NDP, could become the first woman premier in our province's history, or heck, maybe we get 3 parties into the mix here. That would be the first time that our province has seen this since 1999.
Yeah, and the 3-party part is interesting because a lot of provinces have that. Not in Saskatchewan for a long time, and you got to sort of, sometimes it's a bitter division, sometimes it's a polite division, and it's getting more bitter as sort of time has gone along. I must say, in the situation with Carla Beck and as a female leader, is the NDP has not made a huge production about that, and nor should they. She's actually a leader. She's a very talented leader. She's a very engaged. She's very positive, very constructive, and she's not out there saying vote for me because I'm a woman. She's vote for me because the NDP should be the government of the day. And I really like the fact that the NDP has put that sort of an approach to it. Nonetheless, if she gets through the barrier, because we know there's
going to talk about the 3 closest
subtle
races
background
in
sort of
2020
noises
that the Sask
work
Party
against
won.
female candidates, and maybe there's going to be that kind of pushback against
2020. So I'll be having to make sure this is 2020.
But also, if the Sask Party loses tonight, it's been a heck of a run. It's been a long run, and you have to sort of give a credit to some party that can hold on and go through a couple of leaders and still manage the economy as they have done over that period of time. So dynasties grow and sometimes dynasties end. So one way or the other, we're going to see an exciting night.
All right, thanks for that. While we're talking history, David Aiken, take us back to some of those tight races of 2020.
Yeah, so what a challenger party like the NDP will do in this case, they know they've got to start picking off some Sask Party seats, and so they will take a look at the last election and said, where did we just miss? What were the closest races where we almost won back in 2020? So what I'm going to do is, again, we have no results for 2024, all gray, but I'm now going to go back to 2020. So now there's results. 2020, if you're watching with the TV sound turned down, well, you can't hear me anyways, can you? But you should turn it up so you know we're talking about 2020. So just to quickly run through them, the closest race. Now, also what parties have done is they've, again, that transposed vote. So there's new riding boundaries. They've taken the polls from 2020, mapped them onto 2024. So I can tell you where the closest ones are. But what you're going to see now is the 2020 result. Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood. This was the closest race in the entire province, where Lisa Lambert, she's now a two-time MLA, former CTV journalist, she won by 259 votes over the New Democrats. So definitely the NDP are going to pick up Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood. So what else was close? We're going to go down to Regina, Pasqua. This is Regina, Pasqua. Take a look at that. 256 votes was the difference between the Sask Party and the NDP in Pasqua. Note who's running. Bajan Brar, Mohammed Fayaz, they're running against each other tonight. And while I'm down here, let's do a little talk about the previous boundaries. I can bring that up. I don't know if you can make this out, and I'll try and explain it. The yellow line is the previous boundary. That's Pasqua, the previous boundary. Let me take that off now. This is now Pasqua. So it's a much smaller geographic riding. Most of the old Pasqua is now in a riding called Regina Mount Royal. So I just want to sort of get that out. And finally, I'm going to go to another very tight race, and that in 2020, and that was up in PA in the northern riding, Prince Albert Northcote. Alana Ross won by 195 votes over Nicole Rancourt. Now this is going to be an interesting race because Nicole Rancourt was the MLA from 2011 to 2016. And then Alana Ross beat her in 2016, and now Rancourt's back and wants her old seat back. That was a close, really close race last time. We'll see if it's as close tonight. But again, those were 2020 results we were showing you as we wait for some fresh 2024 results. And gosh, we've got to be a good half hour past the closing of the polls and still waiting for those results, Lisa and Brendan.
It is 8:34. And
there you go.
This isn't us. This is Election Saskatchewan. We promise you as soon as the data becomes available to us, we're bringing it to you. There's nobody who's going to get it to you faster. Ken Coates, you talked earlier about those important quasi-rural areas, the edge of suburbia. That's really where you're honing in on tonight.
Very much, partly because they're brand new communities. They're communities, you go back 20 years ago, they probably didn't even barely existed. They were small, sort of a couple of gas stations and a Tim Hortons or something like that. And now they're actually places where you have 15, 20,000 folks. So they're new communities, a lot of new Canadians, a lot of new people to Saskatchewan. How do you get your hands on those folks? You know, they're not, a lot of the people, you go to Kindersley, you go to Swift Current, there's a lot of long established families, been there for a long time. Their family party roots are very, very old. These newer places, the community is still forming. And so it's not all that clear that, you know, how they're going to go because they're often a bit wealthier than some of the urban centers, but they're not really connected to the rural areas. So they're not rural, so you can't count on the Sask Party that way. There's a really interesting place. And I think the one thing we underestimate in these elections is the importance of the individuals. You know, Saskatchewan is still a small place. A lot of these ridings are small ridings. And, you know, you can say, oh, Sask Party went this way. Actually, it's actually the candidate. Sometimes those candidates are really, really important. Not always. They're sort of swept along one way or the other. But in these new communities, people are still trying to sort of form an identity. And so that really puts them up in the air. Makes them really contested.
Make a really interesting point. Thanks for that, Ken. Nicole Healy, it's at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Nicole, good to see you again. Bring us up to speed there. Still looking pretty quiet.
Yeah, it's still a little quiet, but a few more people have shown up. You know, there's been some shaking hands, smiling. The energy is definitely picking up. A few drinks have been poured. You know, it seems to be the start of what's expected to be a very exciting night here. Something else we can look forward to, campaign co-chair Donna Howpower expected to speak to us later tonight. So that's definitely something that we will be looking forward to. But so far, you know, just a few people here already excited for what's to come here tonight. Lisa.
All right, Nicole Healy, thanks so much for that. I want to talk a little about Ken Coates, to you, Ken Coates, a little bit about Scott Moe, his popularity within his own riding. You know, you talk about the individual candidate as party leader. He's up against Mark Thunderchild. I was talking to a friend of mine in Shellbrook the other day, and she said, you know, it's usually just the Moe show out there, but she was actually sensing a lot of buzz around Mark Thunderchild.
I think there is a buzz around Mark, and there should be. I mean, he's a very, very talented person, you know, charismatic. People are not thinking he's actually going to take out Scott Moe unless there's a huge tsunami of change in the sort of political process. But basically they're saying, people who know him well, saying, watch this guy for the future. He really has potential. And it's kind of an interesting thing. Scott Moe has deep family roots in that area. He's extremely well known. He's delivered good results for the place. The community is extremely proud of him to have a premier from your own constituency. So I have trouble seeing Scott Moe being knocked off, but I think we might see a star in the making.
Yes. All right. Reminiscent of my youngest son on Christmas Eve is David Aiken.
Yeah, that's you got it. You hit it right on the nail.
We're waiting. I'm hearing the Jeopardy song actually in my ear. You?
Yes, I can hear it. It's still 0-0. There's a lot of sports on tonight. Got a Jets game on tonight. Monday Night Football. The Dodgers and Yankees are playing, and here it's still 0-0 between the Sask Party and the NDP. While we're waiting, let's talk about some races that we're keeping an eye on. I mean, and I think a lot of people are. There's some races that it's probably going to go this way, may not be so interesting, but I'm going to focus on 3 ridings in Regina right now where cabinet ministers are running. There's a lot of cabinet ministers, we should point out, not running. In fact, one of the stories tonight may be renewal for the Saskatchewan Party if they win, and renewal of the cabinet. But we do have 3 cabinet ministers running in Regina. Up here in the north, and again, these are new-looking ridings. Oh, as I started talking, we do have a score in the Yankees-Dodgers game. I'm sorry, it's 7-1 Sask Party. Look at the bottom down there, folks. I'm going to stop what I'm doing right now. Color has now appeared. This is the 2024 riding map, and this is odd. Cumberland is in the green category. Let's look at that. This is a riding that traditionally is New Democrat, but early on, 2 polls have reported of 37. Gregory Sieb has a 34-vote lead over Jordan McPhail. There's no incumbent running here. Jordan McPhail is trying to take this for the NDP. Other things are looking sort of normal. Well, Athabasca not that normal in the sense that Jim LeMaig won it for the Sask Party in a by-election 2 years ago. That's the first time the Sask Party had ever won up there. Normally, it is an NDP riding, and Leroy Liberty has a 33-vote lead. So that technically would be a pickup for the NDP. Again, that's the only riding right now that we have on the map where the NDP are leading or elected. Looking around elsewhere, what do we want to sort of highlight? We can go very down to the bottom. Cypress Hills, Doug Steele is there. Claire McNabb, she's a nurse. She's running for the NDP, likely to stick with the Sask Party. We'll pop in. Well, there's Rosthern-Shellbrook we were talking about a minute ago. Scott Moe has a 135 lead over Mark Thunderchild. And down Cannington, Daryl Harrison is leading over another teacher. Diane Tweetmeyer is a retired teacher down there in Cannington. And right near where we are, Last Mountain Touchwood, Travis Kiesig has a 13-vote lead over Tara Nordal, a small business owner. Travis is the incumbent there. So we have some results I've been finally able to talk about. I'm so thrilled. I'm going to do a little more digging, see if we can come back and see if we can discern what's happening here. 7 seats for the Sask Party in parts of the province where they should win, except for Cumberland. That's that northern seat. That would be a Sask Party pickup. Right now, the NDP have 1 on the board, and that technically is a pickup for them. Athabasca, pickup from a by-election loss. But that is a riding as well that typically the NDP have won for several elections. Back to you guys on the desk.
All right, as mentioned, we have Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon and Regina, but Sask Party leader Scott Moe, he is in his community of Shellbrook tonight, and so is our Gates Guarin. Let's check back in with Gates.
Yeah, Lisa, obviously the atmosphere is quite electric here. The doors opened, not too long ago, but all those supporters are actually being whisked away to the private lounge, and unfortunately, media is not allowed there. But I can actually hear a little bit of some faint, cheering with some of these results starting to come in. So we are anticipating quite an exciting night. When more and more people start filling up the concourse. Right now, it's really full of media. We're actually pretty, shoulder to shoulder, but we're enjoying pretty intense practice right now, actually, right on the rink. We'll give you a little bit of a shot here, but this is kind of what we're seeing right now. So while the score on the ticker is starting to go up, we're just watching the practice go on here, and it's quite intense down there. And I'm sure it's quite intense as these results start coming in here. Lisa, Brendan.
All right, thanks for that, Gates Guarin. What do you have there?
Okay, so we're showing 8 ridings currently leading or elected. Still very early, and those results were very slow coming in, Lisa. But looking at our electoral map here from what David had showed us and what I can see here on the laptop, Ken, most of these are fairly rural ridings minus the north. This may be a positive sign for the Sask Party to get out to this early lead?
It's positive. Not a surprise, not the least bit surprising. Cumberland, don't hold your breath for it staying that way, because I think it'd be really a surprise if it actually didn't go back to the NDP. So these are Sask Party doing well in the smaller ridings and the safer ridings, to be expected.
Certainly.
All right, we will be here with you all night on Decision Saskatchewan. Lots more to come. It's still early. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Decision Saskatchewan. I'm Lisa Dutton, joined by Brendan Purdy, political analyst Ken Coates, and David Aiken. He's our Global News chief political correspondent. The Sask Party leading or elected in 7 ridings. The NDP won. Coming in slowly, but they're starting to trickle in. Surely, I think I can speak for the 4 of us. Just happy to see some of those numbers trickling in. And Ken, we left off. You had kind of touched on Gregory Sieb and the Sask Party leading in Cumberland. And David, I'd like to get your opinion. So not usually where we'd see the Sask Party ahead, a long time NDP or left-leaning stronghold. So is that maybe the little nugget that we get for having to wait so long for these results to come in?
Maybe that's
evening?
it. And that's Doyle for Met's riding. Doyle for
Yes.
Met, the longtime MLA, and McPhail is trying to pick it up from that. And that definitely, the Indigenous component in both northern ridings is absolutely an issue. Indigenous candidates on both sides. So yes, I'm with you, Ken. I think by the end of the night, Cumberland comes back into the NDP column. When I was giving those results, I've been told all of those results, it's only 1,100 votes scattered among those 8 ridings. So we're really early in on the night right now.
Certainly. And Ken, like we'd been talking about, maybe good news for the Sask Party, although very limited vote count so far, but all of the ridings that are showing so far are all ones that the Sask Party are supposed to be ahead in.
That's right. And they continue this way, they're going to be really, really close to that majority before the urban votes are even counted.
And that's a good point. We have no results from Regina, no results from Saskatoon, nothing from PA, nothing from Moose Jaw. One of those Sask is Lloydminster, but nothing from Yorkton, nothing from the Battleford. So the small cities still to report.
And Colleen Young has fared very well in Lloydminster over the last couple of elections.
Yep.
Global's
Absolutely.
Mackenzie Mezinkowski. Thanks, guys. Global's Mackenzie Mezinkowski is at NDP headquarters in Saskatoon, standing by with Matt Love, I'm told.
Yes, Lisa, I'm here with Matt Love, Saskatoon Eastview candidate, here to just tell us a little bit more about how you think the campaign went and so tell us how was the campaign, how are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, Mackenzie, I'm feeling full of hope and energy. I think we ran just a great campaign. I think that we brought that hope that Saskatchewan voters were looking for, hope that we can deliver on fixing healthcare, we can deliver on getting supports back into our classrooms that our students so desperately need, hope that we can deliver some cost of living reliefs that families can afford to pay the bills here in Saskatchewan. Just a campaign full of energy, full of hope, and I'm really looking forward to hearing these results tonight.
Awesome. And as you can see, we already have some early results in 7 leading for Sask Party and 1 leading for NDP. What do you think this says? What are your thoughts on the results right now?
You know, we're going to wait to see as more results come in. We know it's early, but we know we've seen massive turnout in this election. A lot of folks coming out voting NDP maybe for the first time, voting for better health care in our province, voting for bringing back quality education. We've heard that on the doorstep over the last 4 weeks, and really looking forward to what voters have to say tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt Love. And the energy and the atmosphere here in the room is really starting to pick up. There's people coming in every few minutes, and I think it's going to be an interesting night as we wait to see these ballot numbers roll back in. So thank you, Matt, and back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you. David Aiken's going to focus on a handful of ridings to the west now.
Yeah, I mean, just to keep running through them, that's the story we're given is the one we got to tell. And right now we only have 8 ridings reporting some results and still very early. But let's take a minute and we'll just sort of on the western half of the province. Well, starting up in that western half, that's Athabasca, a traditional NDP territory. Leroy La Liberté, 96 votes for the NDP. Jim LeMeg, 63 votes. So it's still early, but you'd obviously want to be leading. 4 polls there of 31 reporting. So that's Athabasca. Right below that, in Lloyd, Colleen Young, she's the advanced education minister. She's got 62 votes now to 8 for Adam Tremblay. Adam Tremblay is a teacher. I told you there's 14 of them on the ballot here. One of those is Adam. So that's Lloyd for you. Then we'll cut in, that's Rosthern-Shellbrook. And of course, we've heard Scott Moe is ahead in that riding. Also, don't forget Saskatchewan United Party. That's SUP. If you see SUP on your screen, Saskatchewan United Party, we might call it United or SUP. Nobody's calling it SUP at this point in time, but I'm sure that one day may happen. We're going to see if this is a factor, whether or not the SUP, who have set themselves up to the right of the Sask Party, believe the Sask Party is not conservative enough. Will they start drawing away some support and allow a New Democrat to come up the middle? I don't think that's going to happen here, but it might in some other parts of the province. It's worth keeping an eye on that. And then, of course, there is another sort of right populist party, and that's the Buffalo Party. They're also running only on a handful of ridings, mostly in the south, rural part of the province. We'll see if they're a factor. They did win. They did, I think, finish second in a riding last time. Estevan. We'll come to that a little later on. But right now, Doug Steele spent 19 years working in the grain business before getting elected in 2016. He's got a 163 vote lead over Claire McNabb. We mentioned Indigenous people, Indigenous candidates. Claire McNabb is a Métis woman. She's a nurse, used to work for Corrections Services Canada. She's got a good resume, but it may not be enough in Cypress Hills, traditionally Sask Party territory in that part. So there we go. We've taken a look at the west. We'll wait a few more minutes, and if nothing else, we'll go east and see what's happening on the east. But in the meantime, back to you guys.
All right. Thanks for that, David. Sarah Jones is at Sask Party headquarters in Regina. The polls closed now for nearly an hour. Sarah, things still pretty quiet.
Yeah. It is starting to slowly roll in here with people at the Regina Saskatchewan Party headquarters. I'm joined right now by Shannon Andrews, Deputy Campaign Manager, former Chief of Staff to Scott Moe. I guess maybe tell me a little bit about the mood tonight, all the work that has gone into till the evening leading up to here.
Well, it's very exciting. We're looking forward to a very exciting night. The mood has been great. We've got hundreds of volunteers who have done so much hard work, knocked tens of thousands of doors. So we're really looking forward to the results tonight.
I guess out of the 12 ridings here in Regina, the party held a handful of seats. Are you confident that the campaign message has resonated with Regina residents?
Yeah, well, we certainly hope so. It's no secret Regina has always been a bit of a battleground for both the parties, so we're encouraged by the numbers that we've seen, and we really do think our message has been resonating. We've been talking a lot about affordability and being the most affordable place in Canada to live, and as well as some new measures that we've introduced on our platform as well, too.
And obviously some of those early votes coming in, putting you guys ahead. I guess how much weight do you hold to what you're seeing right now?
Well, you know what? Every vote counts. And just like you, we're just watching and waiting to see and looking forward to the final results.
Fantastic. Thanks so much,
Thank
Shannon.
you.
We'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks, Sarah. A few more numbers there up on the board. The Sask Party's leading or elected tally is now clicked up to 12, the NDP with 1.
So when we're talking about electoral districts, 2,500 votes, I've been told, have now been counted. And David Aiken, a 12-1 score, that's a blowout in hockey. But when we're talking a provincial election, it's a little slow going.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the number of votes counted. 1,200 is really this many votes compared to what we're going to see by the end of the night. So it's still very early. I don't think we're even ready to start talking about trends. Sure, if you're the Sask Party, you want to have 12 on the board. But as you can see from our map here, this is the current electoral map of Saskatchewan. With the exception of the Northern Cumberland riding, this is the area which is, it's Sask Party's stronghold area. It's places where they end the night with 60, 70% of the vote. So were we expecting some change in any of these? Possibly not. So, as I say, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it is 12 for one New Democrat. So, some new places we have new results since we've been here. Kindersley-Biggar, there's no incumbent running here. Kim Gardner right now has 73% of the vote. There's only 2 polls reporting. Kim has spent most of his career as a sort of municipal administrator, chief administrative officer, a CAO. Cindy Hopp is a fiber artist. You have all kinds running on the ballot in Saskatchewan. So that's what's going on in Kindersley-Biggar. Last Mountain Touchwood, we touched on this before. Travis Kiesig up on Tara Nordal. That's Sask Party over NDP. We can go to Moosomin-Momart, where there's no incumbent running. Why? Because the guy who was there, Stephen Bonk, has decided to take the job that Robert Kitchen, the Conservative MP for Souris Moose Mountain, had. When I say take the job, the nomination race, I think, was the race for the MP there. Stephen Bonk, congratulations, you're going to the House of Commons if and when there's an election. In the meantime, Kevin Weedmark, he owns a publishing business in the area. He has a 33-vote lead over Chris Ball of the NDP. There's the SUP again. They are in the race. They have 15 votes at this point in time, but it doesn't look like that's affecting the Sask Party's outcome. So 3 results there. We're still waiting for more to come in. Really, really early, this many votes. 12 for the Sask Party. 31 is what you need for a majority. Just 1 right now for the NDP. No results in Saskatoon. No results in Regina.
All right, thank you very much for that, David. The score remains 12-1 and 2,500 votes. We'll reiterate, that's all that's been counted thus far. So a little slow going early on, Lisa.
Yeah, and we want to say nothing yet from Saskatoon, nothing yet out of Regina either. Ken, you talked about how there was, no big issue this campaign. Of course, healthcare, of course, education. We talk about crime, we talk about safety. But I do want to talk about kind of those big moral issues and how they're factoring into things, because I know night after night for the better part of this year, we were talking about the pronoun policy on Global News. Moe came out the day after the debate. It was a bit bizarre. We hadn't heard anything about it for some time, and then he, kind of picked up on this whole change room gender thing out on the heels of the pronoun policy. Do you think that's going to play as much of a role tonight with the election as it has just overwhelmingly all year?
So I was actually shocked on the night after the election when the Premier came out so strongly about the changing room thing. These are incredibly delicate, sensitive issues, and you have to deal with them with real care and caution toward the students, toward their parents, toward the schools, all that sort of stuff. So it was kind of a bit of a heavy blow on a very complex kind of issue. I thought it might blow up from there, but the NDP quite deliberately didn't sort of, I would say, downplayed it. But they did point out, social conservatives over here were more socially progressive on the other side. I haven't seen much evidence that it's actually taken hold. And where I was expecting it might take hold is actually on those smaller parties. That the Saskatchewan United Party or the Buffalo Party might sort of use that as a way to
Tyler, can you hear me?
bite away a few votes on the Saskatchewan Party itself. And that actually hasn't happened. At this early stage, we haven't seen it happening at all, which is surprising.
Certainly can. And as we get an update on the board, certainly hasn't hurt the Sask Party yet. They're at 20, NDP at 2, but Other has now made an appearance. So the Other, that's something that I've wanted to talk about with you this evening is, could that other party, and I'll have to dive through my laptop here once I get you answering, but who could that other party benefit? Do you believe that could maybe push or split the right vote at some point in time and then have the NDP fall in the middle and end up taking some of those ridings, potentially a rural riding?
If you have a close election and you look at those numbers, and some of them are showing Buffalo Party 9% or showing the SUP Party, SUP, showing up at 18% or 15%, that's more than enough to swing a riding if it's that close. Mm-hmm. The interesting thing so far is we haven't seen them being that close.
All right.
But in fact, when that happens, yes, it can have a huge effect.
All right, let's bring in David Aiken on this too. David, the Sask Party leading or elected in 20, the NDP 2, Other 1. Other could really factor into this story tonight.
Yes, and what is Other? Is it the Buffalo Party? Is it the Green Party? No, it is, in fact, the Saskatchewan United Party. And when the legislature dissolved, the SUP actually had an MLA, and it was right here. It was Nadine Wilson. There she is, Nadine Wilson. Sorry, other is the PC party. We have blue for PC and blue for SUP. I'm a little surprised. Okay, so let's talk about this. The progressive conservatives apparently are still around here in Saskatchewan. I don't think this is going to last very long, but there you go. Bernard Lalonde has 16 votes. Congratulations, Bernard. Eric Schmaltz is a Sask Party candidate. He's got 14. And there's Nadine Wilson. She is the incumbent. And let's just talk about her story for a little bit. So she gets elected 4 years ago as a Sask Party MLA. Then when we go through the whole pandemic and COVID and vaccine mandates, there's some issues around whether or not she was upfront about vaccines for herself. So she ends up outside the Sask Party caucus, is upset about things, and she and a bunch of people formed the Saskatchewan United Party. She was briefly the leader of that party. She is no longer the leader, John Romick is, but there she is. She's got 7 votes up there, and I think this is one of those places where could we see things really splitting on the right between Sask and Sask Party and Sask United to let the NDP come up. But I'm sorry I spoke too early. In fact, as we've been chatting, what did I talk about? The split on the right, and now the New Democrats are leading in Saskatchewan Rivers. 53 votes. Eric Schmaltz has 20. The PC has 17, and there's 14. Add up right, and you probably beat the New Democrats, but we have split, and right now that benefits the New Democrats. Doug Racine is leading in Saskatchewan Rivers, and as you can see from the bottom, now Saskatchewan Party 21, New Democrats have 4, the 3 Northerns, and oh gosh, they're also leading in, we're going to watch this all night, and Ken, I think you telegraphed this, White City, the kind of riding that perhaps a New Democrat can win outside a big city. White City Capel is more bedroom community now than it is rural, and right now New Democrats have a 39-vote lead over Brad Crasweller of the Saskatchewan Party. White City Capel is definitely on the gotta-have list for the New Democrats, and right now it's in their column. Some interesting results early on, guys.
All right, thanks, David. Global's Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina, chatting with lots of folks there as they begin to arrive. Hey, Kat.
Yeah, and lots of folks to chat with. The room has basically filled up here, but I'm here with Ian Hanna, the former advisor to Premier Brad Wall. Now, Ian, I would assume that 10 years ago you wouldn't have seen yourself here.
I don't think I would have been here. I would have been somewhere else. So, yes, you're absolutely right.
So why make the switch? Why are you here now?
I think it's something that happened over the course of several years. I saw a drift in the Saskatchewan Party. When I joined in November of 2004, a long time ago, which makes me old, they were a amalgam of liberals and conservatives. They've drifted to the right. I think you saw that in the introduction of Bill 137, and you saw it as well in terms of what their priorities were when they announced them, re the students in Balgony. They went from classrooms to washrooms. It just seemed to me that things were flowing a bit too hard to the right. So I changed ships.
Okay, and as a former advisor to Premier Brad Wall, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that the NDP really have to appeal to the medium, the small cities, and the rural vote in order to get a win tonight. Do you think that they've done enough in their campaign within the last month to do that?
I think they have. I absolutely think they have. If you look at Qu'Appelle, White City, I think what you find is that the returns are going to be very promising for us. If you look at Martensville, the seat formerly of Nancy Hepner and her late father Ben Hepner, there's a possibility the NDP may win that and defeat the Saskatchewan Party. If you see things like that happening, yes, they've definitely done enough. Also look at PA. Also look at Moose Jaw seats that were not promising for the last several times. What's really interesting this time out was in 2011 and 2016, the campaign didn't make that much difference. In 2024, it made a big difference. There was a huge undecided at the start that's dropped, and they're coming to the Saskatchewan New Democratic Party.
All right, well, thank you for that, Ian.
It's nice meeting you.
Yes, you as well. That's Ian Hanna, former advisor to Premier Brad Wall. And like you've said and I've said, it's very busy, so I'm sure I'll have lots more people to talk to. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Lisa.
You know, just observing, thanks for that, Kat. The Sask Party headquarters, both of them still quite quiet. Scott Moe up in Shellbrook was actually, they were taking guests as they arrive at the rink in Shellbrook into the the private room in the Shellbrook Arena. I guess we didn't know about, and Gates isn't allowed in with the other reporters. Meanwhile, the NDP headquarters are filling up already. A lot of buzz there, a lot of excitement. The NDP were just eerily optimistic heading into tonight.
Probably a little bit too much so, but they certainly were keen. And I think as a party, they really, really pulled together. The question is whether the party's enthusiasm clicked with the rest of the province. That's a really big thing. But to give Carla Beck her real due, she obviously managed to get the troops fired up, and in a good sort of way, without sort of a really clear defining issue. This is what really surprises me. When you say, well, healthcare is an issue, education an issue. Of course they are. They're the same issues across the entire country. Every single jurisdiction has the same challenges, right? And so, but to make those sort of sound like it's a unifying force, I'm really surprised. And good, delighted for them, but it's surprised.
So we can see what's going on with the NDP in their headquarters. We heard how confident they were. Is there maybe a little bit of concern that the Sask Party, they're in a private room and it's a little more subdued there? Maybe a little foreshadowing?
It could be. I wouldn't read too much into that right now. I think right now you've got a gathering of friends. This is his own riding with his high school friends and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of you don't want to have a private conversation without the TV cameras there, making everything more public. So I wouldn't read too much into it right now. But I think the NDP enthusiasm is real.
Well, that's what I get for trying my attempt at crystal ball gazing.
All right, David Aiken is over there with his crystal ball of sorts.
Crystal ball, yeah, I got some ideas. I'm going to talk about why we're not seeing anything from Regina and Saskatoon and why we're seeing results right now only from rural areas. One result I want to get to right off the bat is up here in Meadow Lake. Take a look at that. That's Jeremy Harrison. Bit of a controversy surrounding Jeremy Harrison. The former Speaker, Kevin Weeks, said he brought a gun into the legislature. He was a bully. Right now, he is in second place. Jeremy Harrison, second place in Meadow Lake. Miles Nachbauer is leading by 36 votes. 36 votes. The SUP is running up there. SUP has 29 votes. Those may be votes that Jeremy Harrison may need by night's end. He won with a healthy majority last time, but right now it's very early, just 4 polls reporting. The NDP have Meadow Lake on the board for them. So that's kind of significant. Elsewhere, as I said, it's mostly rural ridings and not even some small cities. If we look at Regina, nothing in Regina. If we look in Saskatoon, it's all gray. Why is that? Well, let me try and explain a little bit. The way let's take a riding like Saskatoon Chief Mr. There's 11 polls in most of the ridings in the cities. Whereas in the rural ridings, there's something 50, 60 polls. A poll is essentially a box of ballots. So because in the cities there's, say, only 10 or 11, one box of ballots, there could be 800, 900 votes. They all have to be counted by hand before that poll, that box, can be reported. But in the rural ridings, where there's 50 or 60 polls, more boxes, fewer votes in each box, there might only be 80, 90, 100, well, those get counted quickly. And as soon as they count those smaller boxes, they can start reporting results. So that's why we do not have any results from the biggest cities, Regina or Saskatoon, because literally the boxes with the ballots, they got a lot of votes in there. It's taken a long time to count them, and they can't report a poll until they've counted all the ballots in that poll. So that might be a little inside baseball, as they say, to continue the sports analogy, but I think it's important to understand. It's not because there's a system breakdown or anything like that. It's just 1, 2, 3, and there's 800 or 900 of those that you have to go through in each poll in a big city. So there we go, 21-5 right now, down to the bottom, the score. Sask Party leading or elected in 21, NDP in 5, but nothing from the 2 big cities where we are definitely going to see some obviously NDP have seats in those cities that they're likely to hold and possibly pick up as well. Back to you guys.
All right, David, thank you. We're going to take it back to Shellbrook, where our Gates Guarin is tonight at the rink. The Sask Party leading or elected in 21 ridings. Gates, the NDP 5. You got the place to yourself by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still surrounded here by media. We're all having a quick chat about those results that are coming in. Practice has ended now, and we're actually just watching the Zamboni kind of go up and down the ice. But that doesn't mean that the energy isn't high here in the building. I've seen so many supporters start to really flood in, kind of mingle, a little bit here on the concourse before making their way to that private lounge there in the back there. So a fair amount of supporters have already been here in the building, and again, really watching some of these results come in. Now, obviously, with what David was saying, quite a big lead for the Sask Party right now, but a little bit expected because those are mostly those rural ridings. I was actually speaking with Reg Downs again, just off to the side, and he was anticipating a Saskatchewan Party win, but not really anticipating maybe a large win. But it's still super optimistic and wanting to keep that energy high. And I'm sure behind those doors, just ahead of me, I'm sure the energy is quite high there. A little bit muted here on the concourse, but we'll start to see once those results really start flowing in. I'm sure the excitement will start building up here.
All right, Gates Guarin from the Shellbrook Arena, thanks for that. Something, fellas, I didn't have on my election bingo card tonight was the quote, "We are currently watching the Zamboni drive around the ice." But it was said.
I love it.
We'll check off that box.
At Scott Moe's home base, nonetheless.
At Scott Moe's home base. And we saw a profile of how he started as a left winger, that's Scott Moe, with the blistering slap shot. He's now a right winger, of course, though he apparently plays left wing, Anyways, hockey, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Listen, we do have some news to pass on. I was just talking a minute ago about how they're counting ballots and it takes longer in the cities. Well, Elections Saskatchewan, we've got a pipeline right into them, and they have just told us it could be an hour. Guys, I'm sorry, Ken. It could be an hour before we see results from Regina or Saskatoon. Again, that's the big boxes of votes.
We're going to get you guys like one of those airplane neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a look at our leading and elected board to help you make sense of these numbers tonight.
So nobody elected as of yet, as we can see right there. The biggest poll percentage that I've seen close so far is in Kindersley-Biggar, where Kim Gartner, a CAO with the town of Maplin for over 30 years, has an 836 vote lead. But nothing really coming in, and as you alluded to, David, we could be in for quite a long night.
Yeah, and most of the leading or elected are kind of what we expect, except for those two northern ridings of Meadow Lake and Saskatchewan Rivers, where something's kind of odd there. And plus, we saw Cumberland and Athabasca have both sort of come back to the NDP side.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop you there. We have Nicole Healy now. She's at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon, and we want to catch her as she's standing by with Donna Harpower.
Yes, Lisa, the energy here at Sask Party headquarters definitely picking up. As Scott Moe was re-elected, there was cheers in the background. People were very excited about that. I'm joined here with campaign co-chair Donna Harpower. Exciting night for you. How has it been so far?
It is exciting night, as when we spoke before. Every other election, for a number of elections now, I've always had a gathering in Humboldt or Watchers for my region where I ran. So it was a nail biter for that constituency. So this is the first time I've been able to join the big room and where all the media is present and a number of candidates. So it's exciting.
And what has support been like for you this whole campaign?
The campaigns are very busy, and I have to say we have a phenomenal team and it takes a whole team because there is a lot that goes to putting a campaign together. It starts with the people and what we're hearing, and then you start working on a platform, and of course I was weighed upon a lot for that because I'm the finance minister at the time. So what's it going to cost? What can we afford? And then, there's everything that goes with it. Where does the premier go? Where's our announcements? What's the venues? What do the brochures? What's the messaging? Et cetera. So it's a busy time for a campaign, and it takes a huge team.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. As we know, Sask Party is leading in the polls at the moment, so that is definitely bringing the energy up in here. Lisa.
You bet. Thanks, Nicole Healy reporting. The Sask Party.
Why don't we do Humboldt Watchers?
Ridings, the NDP 4. The results are coming in quite slowly now. When they do start pouring in, it's going to be fast. But we want to reiterate, in the meantime, we have a huge team here at Global News. Lots happening. Reporters at party headquarters in Saskatoon, in Regina. We have Gates out in Shellbrook. And Kindersley-Biggar, we have an elected candidate there.
Just who I had mentioned earlier, folks, Kim Gartner, the longtime chief admin officer in the town of Macklin, currently with the 955 vote lead, and that's 79% of the vote in Kindersley-Biggar. That is good enough for our first elected official of the evening.
Ken Coates, what are you keeping your eye on right now?
So much that we're not seeing. And I think I watched the one thing is the division of the votes in some of those ridings with third and fourth party candidates. You know, again, if the election starts to get closer, those places where the SUP or where the Buffalo Party stake those 5 and 6 and 7%, you're going to see people really surprised. Nobody, I don't think, had Meadow Lake down as a potential NDP gain. And Jeremy Harrison losing his riding, that wasn't on the books. Now all of a sudden it's kind of looking there. Maybe that's the one that's gone back into the other column in the last few minutes. So watch those kinds of things. Those are so unpredictable because in a province like Saskatchewan, those aren't parties; those are people.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, the SUP's got this. No. There's 3 people. And they've got real personas, and they've got a really backing of their church, or they've got backing of their community group or community organization, or their hockey team, whatever it is. That actually makes a huge difference. So keep those things in mind as we sort of go along. If the election gets close, those ridings could be the ones that tip it one way or the other.
Certainly. And Lisa, sorry to cut you off, but one of those orange, which might have just flipped, Jordan McPhail was just leading by a single vote in Cumberland.
Yeah, we want to point out that ticker at the bottom of the screen. This is the projected seat count, leading or elected. So you might see those numbers breathe a little bit, go up a couple, down a couple. It's moving and shaking throughout the night.
The one that we have flipped from orange to green is Jeremy Harrison's seat in Meadow Lake. So folks, keep your eyes peeled on that ticker because they might be coming in a little slower at the beginning, but things are going to get fast and furious and bouncing back and forth throughout the night.
You bet. Still lots more of this story to tell. We'll be right back with more results and analysis. You're watching Decision Saskatchewan. Thanks for choosing Global tonight, folks. You're watching Decision Saskatchewan. I'm Lisa Dutton. Brendan Purdy, our political analyst, Ken Coates, and David Aiken there as well, our chief political correspondent. 9:17. We're waiting for the numbers to come in here, and we're going to take a quick look at the popular vote in Saskatchewan. We got the time. Oh, no. Athabasca. There we go. NDP candidate Leroy LaLiberty has been elected.
Yeah, the first NDP candidate that we can say is officially elected this evening. So that is one for each side so far early on in this election. But no big surprises for either of you to see NDP taking Athabasca back in this go-round.
In fact, you could say, it used to be Jim LeMega, you could say that was loss of that in the by-election was the first nail in Maley's coffin.
How about this, though? The lead in Cumberland, just one single vote separating Jordan McPhail over Gregory Seed.
Let's see, last-second field goal required for that one.
But here, this is a riding that both of you guys have been talking about, especially you, Ken, about picking away at those just outside the city center ridings as we see Brad Crasweller of the Sask Party currently trailing by 39 to Grady Burns of the NDP.
Yeah, White City Capel. Again, my NDP friends are messaging me saying this is great news for the NDP. This is exactly the kind of riding they have to pick up. And of course, my NDP friends also going, why can't we see Regina in Saskatoon? But anyways, we'll get to that eventually.
Now, David, I know that you had mentioned earlier on in the show that you saw Wascana Plains as a bellwether, but is this in that same category?
Yeah. Well, White City Capel is like, yes, I think the NDP have a much better chance of forming government if they can take a riding like White City Capel. I would say Wascana Plains is like a kind of a must-have. I think the Regina sweep has got to have it, and Wascana Plains will be the last one, I think, likely to flip over if that Regina sweep occurs.
They need all the urban seats.
They need all the urban seats, absolutely. Because I think we'd agree there might be, you got PAs, Moose Jaws, maybe one more beyond those if they're lucky, and maybe it's White City Capel. It could be. Maybe I think we seen Martinsville Blairmore yet? I don't. If we have, it's green. It's not orange, that's for sure. So that's another one that we're keeping an eye on.
All right, this is Orange. Catherine Ledwig at NDP headquarters in Regina. Kat?
Thank you, Lisa. Before I get to my guest here, Judy Bradley, it is loud in here, so if it's hard for me to hear you, I apologize. But I'm here with Judy Bradley. She's the president of the Saskatchewan NDP. Now, Judy, I brought you up here because I want to talk about how if Carla Beck is elected for our next premier, she will be the first woman premier of the province. She's the first NDP party leader in the province. How significant do you think that would be?
Well, it is significant. It'll be historic, and she's a great leader for all. But yeah, the fact that she is a woman and going to be our first woman premier, that's historic. It's exciting.
Well, hopefully. Now, you were telling me off camera about how you guys are connected because you were also the first female candidate elected in, I'm sorry, what riding?
It was Bengoff Milestone in 91. And then I was the first woman that was the Minister of Highways and Transportation within our province. So, yeah.
That's super exciting. I think you also told me that you were also Carla Beck's first vote?
Yes, yeah. Her birthday was in October. It was an October election in 91, and she came and voted, and her first vote was for me. So it's really exciting that I'm party president, she's the leader, and we've run a tremendous campaign, and we're really excited about tonight and what this could mean for the province.
Of course. Now, being the first female candidate elected in that riding and Carla Beck possibly being the first female premier, how encouraging is it to see how far women have come in politics?
You know what? It is encouraging. And when I said I was a highways minister, but I was also status of women. So it was a nice balance of all of those things, and it does mean a lot for that women can reach whatever they decide to choose to, and I'm so proud of Carla and what she's done with our party and how we've pulled together, and I think we're on the way to victory.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Judy. I really appreciate it. That's Judy Bradley, president of the Saskatchewan NDP. I'll send it back to you, Lisa.
All right, Catherine, thank you. The Sask Party leading were elected in 23 ridings, the NDP 3, and again, nothing yet from Saskatoon or Regina.
Certainly, Lisa. Now, Ken, as we're looking at this, 6 of these confirmed Sask Party, or 6 of those 23 are confirmed elected, 1 NDP, something that you kind of foresaw coming in this early venture?
At this point, these are rural ridings, solid Saskatchewan Party ridings, and the other part that is, keep in mind here, the NDP was sort of trying to get the message that there was a big sweep coming, that there was a big, huge momentum, and sort of, we're not seeing a breakthrough. You know, we're seeing tinkering at the edges at this point. Those numbers aren't overwhelming, so I'm glad they're optimistic, but they still have to, they haven't got the proof yet.
All right, and as we await results from the big cities, Saskatoon and Regina, David Aiken, he's chilling in rural Saskatchewan.
Yeah, let's get to know rural Saskatchewan better. I think there's a great opportunity we can talk about that. Let's ignore those big cities. And we just had Donna Harpower on a few minutes ago. I thought let's check in on how her old riding is doing. That's Humboldt-Watrous, of course, and there Raquel Hilbert is holding it for the Green Team, for the Sask Party. Raquel Hilbert, she owns a drilling company, Drills for Water. She's another teacher too on the Sask Party side. Used to teach special ed classes up against Kevin Fallis of the NDP. So right now, 327 votes for the Sask Party versus 126 for the NDP. The SUP is up there as well with 57 votes, and there's a PCs again. 5 of 34 polls have reported. So let's keep going a bit east. We'll drop in on Kelvington-Wadena. Chris Beaudry is the Sask Party candidate. He seems to be in a pretty comfortable lead, 541 or 71% of the vote to the NDP. Chris Beaudry's story is a really interesting one. Chris Beaudry was part of the coaching staff of the Humboldt Broncos when that crash happened. And ever since that crash, Chris has been an advocate. He's been on the speaking circuit talking about mental health, grief counseling and those things, working with the Canadian Mental Health Association. So a really interesting path. A lot of people had some very interesting paths after that Humboldt Broncos crash. Chris was part of the coaching staff, and now he's on his way perhaps to becoming the MLA for Kelvington-Wadena. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And then we go over to Kenora-Pelly. This is just above Yorkton right now. Kenora-Pelly, where this was an interesting story to begin with because the sitting MLA was a guy named Terry Dennis. Terry Dennis had to have a nomination race, and he lost it. And that's very unusual that a sitting MLA of the government party will lose a nomination race, but it happened. And Sean Wilson, who's the mayor of Buchanan, was the winner. Some people say if Scott Moe does form a cabinet, he will need some new cabinet ministers. Donna Harpower and others are out, and maybe Sean Wilson gets a look at a potential cabinet spot. Right now, he's very comfortably ahead, 536 votes to the New Democrat Win Fedorchuk with 115. So, as I say, we're going to get to know rural Saskatchewan until we start to see some of these votes come in for the big cities. Back to you guys.
All right, David Akin, thanks for that. You had mentioned that we have a handful of candidates that have been elected. Let's take a look at who those are, beginning in Cypress Hills.
Yes, and as we've been talking about, Ken, some of these very Sask Party strongholds, there would be some concerned faces at those headquarters if an incumbent like Doug Steele not receiving a ton of votes, and 76.7%, a big vote share as we take another look at that. Leading by 1,990, just shy of 2,000 votes. Now to the newly drawn Moosomin Momart.
Yeah, Sask Party candidate Kevin Weedmark. He has been elected with a solid lead of 913 votes over the NDP's Chris Ball.
And Jim Ryder, incumbent and a cabinet minister there, 1,192 vote lead, a 78.1% vote share. So another really landslide victory there in Sask Party country in rural Saskatchewan.
All right, we're going to take it back down to Shellbrook where Gates Gawarin is standing by. The ice is swept clean and now we wait.
It is, absolutely. It's actually quite eerily quiet up here at the concourse. Really, again, it's just media. We're following along with the results, but it doesn't even feel like the leader of a major political party is here, right? It just doesn't have that same electricity that some of these party headquarters in the big cities are having right now. I would love to take a peek behind the curtain. I'm sure there's a lot of energy just behind the door. Maybe I'm only about maybe 100 feet away from it, but I'm sure just behind that curtain, there's a lot of excitement as they start to see these numbers. Some of these Sask Party candidates become elected. Obviously, we are seeing some of these strongholds in the rural areas. Having those early results and having those early projections, but yeah, right now it's a little weird. I'll be quite honest with you, but I think once the night continues on, we start to see more and more of those results. Maybe we can start to hear some of those supporters just behind the curtain there. Lisa, Brendan.
Thanks for that, Gates Gawarin in Shellbrook. Ken Coates, I want to talk to you about the Sask Party and what they look like right now. A lot of fresh blood, 22 of the 48 MLAs who won their seats in 2020 not on the ballot this year. Some retired, some kicked out of the caucus, some cutting ties with the party. This Sask Party looking a lot different in 2024.
Absolutely, and you could actually see this, all this talk about change. We could talk about change in a number of different ways, but this was the potential of a brand new NDP cabinet or a brand new Sask Party cabinet. And it's kind of an interesting thing. There hasn't been much conversation, even by the leaders, about their teams. And you would have thought, given what you've said, hey, we've lost all these cabinet ministers, new people coming. You thought they would be highlighting the quality and the skill and the expertise of the people who are running for office. Didn't actually do that very much this time around. So we still don't really know what's going to happen.
And I'm just getting word, we're starting to get some city results. I believe one in Saskatoon and a handful in Regina. The Sask Party leading or elected in 26 ridings, the NDP 5. Let's bring in David Akin.
Yeah, we finally have some results, as you said, in the big cities. Let's get right to it. This is Regina. This is what the electoral map in Regina looks like right now. This big ring around here, that's the White City Capel riding. But we have what it could be a pickup. Regina Northeast, the Sask Party are the incumbent party. Sask Party is the incumbent, even though Rahul Singh is a first-time candidate, and he's losing by just a bit, 18 votes, to Jacqueline Roy of the NDP. So right now, NDP, this would be a pickup for them in Regina Northeast. Elsewhere, we have results from Regina Walsh Acres. Jared Clark won in a by-election, so he's the incumbent here, and it looks like he's holding so far. He has a 192 vote lead. NDP over the Saskatchewan Party in Regina Walsh Acres. And this is the new Regina Mount Royal. This is sort of a new riding, new boundaries. It's Trent Weatherspoon, who he did lead the NDP for a little bit, and he's got a 37 vote lead. I think you'd probably see Weatherspoon in a Carla Beck cabinet if she gets to form one, and he is winning in Regina Mount Royal. Let's pop up north a little bit to Saskatoon. Just one riding reporting. And this would be a pickup for the Sask Party, but it's close right now, really close. Saskatoon-Meewasin, right now, Nathaniel Tweed is, in fact, the incumbent, and won in the by-election. Maureen Alice-Torr has a one-vote lead. Maureen Alice-Torr, one-vote lead, 43 to 42. That's like a really close Riders-Stampeders game, 43-42, I guess you've got there. So Just one result in Saskatoon, three in Regina, and we did have one in Prince Albert Northcote. So that's the Northern Prince Albert riding, where that's Batoche. We'll get to you, Batoche, but right now I want to do Prince Albert Northcote. Thank you very much. Prince Albert Northcote, where the Sask Party incumbent, Alana Ross, is leading by 56 votes over the New Democrat, Nicole Rancourt. Remember, I mentioned this is the third rematch for these two. Rancourt won one, Ross won one, and now Rancourt is back, looking to get her seat back. So there we go. We got some results in the cities, but right now still the Sask Party, they need 31. They're getting close, but of course a lot of NDP kind of seats, there's just no results for them yet.
All right, David, thank you. In Rosthern-Shellbrook, Sask Party leader Scott Moe has been elected there. But Brendan, we want to talk about these numbers. This is 20 out of 38 polls reporting. Scott Moe was elected right now, we're seeing, with 61% of the vote. We want to mention, since 2011, he's been elected with a minimum of 65% of the vote. In 2020, he was elected with 79% of the vote. So this does speak to the popularity of Scott Moe in his own riding.
This is a massive drop, Lisa. And really quickly, Ken, I know we were talking about the positivity of Mark Thunderchild and what he could mean for the NDP, but what are the voters in that riding saying to Scott Moe?
Well, they're saying we're getting tired. You've been there for a long time. And as a premier doesn't spend a lot of time in their own constituency, right? So sometimes you get constituencies saying, well, you're taking us for granted. Quite frankly, 61% is a huge return. Almost any politician in this country would be thrilled in a three-party race to have that kind of result. So he's not weeping, right? But the other side of it is, yeah, people are expressing some concern. But I think we're getting a sense here that, to use Carla Beck's words, she's talking about the election of change. This is change on the margins. This is not the kind of thing they were talking about. Those 26 to 6 is not what the NDP was telling us yesterday.
Certainly. Thanks for that, Ken.
All right, Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina. She's going to bring us an update from there. Hey, Catherine.
Yeah, there's lots of cheers in the NDP headquarters right now at the Doubletree Hotel. They're leading in a few ridings in Regina, being Regina Mount Royal. Trent Witherspoon is, leading there, and as well as Regina Northeast. Jacqueline Roy is leading in that riding, and there was just cheers behind me before I came on camera here for the win that they've just announced in Athabasca. So the buzz that was around the room has just gotten a lot louder down here. I can feel the excitement building in the room too as these results come in, and but people are still anxious. There's still a lot of anticipation in the air to see where the rest of the night is going to go. So until then, I guess we'll just wait and see. Back to you, Lisa.
All right, Catherine Ludwig, thanks for that.
All right, yeah, that was great stuff. And as we're starting to slowly see these numbers trickle in, 26 leading are elected for the Sask Party, 6 for the NDP. And David Akin, why are we seeing these numbers looking like this and such a low start for the NDP?
Sure. Well, again, the ridings in Saskatoon and Regina, which are either NDP incumbent ridings or the kinds of ridings the NDP is thinking about picking up, there just simply is no results yet. And that's why the NDP is at 6. And of course, on the other side, we've got all these results from small city and rural Saskatchewan, and that's of course where the Sask Party is so dominant, and that's why they are at 26. And that's why we're already declaring some of those elected, because there's just a smaller group of voters in some of those smaller rural ridings. So we'll continue to wait. I've got Saskatoon behind me, and just to give you, I mentioned, look at all the gray here, but in 2020, there was quite a bit of orange. This is Saskatoon. That's 2020 Saskatoon. This is 2024 Saskatoon. So there's just no results in a lot of parts of Saskatoon. We do have a new one, though, right here, Saskatoon Centre, where Betty Nippy-Albright, she's the incumbent. Should we expect her to hold here? The NDP expect her to hold. Dale Rinnick is trying to steal that, but he's got a bit of work to do. The NDP in Saskatoon Centre, 460 votes. To the Sask Party at 282. The Greens are the only other party running here. The only other result we have in Saskatoon, I mentioned Saskatoon-Meewasin, it's still a 1-vote lead for the Sask Party. They'd be thrilled to pick that up if they could. That should, though, be a New Democrat riding, as you're sort of in the city center. And we go back down to Regina. Again, that's what Regina looks like now. Where there are results, it's all NDP, including White City Capel. Want to come back in there. It's a 51 vote lead right now for the NDP in White City Qu'Appelle over the Sask Party. We haven't seen a lot of new results come in there yet. 8 polls out of 29 reporting. So again, the big reason we're still waiting for the NDP to take off, Carla Beck's not going to end up with 6 seats. She's going to do better than Ryan Maley did, we believe. It's not going to be 6. It's going to be something more than that. But we just don't have results in from a good chunk of Regina where we are expecting some New Democrats to win those seats.
Thanks, David. And as we wait again, we got lots to talk about, and we have lots of people to talk to. I know Mackenzie Mazikowski is busy getting things set up down at NDP headquarters in Saskatoon for us. Mackenzie?
Yes. Yes, Lisa. You know, the excitement is just building here tonight. The drink line and the snack line are quite long, and I think the NDP are anxiously awaiting some more numbers to start rolling in. I have Dave McGrain here with me. He's a political science professor and also a former NDP candidate. I just would love to pick your brain a little bit here. The NDP was feeling, you know, very confident heading into this election. What do you make of the NDP's campaign? Do you think their message resonated with voters?
Oh, I think so very much. The NDP talked about things that are on voters' minds. That is the cost of living, health care, and education. So I think you saw that during the campaign, people came around to NDP because they were talking about things that they actually cared about.
Absolutely. And what do you make of these early numbers here? I understand it is still early, and I know we haven't gotten any of the numbers from the big cities like Saskatoon and Regina yet, but just what do you make of these numbers?
Well, it's just way too early to tell. It's a long night. It seems the counting's taking a little bit longer. Definitely a lot of the NDP strongholds haven't been reported yet. So I'm anticipating a very good night for the NDP. We just haven't quite seen the numbers come in as of yet. So I guess we have to be patient.
And are you anticipating a turnaround here?
Oh, I think the NDP's going to have a great night. You can feel the momentum in this room. I went on the doorstep a lot. I felt the momentum with the voters. And there's definitely a sense that it's time for a change. And you're seeing that tonight, and you're going to see that in the election results. People want to change. People want Carla Beck as premier. And there's an old government here that's 17 years old, and people are ready to move on.
Absolutely. And, you know, if Carla Beck does pull through with a win here, she'll be the first woman premier in the province. How significant is that?
Well, that's absolutely massive. There's been no women premier in the province yet. I have a young daughter who's astounded. She's 15 years old. She's absolutely astounded that there's never been a female premier before. So it means a lot for, I think, for young women in the province. But also I think it will change the tenor of the politics to bring those women issues more to the forefront and bring things like childcare and education and healthcare to the forefront. So it's going to be, I think, a game changer if indeed it does happen.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that insight. We'll send it back to you guys there in the studio.
All right, thanks, Mackenzie. We got to take a look at the numbers at the bottom of your screen right now. Again, the Sask Party leading or elected in 30 ridings, the NDP 7. These numbers are going to move a little bit as the polls come in. Some of them could flip, and some of them are as we speak.
Certainly, Lisa. And 31, folks, that is the big number. That's the number you need to form the majority government. But now we're going to have a look at how many of those ridings are leading and how many are elected for each of the parties that currently have votes in them. So, Sask Party already elected in 13 compared to just the 1 of the NDP, Lisa. But as we've been talking about throughout the evening, the early rural votes, those favor the Sask Party. So I think they'd be in trouble right now, or they would be a little nervous if that wasn't in their favor.
We are starting to get some results from Saskatoon and Regina, but the majority of this is coming from rural Saskatchewan. I'll just let you speak to the numbers, Ken.
Well, I think it's sort of not what the NDP has been talking about. If this is a change, it's actually a small change. It's not a sea change. You're going to see a lot more NDP seats before we're done. They're going to get a lot of those urban seats. There's no question of that. They do a lot better than they were doing before. And the Sask Party numbers are going to come down quite a bit. But I think at this particular point, you know, the Sask Party will be looking at this and saying, yeah, we're going to probably end up with 40 seats. You know, and that's not the end of the world.
Lots more to come here. We'll be right back with more results. You're watching Decision Saskatchewan. Thanks for being with us tonight. Decision Saskatchewan on Global. I'm Lisa Dutton, Brendan Purdy, our political analyst, Ken Coates. We are going to take a look at the numbers at the bottom of your screen. The Saskatchewan Party leading or elected in 30 ridings, the NDP 7. These are projected seats. A handful have been elected, but a lot of balls still in the air right now.
Certainly, Lisa, and things were really slow in the beginning, and we're slowly starting to see that trickle and then the flow, and the city's starting to roll in right now.
You bet. Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina, standing by with Trent Weatherspoon, who's currently leading in his riding tonight, Kat.
That's right, Lisa. Trent Weatherspoon, NDP candidate for Regina Mount Royal. Trent, you're currently leading in that riding. Now, that wasn't the riding that you were the MLA of before you were in Regina Rosemont. Was there any different approach that you had to take to appeal to people in this riding compared to Rosemont?
So there was a redistribution where the riding changed by about 30%, and it shifted to the west. So 70% of it remained the same people I was representing, and then it was 30% new people. And so really with that, it was going door to door to door and connecting with the people throughout the riding. The cool thing about Regina is it's like one big small town. And so I knew so many of those families through different connections, many throughout my life. And it's been really wonderful, and don't take anything for granted. We'll see what the results are here tonight, but the support was really wonderful.
Okay, and now, like you said, you went door to door to door to door. So what did you hear knocking on those doors from the conversations that you had?
I heard what I understand my fellow candidates heard right across this province, and it's time for change. That it's time for change and a government that actually delivers on affordability, a government that fixes healthcare and invests in education, a government that builds up our economy, and a government that actually is accountable and transparent and that delivers value for money. So we worked to earn it in my riding and in ridings all across this province. Carla Beck was tireless in her effort, and we'll see what people decide here tonight.
All right, and now we just heard some excitement around the room. You must be pretty excited as well. Can you kind of describe that feeling for me?
It's a remarkable thing when people place their trust in you by way of a vote, and it's a incredible duty. And tonight you'll see the enthusiasm in this room with those that have worked so hard, who believe in a brighter future in this province that we all love, because that's what this is all about. And if we're given that duty by the people of Saskatchewan, it's one we won't take lightly, and one we'll work with people in every corner of this province to deliver on, regardless of how they vote tonight.
Of course. Okay, thank you so much, Trent. That's Trent Weatherspoon, NDP candidate for Regina Mount Royal. And as you just saw behind us, lots of excitement here tonight, but we'll keep that excitement going at the desk. Back to you, Lisa and Brendan.
All right, Catherine Ludwig, thanks for that. That excitement could have been tied to that jump in the numbers for the NDP right now leading or elected in 12 ridings. The Sask Party sitting at 30. David Aiken, bring us up to date on what you're seeing on the map.
Yeah, so while we were talking to Kat at Regina Party headquarters, they flashed up the results here in Regina University, and that was a big cheer because Sally Hauser, who is well known in NDP circles, she worked for the NDP sort of in the back rooms in Alberta, in Manitoba, in Ottawa for Jack Layton, and now she's put her name on a ballot and she's leading in Regina University against the Green Rider, Jean Mikowski, the Social Services Minister. This is not the old Regina University. You just heard Trent Weatherspoon talk about boundaries have changed. This is a newly configured Regina University, and Mikowski was actually representing Regina Gardner Park a little further to the east. So here he is in a new riding, and right now he's behind. There's only 3 polls of 10 reporting, and Sally Hauser has 237 votes. Mikowski has 125. Is a split on the right here an issue? I don't think so. This is a straight-up NDP Sask Party fight in Regina University. But here's one. Could be a pickup. It's one of the bellwether ridings, I think, for the NDP. Regina Wascana Plains. A teacher, Brent Blakely, is ahead of the Environment Minister, Christine Tell. Regina Wascana Plains also radically redrawn riding from 2020 and put that now only an 18-vote lead right now. 18-vote leads for Brent Blakely, Regina Wascana Plains. Where else are we seeing a potential pickup? Up in Regina Rochdale. Another minister potentially in trouble. The minister is Laura Ross, Parks and Culture Minister. She is right now behind Joan Pratchford, the New Democrat. New Democrats, a 4-vote lead in Rochdale over the Sask Party. So that's just some of the things that are going on. Trent Weatherspoon is here. That's a hold to Mount Royal. That's also a hold Regina Elphinstone Centre. Let me put that up a little longer. Sorry, didn't mean to drop that down. That's Mira Conway. She has a lead over the Saskatchewan Party in Regina Elphinstone Centre. Whoop, go away. Thank you very much. And Regina Northeast, we mentioned earlier, would be a pickup. That's if Jacqueline Roy can hold on. And we'll just touch on Lena Young. Also, perhaps a cabinet minister as well. If Carla Beck gets that far, she is leading in Regina, South Albert. So some NDP results coming in. Regina is starting to shape up nicely. I think the other seats almost certainly when they come in, the New Democrats would be expected to hold. That would give them 3 more. But right now, in terms of results that we can report, Sask Party leading and have many elected in 30. The NDP, I think they are leading in 12 and 1 elected, that last I looked. So 31 is the magic number, of course, for that majority. And the NDP still have a way to go. We talked about that narrow path to victory. It involves putting a lot of orange on the map in Regina and more orange in Saskatoon, some in Prince Albert, maybe some in Moose Jaw. So back to you guys.
All right, David, thanks for that. A handful of veteran Sask Party MLAs not running this election, and our Nicole Healy is standing by with one of them at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. She's with Don Morgan. Hey, Nicole.
Yes, I'm here at Prairie Land Hall. You know, it's a smaller crowd here right now, but small but mighty. They are cheering on every, announcement. I am joined here with former Saskatoon Southeast MLA, Don Morgan. Don, we're still waiting for a lot of results here, but the Sask Party is leading currently. How are you feeling with the numbers so far?
It sounds encouraging, but I think the real test of the evening is going to be when the city numbers come in from both Saskatoon and Regina, and that's where the real measure of it's going to be.
And there seems to be a lot of new, fresh blood in the party. 22 members not returning, including yourself. What do you make of all the new candidates joining the party this year?
I met most of them either at nomination meetings and at caucus meetings. I'm really impressed with them. People have talked about wanting to see a change, and I think a healthy change is a change from within. And I'll be really excited to see how those people develop as MLAs and as cabinet ministers as their careers take off. I will be sort of standing somewhat in the background, but not afraid to pick up the phone and make comments.
Well, thank you so much. As I said earlier, it's a smaller crowd, but as Don tells me, people are still at their candidate offices waiting for those results to come in. So they're expected to come here once those results get here and, get the party started. Back to you, Lisa.
All right, thanks for that, Nicole. David Aiken now with a bit more on the score in Saskatoon, David.
Yeah, well, let's take a look and see what's going on in Don Morgan's old riding. Right now, nothing's going on in Don Morgan's old riding. We have no results in Saskatoon Southeast. We only have 4 ridings right now reporting in Saskatoon, and 2 are changes. That green, we mentioned before, that's Saskatoon-Meewasin. That would be a pickup if the Sask Party holds. I think that would be a surprise if the Sask Party wins in Meewasin. But right now, they have a 1-vote lead. Maureen Alice Torr, 1 vote on top of the incumbent Nathaniel Teed. And that's been like that for like a good hour, so we should see something change there. But there is a pickup for the NDP here, and that's Saskatoon-Churchill-Wildwood. You may remember earlier this evening I said this was the closest race in the province 4 years ago. It's close now. It's a 179-vote lead for the New Democrat, Keith Jorgensen, over the incumbent, Lisa Lambert. She's won twice. She's in a tough fight tonight. Saskatoon-Churchill-Wildwood. The NDP would love to pick that up. The NDP are ahead as well, where their incumbent Matt Love is running in Saskatoon Eastview. Matt Love has a 69-vote lead over the Saskatchewan Party candidate there. And that's all we have right now from Saskatoon. No Saskatoon North, Saskatoon Chief Mr. Oasis, no Saskatoon Fairview. Still waiting for Saskatoon Southeast. Saskatoon, real slow. Just 4 results in right now from that beautiful city up there.
Yeah, David, we want to mention we're still waiting for results from 19 ridings. We've got nothing. So while we have the Sask Party leading or elected in 30, the NDP 12, there's still a lot that still needs to be revealed.
Yeah, Lisa, and a lot of those are including city centers. So we've got 10 in Saskatoon we don't have anything for yet, 3 in Regina, Yorkton, and the Battlefords.
We want to talk about that last week of the campaign, Ken. Often telling where the party leaders were spending their time, and that was up in PA.
It was. You have been saying all along, this is the problem. Those small communities, the smaller centres. PA has Carla Beck, when she, if I remember correctly, when she announced her candidacy, she actually, I think, if I remember correctly, she announced it in Prince Albert and made it as an indication of her commitment to move outside the Saskatoon and Regina area. So Scott Moe knows the same. They read the same numbers. They know that's a divided area. Good to see them both there, and good to see communities like Prince Albert getting that kind of an attention.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a look at the popular vote for Saskatchewan.
And the Sask Party, with a lot of those rural ridings, as we mentioned, we have no results yet from a lot of those urban city centers. So 63.2% for the Sask Party. Not really a big surprise for either of you when we're seeing where we are missing out so far. So now we're looking at where some of those other votes are, which we've been talking about all evening. This is where we could see maybe some of that right-wing split that could lead more votes for the NDP rather.
As we continue to check in with our reporters stationed throughout the province tonight, we have Sarah Jones at Sask Party headquarters in Regina with an update. Sarah?
Hi, Lisa. Yeah, there's definitely a feeling of anticipation building here tonight. However, still fairly tame with lots of empty tables behind me. But we did hear some small cheers earlier as some of those results are coming in. And as those votes start to come in, so do some of the candidates. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke with Sarah Wright, who's the Saskatchewan Party candidate in Regina Lakeview. She's up against a Carla Beck NDP leader. Sarah, who is in recovery from breast cancer. She just had her last surgery in April. She said what drew her to the party was to be an advocate for health care. Earlier this month, the party did say that they'd be making promises to women's health care specifically. They'd promised to introduce cervix self-screening and assisting with the cost of fertility treatments. And earlier this month, the party also promised to extend coverage for glucose monitoring for young adults and seniors. So while she's walked hundreds of miles, knocked on numerous doors, she said this is a massive night for her. While we still wait for those results to come in, we will be here for the remainder of the evening. Back to you guys.
All right, Sarah Jones, thanks for that. Again, we're still waiting a lot of results from Saskatoon and Regina, as well as some of those smaller cities as well.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing, and it's something that David has been pointing out throughout the evening, is that those large city centers are slower, but really interesting. The battleground in Moose Jaw that we haven't seen anything from yet, PA Carleton as well, and that Martinsville-Blairmore riding.
Yeah, PA Carleton, in which you call the grudge match.
The grudge match, yes, you bet, with the incumbents going head-to-head again.
All right, David Aiken, over at the map now.
Yeah, let's just check back in on Regina, and we wanted to talk about why the NDP. We've been going around to NDP headquarters, NDP gatherings, and they're feeling pretty good, even though we're looking at the score there. And Saskatchewan Party is one away from getting to that majority territory, 31, and the NDP are still well back at 12. Well, here is the electoral map of Regina right now. Here's what it was in 2020. You can see already, that's what they held, and some of those ridings have not reported yet. So the NDP are feeling pretty good that Regina is shaping up the way they like. We'll probably keep an eye on Regina Pasqua. I mentioned that earlier in the beginning of the night, that it was one of the closest races from 2020, and right now it's a close one. Mohammed Fayaz is the incumbent. He's got a 16-vote lead over Bajan Brar, and Brar ran last time. Try and say that quick, twice. So this is a rematch down in Regina Pasqua in a much redrawn riding. So we'll see how that goes. 6 polls are reporting. Have we had any lead changes? No, it's been pretty static all night long. That'll tell us if there's lead changes. Regina Pasqua is in the Sask Party column. It's the only one in Regina in the Sask Party column. Regina Rochdale would be a pickup. Could be a minister losing there, Laura Ross, so that would be a pickup, Regina Rochdale. And out in Regina Wascana Plains, Christine Tell, the environment minister, is behind the teacher, Mr. Blakely, in Regina Wascana Plains. So it is shaping up pretty nicely for the NDP. They probably want to get as many as they can. And ridings like, for example, Regina Douglas Park, Nicole Sauer, there's no results in here, but I'm pretty sure the NDP are confident that she's one of those New Democrats that wins. But we have no results in Regina Douglas Park right now. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Stephen. I need to make a correction for myself here, Brendan. I said the grudge match was in PA Carleton. It's in fact Prince Albert Northcote. That's where we have Alana Ross and head-to-head again. I went to high school in PA. I'm in a couple grudge matches there myself. Okay?
We both jumped on that one, Lisa.
I gotta say. All right, standing by with Carla Beck's parents right now, we have Catherine Ledwig at NDP headquarters in Regina. Kat, you're a curious cat. You find everybody for us.
I do find everybody, Lisa, and as the energy has ramped up here, Carla Beck's biggest supporters have decided to come say hello and tell me how excited they are that this is the big night for their daughter. You guys must be so proud.
Go ahead.
Yes, we are. It's been very exciting. I think I've been awake since 3 o'clock this morning, so.
Just as excited as her. We're so proud and excited and so nervous because you don't know what the future holds, and it's a big night. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but we're hopeful as can be.
It's definitely a high-pressure night. I can agree with you there. But how is Carla feeling? In the early afternoon earlier today, what was running through her mind?
Well, I think she's done all she can, so she's proud of what she's done. And if it doesn't work, well, she's worked hard, and it'd be quite a gain no matter what happens here, I think. So when the city results start coming in now, things are going to change.
Yeah, exactly that. She's pacing up there a little bit, but she's doing pretty good, really good actually. So yes.
Well, I'm sure you have her fingers crossed for her. You guys must say that again?
Right in my pocket.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed in her pocket. Like I said, biggest fans. Well, thank you so much. That's Judy and Ray Beck, Carla Beck's parents. They are probably the most excited but most anxious people here tonight. Thank you guys so much for coming up and talking to me. Yes, have a good night. Yes, good to see you. All right. Biggest fans.
Thanks,
Carla
Kat.
Beck's biggest fans. Just adding to the excitement.
Yes, all right. Thanks for that, Catherine.
All right, so I just want to rewind back to the feature that Catherine did on Carla Beck leading into the election. Got to go down and sit with her parents and her dad, proudly displaying a Saskatoon Berries shirt. Carla Beck's nephew, and like an avid ball player. The ball, it's the sports theme that just won't go away tonight, folks.
Yeah.
Carla Beck's nephew playing ball for the Saskatoon Berries, her baseball promo, and I was half expecting to see the Berries logo, but he did have the I voted logo, so it's all about Carla tonight for the Becks.
You know, it's funny. Politics can be dirty. And I like these moments because, you'll often see the victory speech or the concession speech where you see these candidates' families and their kids standing behind them. And I always think about those kids and what life is like for them. And, to see those parents standing there for anybody, who has their feathers ruffled over the NDP. Everybody's somebody's kid, and that's a perfect example of that. So politics can get messy, but kudos to anybody who puts themselves out there and gets involved in this right now, because it's not as easy, is it? It's not an easy time.
Politics is nasty these days, not because the politicians are, but because the public is. So the social media attacks can be absolutely vicious. The Twitter comments and things of that nature. And people hide behind the mask of anonymity and they just say whatever they want to say and criticize people. It's really hard on the parents.
Yeah.
It's really hard on the kids. It's really hard on the spouses, right? So we're actually really fortunate to have so many quite wonderful people. You see the Trent Witherspoons and people like that come forward, and the Ron Morgan. These are wonderful people who've served this province extremely well for a long time.
Yeah.
And there's so many of them.
Yeah.
Certainly do love to see the personal side of this, Lisa, but at the end of the day on election night, it is all about what is gained and what is lost. And we're going to take an updated look at what the numbers are showing as at dissolution. The Sask Party had 42 seats, and right now they are currently leading and are elected in 30. That is a loss of 12 seats.
The NDP leading at dissolution had 14 seats, now leading or elected in 12. They're going to make some strides tonight, I think, no matter what.
Certainly, as we shift our view to the popular vote, and as we were talking about throughout the evening, this is propped up by that rural vote. We've had a lot of the cities that haven't started to roll in yet, so we should start to see that orange and that green shift a little bit in the other direction. Sask Party currently leading or elected in 30 ridings, the NDP in 12, and of of course, as everyone knows, 31, the magic number to form majority in Saskatchewan.
All right, we're going to send it over to David Aiken now. The numbers coming in at a more acceptable pace for you right now to really start to make sense of things.
Oh, a little bit.
They are right now.
Yeah,
There, the Sask Party has gone over that magic number of 31. We'll try and find out where that must be some new places rolling in. And in fact, the Sask Party, I was just going to go to Cumberland, where the NDP are now ahead. It used to be in the Sask Party column. So I'm going to do this again to show you how we've had some lead changes. So we started out with the Sask Party ahead, had a lead change, and now that gap's widening. That's Cumberland. Elsewhere in the province, I mean, we haven't really checked in. You talked about Prince Albert a minute ago. We now have results in Prince Albert, both of them. Prince Albert Carleton now reporting 2 polls out of 10. And in Prince Albert Carleton, Kevin Kassoon is leading by 14 votes over Carolyn Brostrom, a public health nurse up there. It's 48.7% to 45%. So it's early, it's close in Prince Albert Carleton. On the north side, Prince Albert Northcote, Alana Ross against Nicole Rancourt. We talked about this rematch, a 3-time rematch. That has been pretty static. Alana Ross leading in Prince Albert Northcote. Okay, so that's one of the reasons that the Sask Party has bumped over the 31 mark. We have results in both Prince Albert ridings. Let's go down to Moose Jaw. We now have a result in Moose Jaw, and it's the southern Moose Jaw riding. This is the battle of the Pattersons, the 2 Pattersons, Megan Patterson and another M. Patterson, Melissa Patterson. Melissa works at the casino. Megan Patterson is a teacher at the local college there, teaches business. She is up in Moose Jaw, Whack-a-Mo, I've got to get that right. Megan Patterson up by 86 votes to the New Democrat. I think the NDP are kind of hoping that one goes. The bottom, the southern Moose Jaw riding with the NDP wins government, or if the NDP forms government, tends to go with the government. So that's one New Democrats may be nervously looking at. But quite clearly, we got a whole lot of New Democrat ridings that have just popped in because they're up to 21. That's got to be Regina. Yeah, Regina's looking pretty much like we last checked in. Let's check in on Saskatoon. Whoa, look at, there we go. That's the first time we've seen a lot of results in Saskatoon. So this is the electoral riding map right now in Saskatoon. I think one of the big surprises, and guys chime in with me on this is the old Saskatoon Northeast. It's now expanded east over the Chief Mistawasses Bridge, and now this new riding of Saskatoon Chief Mistawasses, Don McBean, public school administrator, a longtime teacher, is in the lead over Parminder Singh. So NDP looking to pick up in what was the old Northeast. Also, I think we have Saskatoon Willowgrove. Boy, this would be a surprise, guys. Ken Cheveldayoff, he seems to have been in the legislature forever, but right now he is behind the New Democrats. That's Saskatoon Willowgrove. Where else can I pop in and see if we've got nothing down there? We mentioned, Saskatoon Stonebridge. Here's another completely redrawn riding. Bronwyn Eyre, the Justice Minister, is the incumbent here. Saskatoon Stonebridge, let's take a look at it again. You see it right here, it's just a thin little sliver. That riding used to stretch quite a bit down into some rural polls that would have favored Bronwyn Eyre. So this might be a boundary readjustment story. Bronwyn Eyre losing some of that rural vote, and she finds herself behind the New Democrat Darcy Warrington right now. So Saskatoon, with the exception of Meewasin, is shaping up very nicely right now for the New Democrats, but still the Sask Party, all they need is 31. They had 40 whatever at the beginning of the night. If they have 32, that's still a majority. So the NDP still have some work to do, still some ridings, still to report. Back to you guys.
All right, David, thank you. Let's talk about Saskatoon Willowgrove. We all kind of gasped when we saw this. Ken?
Well, I certainly did.
Yeah.
Ken Cheveldayoff has been there for a very, very long time. A cabinet minister, very highly regarded, very well known locally. So to see him sort of behind, real shock. I mean, it's early days. I'd be surprised if it holds up, but you never know.
You never know.
It is very tight.
Those 16 votes right there, but really interesting. Out of the 2 major city centers, Saskatoon and Regina, Regina is currently all NDP leading right now. Saskatoon has 1 Sask Party leading ahead. So right now, that is a positive for those voting orange.
All right, Sask Party leading with 31 seats, leading or elected, the NDP 25. Let's take it to Nicole Healy at Sask Party headquarters, Saskatoon. Nicole?
Yes, the mood has definitely calmed down here a little bit. Still energetic, as those votes come in, but with Sask Party currently leading, people are just kind of relaxing a little bit more. It's still a smaller crowd, but that's because I'm hearing candidates are still at those candidate offices as the results come in. So now that we're seeing a little bit more results here in Saskatoon, should be expecting more candidates to come here for the final hours of the night. But like I said, they're just waiting for those results, just like us. It's still so close here in the big cities, so we'll see what happens. Lisa?
All right, Nicole Healy, thanks for that. We're going to take a look at some of the close races right now in Regina. Brendan, you were just mentioning that.
Yeah, so things were really close in here. We're going to take a peek first at Regina Rochdale incumbent. Minister responsible for the Status of Women, Laura Ross, trailing by 244 votes in Regina Rochdale. As we're taking a look, these tight ridings all across the major city centers. Regina Pasqua. This is a rematch. Mohammed Fayez beat Bajan Brar in the last election. It was a tight one, and Brar currently holding the 33 vote lead. So that'll be one to watch throughout the evening. And then Regina Wascana Plains, Lisa, this is one that our David Aiken was calling that bellwether and 18 vote lead for Brent Blakely as it sits currently.
David, let's talk about Regina Wascana Plains. Christine Tell currently trailing right now in second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that is the kind of riding, I've been saying this all night, that the NDP have to expand. And you know what, one of the things, we've talked about education and healthcare. My NDP friends are texting me saying, hey, don't forget, Carla Beck talked a lot about affordability. And that's important too. I think even the Saskatchewan Party people that I spoke to who've been texting me, they say, yes, Carla Beck did present a very moderate NDP picture. And when the NDP seems a bit more moderate, it's a bit more of a threat to the Saskatchewan Party. And that whole affordability discussion that Carla Beck engaged in would have perhaps persuaded some of those folks in Wascana Plains. One of the issues has been the federal carbon tax. Well, Carla Beck did as best she could to say they hate it. They don't like the federal carbon tax, and they would also they'd be cutting gasoline taxes as well. So if you're commuting in from Wascana Plains, maybe you took note of that. Who knows? We will see. I've got Saskatoon here because we didn't get a lot of time to explore some very interesting things in Saskatoon. So let me touch in. Now, Saskatoon-Meewasin, remember that was in the Sask Party side. It has come off the Sask Party side. And we now have 8 polls reporting at 12. We've got a lot of the votes for this riding in now. 2,000 plus for the incumbent Nathaniel Teed, the NDP ahead in Saskatoon-Meewasin over the Sask Party, 57% to 40. That seems a result that you might expect in Meewasin. But what about Don Grantsell riding Saskatoon Southeast? This would be a steal. So right now, Brittany Senger, she is ahead for the NDP in Saskatoon Southeast over the Sask Party, John Owajori. We have a former Sask Party MLA, Greg Burkitch, running for the SUP. It doesn't seem to be much of a factor at this point in time. People really aren't buying in that. So that's that. We mentioned Saskatoon Churchill Wildhood. That would be a pickup for the NDP. The incumbent is Lisa Lambert, Keith Jorgensen. And we have a lot of votes in here now, too, 53% to 45%. If we go to Saskatoon Willow Grove, you guys just touched on that. Ken Cheveldayoff in a little trouble out there. We'll see what goes on. Chief Miss Oasis. We want to check in on Saskatoon Westview, where an incumbent, David Buckingham, right now is behind April Chiefcalf, another educator. She was running a program to educate Indigenous people, to teach people Indigenous education. It was a program shut down by the Moe government in 2017. May have motivated her to put her name on a ballot. And right now she's ahead by 23 votes in Saskatoon Westview. So let me show you 2020. That's Saskatoon in 2020. Not a lot of orange. Saskatoon right now, quite a bit of orange. So that would be a net good for the NDP. But again, it's 33 for the Sask Party, leading or elected. They only need 31, and the NDP are at 24 right now. They need to see some of these turning. Maybe one of these is right here. Saskatoon Silver Spring, that would be a big get for the NDP. Paul Merriman is a cabinet minister, Minister of Corrections and Public Safety, and Hugh Gordon is his challenger. He's a former RCMP officer. Saskatoon Silver Spring would be one the NDP would like to have. I think that's going to be a tough one for them, guys. Paul Merriman right now holding it for the Sask Party.
All right, back to the rink. Gates Guarin in Shellbrook. Gates, nice to see you. Bring us up to speed. What's happening there?
Yeah, absolutely. The room's actually stirring a little bit more energy being brought into the room here with mostly media again. And that's because I think the results are starting to come in a little bit more steadily. So we are all reacting to that. We're all starting to see these the puzzle kind of come together around the province. But on the campaign front, still not a whole lot of noise and anything like that, because again, we are separated from the watch party here in the constituency of Rosthern-Shellbrook. Now, obviously, we are anticipating Scott Moe at some point during the night, but for right now, it is a little bit quiet here on the concourse. We are trying our best to find someone to really get us that big picture of what's going on the other side of the curtain. But until then, still all quiet on our front. Lisa, Brendan.
Warren, thanks for that. I was so pumped for Gates. I thought he had the post of the night, and I mean, it is going to pick up there. We had high hopes for the atmosphere at the rink.
Lisa, I half expected to see him on skates or at least munching on a rink burger at some point in time. But as these results are rolling in, this is interesting. Sask Party holding a lead, but a large majority of that propped up from the rural vote. Ken, did you expect to see this, or should this maybe push any sort of nerves for the Saskatchewan Party or their push towards rural Saskatchewan, knowing that the 26 votes in, or the 26 seats rather, in Saskatoon and Regina is not enough to hold majority?
As a proud citizen of Saskatchewan, these results have me very nervous. You have a situation where one part of the province votes overwhelmingly in one direction, the other part of the province, the cities, vote overwhelmingly the other opposite way. The cities are the economic engines in some ways, not the natural resource sector, but in terms of the universities and the new economy and all this kind of stuff. You're looking at a province here that is going off in two different directions. And there's no criticism of either party. They both trying to offer a vision, but neither party clearly has a vision that sort of covers both areas. And then if you look at the last election and last couple of elections, Sask Party did quite well in the cities. They won almost all the wealthier parts of the cities. So they had a good foothold in the cities. They could claim to understand urban places. Now you're looking at a situation where the cities go one way, and they have a very different set of values and issues and concerns than the rural areas. So NDP hasn't articulated a rural vision, and the Saskatchewan Party has not articulated an urban vision. And that is not healthy for the province, and it's actually replicating something that's happening across the country. On Southern Ontario is caught in the same mess. Manitoba is exactly in the same situation, and British Columbia's recent election is tied entirely to the rural-urban split. So I don't think this is very healthy for Canada, and our politicians on all sides have work to do.
Ken Coates, thank you. Our Mackenzie Mazinkowski has been at NDP headquarters in Saskatoon all night. We're going to check back in with her again. Mackenzie?
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, the energy has shifted in here for sure. As soon as NDP started making some gains, the energy and the cheering, it's just been electric. And I'm actually joined here with Erica Ritchie, candidate for the NDP in the Saskatoon-Nutana riding. So just tell me, NDP is making all of these gains. Do you think that momentum will carry into the rest of the night?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're so excited. The people have told us that they're ready for change, and what we're seeing in these results here tonight are showing us just exactly that.
Awesome. And were these the results you were expecting? A slow start off the top and then starting to pick things up now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that there's been a lot of changes to the way the polls are structured, and the polling is coming in. They're much larger polls, so we're seeing things slowly into the night. It's kind of going according to what we expected so far, and we're really excited.
Awesome. And, looking at these results, it's obviously become a close race. What do you think voters are saying to the NDP?
Well, they're saying that, we believe in you. We know that you're ready to work hard, that you have a plan, that it is a realistic plan that's going to deliver for the people in the areas that matter, be that healthcare, be that affordability, be that education. Those are the things we're focused on, and we're ready to work hard on.
Awesome. And many NDP candidates are saying they're feeling very confident about tonight and their platform. And do you think their message has resonated with the public?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We've been on the doorstep the last 28 days and even beyond that. I've had the privilege to be out in the field and into rural areas. I've been to Yorkton, Sask Rivers, North Battleford, Maple Creek, Swift Current, everywhere that I've gone, it's a resounding desire for change, and that's what we're ready to deliver.
Thank you so much, Erica Ritchie, for joining me up here and providing that insight. You heard it here. The NDP is expecting to, gain more momentum as the night carries on, but we'll have to just wait and see what the voters have decided. So I'll send it back to you there in studio.
All right, thanks, Mackenzie. As we look at that projected seat count at the bottom of the screen, 33 to 24, let's take a look at where it's been locked in with our leading and elected numbers.
Okay, so of those 33, needing 31 to form a majority, the Sask Party is only 8 seats short, currently elected in 23. The NDP, however, they've had that lead surge. They're currently leading or elected in 24, but only elected in 3 of those. But I'm starting to sound like a bit of a broken record, guys. Those rural votes came in fast and furious off. Well, okay, fast and furious might be a bit of a stretch, but they came in earlier.
They came in?
They came in earlier than the urban centers, which we're still waiting on a couple more. But we're starting to see that swing and shift in momentum back the other way, as this has been a pretty tight battle tonight.
Ken Coates, before we go to break, anything from you?
Well, it's been really tight, tighter than I expected in some ways. But I said already, kind of disappointing for the province, not disappointing for the parties. The NDP's done extremely well. They've got to be celebrating like crazy because I don't think they really expected to win. They hope to win. Sask Party's got to be very nervous and upset. I think the province should be concerned.
All right, this is the part of the book where you can't put it down. We're going to be right back with more results and analysis. You're watching Decision Saskatchewan on Global. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Decision Saskatchewan on Global. I'm Lisa Dutton. Brendan Purdy, Ken Coates, our political analyst. We were talking about these boundaries being redrawn, and you were in the thick of some voter confusion today.
I was actually. I dropped into my riding in Saskatoon, and it was kind of an interesting thing. You redo the boundaries, and until the election is called, you're still getting messages from the old MLA. And so it actually involves Ken Cheveldayoff, for example, because somebody showed up at the place I was and they wanted to vote for him. And they kept asking the person, how do I vote? Well, it was the wrong riding. He's in Merriman's riding now. And the individual was confused. Actually, there were about 6 people there who were confused.
Wow.
And they thought they were in the other riding, and they were in the riding before, but now they shifted over. And that happens. There's no fault at this. The MLAs have to communicate with their own constituents right till the day the writ has dropped. And then the elections, Saskatchewan's done a great job of informing everybody, but I'm astonished at how many people end up still being confused at the end of the day.
All right, tossing it over to David Akin now. We're going to bring you in with more on that.
And that's going to happen at the next federal election. So I don't think there's a lot of redraws in Saskatchewan, the province of Saskatchewan, for the federal election, but elsewhere in the country, there's a lot of redraws. Same sort of thing is going to happen. Voters, MPs have to communicate to their new constituents, just as we heard Trent Weatherspoon talking about how he did it provincially in his riding. I want to come back to Saskatoon. You mentioned Cheveldayoff a minute ago. Let's check in on what's going on in Willow Grove. And look at that. Ken's got a 1-vote lead. Ken Cheveldayoff is in front by 1. And look at this. The Sask United Party has 26 votes. I'm sure Ken would rather have that 26 votes. I don't know what he's got to do to convince those 26. But Willow Grove right now is back in the Sask Party column. We still don't have a result from Saskatoon-Riversdale. Now, Saskatoon-Riversdale, this is Roy Romano's old riding. Lauren Calvert was the MLA here. This was an NDP stronghold forever, had only gone Sask Party once. That was last time in 2020 when Marv Friesen won it for the Sask Party. But Marv's not running again. So we're going to see, is this up for grabs in Riversdale? The NDP would certainly like to have that one back. That, I would say, NDP favored. If all of Saskatoon is going orange right now, you've got to think Riversdale is going to be among them. But we can't put it in their column yet. Let's go down to Regina, where one of the ridings that is not yet reported is Carla Beck's riding. We don't have any results for Regina Lakeview. So Saskatoon, Riversdale, Regina Lakeview, you might see that would be 24, 25, 26 if you're looking at the bottom there. If we look up in Regina Coronation Park, this is a rematch from last time around. Riaz Ahmed is the incumbent. Noor Burki is trying to steal it. We'll see what happens down there. Regina Pasqua, that has flipped back into the NDP column. Regina Pasqua, but John Brar has a 33 vote lead over Mohammed Fayaz right now. So that's coming in the NDP's way, but still no results in those two. And just one other sort of no result which is probably going to go to the Sask Party side, and that's Yorkton. We have no results from Yorkton, where this is certainly a Sask Party candidate here is favored. There's no incumbent. This is Ottenbright's old riding. David Chan is the Sask Party candidate hoping to win there. So as we sort of start to see where things going or not going for the NDP, they're going to get a couple more seats. I mentioned Lakeview. I mean, Beck's going to get elected there. But, you know, they didn't get White City, and that was one of the ones, or they're not getting White City right now. 53% for the Sask Party in White City. And we talked about up in Saskatoon, ridings they kind of needed to have was that Martinsville riding, Martinsville-Blairmore, where the Deputy Mayor Jamie Martins right now is ahead, and ahead in a big way, 71% to 27% for Tammy Pike. We've got the Deputy Mayor leading. Tammy Pike works for the city. She is an employee of the city. So right now, Martinsville-Blairmore, I think the NDP kind of had some hopes that they would do better in a riding like that. Right now, not looking like it. So if they do fall short, it's because they've fallen short, I think, in places like White City, Capel, like Martinsville, which kind of were on the, if we win those, we win government, and New Democrats would have thought.
All right, David, thank you. We're going to take a look at Regina Douglas Park right now. From what I understand, this is the only riding in Regina where someone has been elected, correct?
Yes, Lisa, I'm just refreshing right now, and yes, that's still showing Nicole Sarr. She wins with a just shy of, or just north, I should say, of 1,000 votes, 65%. The former, let me just get this right, corrections critic, and yes, we're still awaiting, as David was just explaining, 4 results have yet to arrive. We've got 2 in Regina, 1 in Saskatoon, and as he mentioned, in Yorkton.
All right, Nicole Sauer with something to celebrate, and our Catherine Ludwig is standing by with her now from NDP headquarters in Regina.
Lots of excitement here in the Doubletree Hotel at the NDP headquarters, and no one as excited as Nicole Sarr right now, now elected MLA for Regina Douglas Park. Nicole, how are you feeling?
Very excited. It's an absolute honor to be re-elected by the people of Regina Douglas Park. But in addition to that, I'm so excited to see the numbers come in and see more colleagues on our side of the aisle get elected. So we still have a long night ahead of us, but very excited about the turnout so far.
Now, I know the NDP has put a lot of effort into door knocking. I assume you put a lot of effort into it too. Now, tell me, what was the main concern that you heard from people while talking to them at their front doors?
I heard from people who were very frustrated with this government. They were just sick of the entitlement and the arrogance that they were feeling from the Sask Party. They were feeling ignored, and they were really resonating with the priorities that we were putting forward: affordability, cost of living, fixing healthcare, and fixing education. So that was very exciting to hear.
Now, Nicole, you've been with the NDP party, elected in 2016, so you know the party well, you know the city well. Are there any ridings in Regina that you're keeping a close eye on?
I'm looking at all of them right now, but I was sharing office space with Regina University and Regina Wascana Plains, Sally Hauser and Brent Blakely for us. Very interested to see how those seats go. From my experience on the doorsteps in both of those ridings, things were feeling very positive for us, so I hope that turns out in the numbers tonight.
Okay, for sure. Well, thank you so much, Nicole, and congratulations. That's Nicole Sarr, now elected MLA of Regina Douglas Park. I'll throw it back to you, Lisa.
All right, thanks, Kat. We're going to toss it over to David Aiken with more results. Hey, David.
Well, let's check in on those ridings that Nicole Sarr just mentioned. Regina University is right there. Regina University, Sally Hauser, the New Democrat, has been leading all night long, I'm pretty sure. Let's double check on that. She has been leading all night long, though the lead has narrowed a little bit. But right now in Regina University, the Social Services Minister, Jean Mikowski, is trailing the New Democrat, Sally Hauser, by 198 votes. That's Regina University. And then over there in Regina, Wascana Plains, there's Brent Blakely. He is leading by 24 votes over the Environment Minister, Christine Tell. And let's take a look at how that's doing. It's been pretty static for most of the night. We don't have a lot of polls yet, just 4 polls reporting at this point in the evening, and the NDP are ahead. So Regina University and Wascana Plains, the NDP campaign team, yes, had to have those, circled those, and right now they do. Wascana Plains a little closer right now than Regina University.
All right, David, thank you. We're going to toss it over to Nicole Healy now at Saskatoon Sask Party headquarters. She's standing by with those boots to the ground, hardworking volunteers. One of those.
Yes, it's still a relaxed atmosphere here at Sask Party headquarters. I'm joined here with Molly Waldman, a Sask Party volunteer. Molly, what did you hear on the doorstep when you were campaigning?
Yeah, thank you so much. People were really excited. The message was resonating. People are excited about the affordability measures that were introduced, particularly the increase for the graduate retention program, the active families benefit increase, I believe the renovation tax credit. People are excited.
And do you feel like the message you were trying to get across for the Sask Party really resonated with people here in Saskatoon?
Yeah, it definitely did. Particularly today, I had a really great day on the doorstep. I was back in Southeast, so I volunteered in that constituency last election, so it was really great to see the people again and chat and, update on what's going on.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Despite the NDP stronghold here in Saskatoon, Sask Party here says that people of Saskatoon also like what the Sask Party has to say. Lisa, Brendan.
All right, thanks. We're going to look at the Regina Saskatoon left popular vote. Ken, you've been talking about this all night and what it means for the people of Saskatchewan.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing two Saskatchewans, and it's actually so graphic when you look at it this way, and it's the result that the people have produced, but you're getting overwhelming support for the NDP in the cities.
And look at there, it is represented in the numbers. Ken, 55.1%. That number was staggering when we looked at the rest of the province, 57% in Saskatoon. So this is really showing that division, and we are going to get to the rest of the province here. And I would like you to continue on that thought line. Here's the rest of Saskatchewan. So those numbers really staggering. And what does that political division, or what could that mean to our province? Because earlier in the evening, you did sound quite concerned.
Actually, I am really concerned partly because it's reproducing something that is national, but also international. See the same thing in England, the same thing in France, same thing in Australia. See the same thing in the United States. And you're looking at here where people in the rural areas feel that they're being ignored by the wealthier people in the cities. It's a gross generalization, obviously, but the people in the cities going and saying, who are those folks out there in the countryside trying to tell us what to do? And when the seats are sort of balanced proportionally toward the rural areas, the city is going, we have more people, why don't we have more seats? Why don't we have more control? Why aren't we in charge of this province? So this is where tensions erupt, and they can get very serious very, very fast.
Alina Young has just been elected. We wanted to make a quick mention of that. And Ken, lessons to be learned by the way Saskatchewan is voting tonight for both parties.
Well, I think neither party has been very successful breaking out of their base. The NDP has done a fabulous job of getting into Saskatoon and Regina.
All right.
You bet. So Alina Young, South Albert, she was the incumbent in University, and not an insignificant win. That's 62.3%, becoming the second official person elected in Regina. So a big win as the NDP pushing for those urban seats like we've been talking about all night. And David Aiken, I believe, is ready and on guard to break it down. And David, that seems to be the story. Early on, it was rural Saskatchewan going green, and now it's those urban ridings going orange.
It's been that way federally, too, when you think about it. Now, federally, of course, in Saskatchewan, all 13 seats are held by the Conservative Party right now. But in general, Conservative parties, small c, be they Saskatchewan Party or the United Conservatives next door in Alberta, yes, they do tremendously well in rural and small city communities, and they tend to do less well in bigger cities. So take a look at Edmonton next door in Alberta. It's all NDP, and there's not a UCPer there. And we're seeing that here. Let's take a look at the map right now. This is the 2024 map. This is 2020, and it's almost similar. I mean, it's just solid green everywhere in rural areas. Let's zoom in, though, to talk about it's even more sort of polarized in this sense. This is the map of Regina right now. That gray part, that's Regina Lakeview. So if you're looking at that, consider it orange right now. This is Regina in 2020. And what Ken was saying, the Sask Party did win in some of the starting to be suburban parts of Regina, but they're not there tonight. Voters in Regina are saying we're all in on the NDP. Let's take a look at Saskatoon. Very similar situation. Fantastic night for the NDP in Saskatoon. That's Shovel Dayoff's riding out there. Willow Grove, that's 2020. again, in 2020, the Sask Party, the government party, had a lot of representatives, had cabinet ministers from Saskatoon. But right now, if Moe had to form a cabinet and wanted to have one person from a big city, it's that guy. It's Cheveldayoff. He's got to go back into cabinet. There's no cabinet options right now for Scott Moe in Regina, and this is the only cabinet option. You want to have people from your biggest cities in cabinet, just as you want to have people from rural areas. You want to have men and women. You want to have some diversity. So that's the problem. And the flip side is, should Carla Beck get the chance to form a cabinet, and it's starting to seem increasingly unlikely that she's going to, if she wanted to form a cabinet, is she going to pick from somebody? Is she got a grain farmer from southwest Saskatchewan in her cabinet? No. She, too, will have a deficiency in terms of diversity from the rural areas. And that's really what Ken's getting at, is you're not going to get those voices inside your government that are speaking to the other half of the province. And yeah, that can be a problem. And that's something, you know, whoever we see give a speech tonight, that whatever premier or premier designate, they're going to have to address this divide and talk about how they're going to reach across that divide tonight.
All right, thanks for that, David. We're going to go to Shellbrook now. Gates Guarin is there tonight. That is where Sask Party leader Scott Moe, we will eventually see him. I believe we have Gates standing by. There he is, Gates. Still quiet behind you. What's happening there? Give us an update.
Yeah, obviously, you know, we're still waiting on those results to come in. It's still a little bit more quiet here on the concourse as the media continues to watch those numbers quite closely. We're seeing a little bit of activity, some people kind of moving between the watch party and kind of onto the concourse, but nothing really of note there. You know, I have still been told that Scott Moe won't be in the building until the race has been projected by all of us here. So it's be a long night before we hear from Scott Moe. We see from Scott Moe. We'll just have to wait and see. Lisa, Brendan.
All right, thanks for that, Gates Guarin. I think we have results now from all of the ridings in Saskatchewan.
There we go, Lisa.
Yes, okay, there we go.
34-27, the total to make 61. So as David was pointing out, waiting on Yorkton and Regina Lakeview, of course, the riding of NDP leader Carla Beck. I haven't looked yet, and I think it's probably safe to assume, but I'm not going to, but an educated guess would say the Lakeview went to Carla Beck. I'm getting the thumbs up from David Aiken off screen, so thank you, David. Do you know what? That was redemption on my crystal ball. But so Lakeview, probably not a close riding. Yorkton we'll have to look into, but we do have some close ridings that we do want to watch as we are breaking down. So Saskatoon, Willow Grove, this is an extremely tight riding. Look at this, incumbent Ken Cheveldayoff, longtime MLA in Saskatchewan, a single vote lead. Only 3 of 12 polls reporting, however, but still a surprising number with only the single vote lead. And we'll get another look at it now, a little refresh here. Nothing changed as of yet, but again, urban riding and a lot of people in Willow Grove, so it's a lot of counting ballots as we go to Silver Spring now, Lisa.
Saskatoon, Silver Spring, Hugh Gordon leading by 36 votes, your NDP candidate there. Paul Merriman, the incumbent, in second place.
And now another incumbent, Christine Tell, trailing Brent Blakely by 146 votes. And things getting a little tighter there. 7 of 11 polls reporting. Prince Albert, Northcote. See, this is the one that we wanted to jump on before the grudge match. Yeah. Alana Ross holding a narrow 29-vote lead. Just over half of the polls reporting 8 of 14.
All right, and Saskatoon Southeast, NDP's Brittany Singer, leading over the Sask Party candidate. Again, just a small handful of votes.
So here we go. We'd been talking earlier to see if these split votes on the right-hand side were going to play a part. Greg Burkich, 121 votes. There's a 93-vote lead there, Ken. That's enough to bridge the difference. And David, I believe this is something that you had been pointing out earlier in the night, and it is playing a factor in that one riding.
Yeah, I mean, again, in close races, and clearly there's a couple of them, and I'm sure the SUP sort of designed it that way, looking at places where they just might, give it to the Sask Party to make a point. They are not leading anywhere. The Sask United Party is not leading. They're not close to leading anywhere, so they're not going to elect somebody, but they have made it very difficult in some races, and you just highlighted a few. I wanted to start as we just sort of take a quick trip around the province. Now that we have those results in, we have a result in Regina Lakeview, and there it is. That's Carla Beck's riding, and you got it, Brendan. There, Carla Beck right now She has a 328 vote lead, 63% over the challenger, Sarah Wright, a PR specialist. Just after all these hours, it seems like days actually, we have one poll reporting right now, just one in Regina Lakeview, but thank goodness we do. And before we continue on, we don't want to forget about our good friends down in Yorkton. They have a different shaped riding. It used to be just the city of Yorkton. Now it has expanded a little bit. Here it is. We've got a result there. David Chan has 55.7% of the vote. 6 polls reporting. They sort of all came in right at once. So quite a few votes here. I think we're probably getting close to the point where we may project that David Chan is the winner. And as we start thinking about a new Saskatchewan Party government, diminished, but still a majority, and a historic one, it would be 5 in a row. That's incredible, 5 majorities in a row. We're going to start to talk about renewal in cabinet and renewal in the caucus. David Chan, I think, is going to be part of that story. He's a young guy, he's a mental health counselor of some First Nations down there. You could see him being considered for a cabinet job again if we want to reflect some different voices, some different faces, younger perhaps. I think that is going to be one of the challenges that Scott Moe is going to have if he is offered the opportunity to form a cabinet for a 5th time. And, you know, I'm trying to think, like 5 majorities in a row. Last one in this particular province, it was Tommy Douglas, 44 to 1960. This is the first of a center-right party to, if that happens, to be able to form a majority government 5 times in a row. It's remarkable. Yeah, here's the other thing, too. This province, it seems, voters don't much like change because there's only been one change of government in 34 years. That was in 2007. It's going to be at least 38 if it holds this time. And in the 120-year history of the province, there's been 8 changes of power. 120-year-old province, just 8 times voters have said, no, we'd like some other guys in. But tonight, it seems the Sask Party may just continue right on.
All right, David, thank you. Mackenzie Mazankowski is at NDP headquarters in Saskatoon. We're going to circle back to her now. Mackenzie?
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, you know, the energy just keeps getting higher and higher here. You know, that there's cheers as we see, NDP candidates leading or elected here as the ballots start to roll in. And I'm actually joined with newly elected Saskatoon-Meewasin MLA Nathaniel Teed. I believe congratulations are in order. What is going through your mind right now?
I'm very excited. It has been an honor of my life to represent the people of Saskatoon-Meewasin. We worked really hard, and they have given me a lease to continue to represent them in the legislature, and I'm so excited to continue to be talking about what matters most to them, what I've been listening over the last 2 years of being their MLA. I'm so excited to continue to bring that to the legislature.
Awesome. And during your campaign, what were those major issues top of mind? What were you hearing at the door during the campaign?
Absolutely. You know, on every door we were hearing concerns about affordability, whether folks were having to choose between buying groceries or paying for their utility bill. At the same time, folks were telling me that they were so concerned about healthcare access, whether their loved one would have access to healthcare when they needed it. I've been so proud to be part of this team that has championed these issues that matter most to folks, be it cost of living, be it healthcare, be it education, or keeping good jobs right here in Saskatchewan.
Awesome. And what are you hoping for, expecting for as the rest of the night here plays out?
Oh, it is an electric feeling in this room. We are seeing results come up. Everything is so close. I think at the end of the day, people, when I talk to them on the doorstep, they want to change. I think that folks are resonating with Carla Beck's message that we can bring change to this province, and I'm hoping to see that change tonight.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel Teed, for joining us here. Yeah, you've heard it here. The NDP believes that people want change, and they are seeing that change come in as they gather more seats than they have in the previous election. So we'll just have to wait and see as the night plays out what the Saskatchewan voters have decided. Back to you there in the studio, you guys.
All right, thank you, guys. We got to talk about Saskatoon, Silver Spring. It is a dead heat.
So that I noticed this, and I had to look into this. This is incredible. I noticed that we had went from 61 and we were at 60 and there's 61 ridings. Everyone had reported. Paul Merriman, the incumbent, and Hugh Gordon are in a dead heat. 2,465 votes apiece with 7 of 10 polls reporting. Ken, did you have that on your bingo card for this evening?
Not a chance, not even close. I thought for sure he'd be much better off than that.
One of the high-profile candidates potentially at risk tonight for the Sask Party, also Ken Cheveldayoff and Christine Tell. These are some people that I don't think folks were expecting to lose their seat.
We go in Canadian politics. Incumbency has a huge role. We don't pay a lot of attention to politics every single day. So somebody who's a cabinet minister and gets their name in the press all the time just sort of stays front of mind, right? And if they've also been a cabinet minister and an incumbent together, as Cheveldayoff has been, and Merriman and people like that, Mazinkowski down south, that you sort of just expect they're going to stay in. And then the change comes when they retire. The Don Morgans who step aside, and now it's time for some new party to come in and take over. What's shocking about this election is they've been knocking off some heavyweights. And the Saskatchewan Party is going to have trouble putting a strong cabinet together.
Ken Coates, thank you. We're going to take you to break. You're watching Decision Saskatchewan, and there's still more to come. Stay up with us. We'll be right back. This is fun. We're having fun here.
Elections are fun things. Don't get us wrong.
Yeah, you're watching a Decision Saskatchewan on Global. I'm Lisa Dutton, joined by Brendan Purdy, political analyst Ken Coates, and David Aiken. Quickly, Laura Ross, we want to mention, from Regina Rochdale, has been defeated by the NDP candidate.
So, Lisa, what we're learning tonight is there will be a bit of a cabinet shuffle, no matter what, not just from retirement, but now an incumbent going down.
And who's going to sit in cabinet from Regina? I mean, whatever. One of the things that struck me as we'll watch some boards through here is whenever we go to the party headquarters, to a party event, we go to the New Democrats, and people are jumping up and down and cheering, and balloons are going off, and I'm scratching my head going, you guys are losing, and they seem so happy. And meanwhile, when we go to a Saskatchewan Party event, particularly up there in the premiers, it's like somebody died. It's like, and yet it looks like they're going to win. So obviously the Sask Party, they're losing ministers, they're losing caucus members, but it's still a majority, the fifth. And I think for the New Democrats, and I've had some texts from some NDP friends, for them, this is great. Anything over 20 was a big deal. And that's why they're whooping it up at New Democrat headquarters, except I don't think anybody's told them, you need 31 to win the election, not 26. And the Sask Party has it.
So I do like the point that you're making there, David, and something we had talked about, Ken, earlier on is the victory line for the NDP and for the Sask Party. With the majority, if it stands like this, can Scott Moe and his party consider this a victory in anything but taking a majority government?
Well, they should, for the simple reason it's the fifth one, right?
Yeah.
And
it's hard to win majorities.
It's hard to win majorities in difficult times when incumbents are being kicked out of office left, right, and center. So that by itself is a really significant sort of achievement. For Carla Beck, of course, this is a huge accomplishment. They've taken the party out of the wilderness. They've been scrapping around in sort of a handful of seats, a dozen seats here and there. And now you look and say, very credible as the next government.
And no question she gets another chance to run. It's not like there's to be no knives out for her at all.
Not at all.
And importantly, because, I remember watching Tom Mulcair, for example. Remember, he inherited Jack Layton's big 100 seats in the House of Commons, and he wanted to move the party to the center and challenge for government. But there's people in that party that are ideologues that, no, we want to stick to our principles, and they pretty much got Mulcair fired. Carla Beck is going to have to manage that issue because I think she has moved her party a little towards the center. And to the extent that there are, quote, ideologues in that party, and there are, she's got to manage that and say, guys, the important part is to win power, and then we can do what we want to do.
And I think if you watch her toward the end, trotting out some ex-Sask Party people.
Yes.
And coming first, hey, look, they're supporting us now. So you're a 30, 40, 50-year NDPer. And you look up and say, what are you doing?
Why is Ian Hanna, for example, who was like this with Brad Wall, how come he's on our team now,
exactly.
right? Is that a feature or a bug?
Being a spokesperson at the events, that's...
Yeah, no, it's pretty strange. So, it is shaping up at this point. There's some close races, and that's one of the reasons why I don't think anybody's prepared to call a government yet, because there's still enough close races that, well, if the Sask Party loses a handful, maybe the NDP does come back. But for the NDP, great night. And the Sask Party, I'm sorry, if you're winning, you win. That's a great night, just definition. That's it.
We need some hootin' and hollering, right?
They need some hootin' and hollering.
We're going to go to Cat. Let's see if we got some hootin' and hollering again at NDP headquarters in Regina. We got hootin' and hollering, Cat.
That's right, Lisa. It's very loud here. People are definitely hooting and hollering, that's for sure. Yeah, lots of celebration going on here. And we've talked a lot about, how the NDP have put a lot of effort into door knocking. However, they've also put a lot of effort into their digital marketing. And who better to tell me about that than the director of marketing themselves, Lou Kerr. So, Lou, tell me about the strategy that went into the digital side of things for the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, we really wanted to make sure that we were speaking globally across the province and speaking to all people in Saskatchewan. So we did a lot of research into what different audiences wanted to hear. Ultimately, everybody wanted to hear that there was going to be a change happening, and we really made sure to target, along with the fabulous org team, target key areas with our social media presence. And then, of course, we layered a bunch of different platforms on top of that: broadcast, print, radio, and we definitely created some specific assets for individual key ridings just to make sure that people were feeling heard and that we were reflecting what they needed and what they're looking for.
For sure. Now, the NDP really had to try and appeal to the rural vote and the vote in the smaller and medium cities. How did you guys plan for that on the digital side of things?
Yeah, I mean, we spent a long time talking about it, and I think it really stemmed from the team going out and actually talking to people, and then us being able to reflect that back in our messaging. One of the first ads that we kind of put together, the famous baseball ad where Carla showed up, high energy, high momentum, ready to go, really helped us show that she was a real person who has real roots here across the whole province in baseball and can relate to real people. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Lou. That's Lou Kerr, Director for Marketing for the NDP and the brains, as I understand, behind the baseball ad. Thank you so much for talking with me, Lou. I'll send it back to the desk, Lisa.
All right, Catherine, thank you. We have a tie game in Saskatoon Silver Spring. And David, it's now 10:50 p.m. I think this might mean overtime.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You've got it. Overtime. We have this unique sort of color. It's sort of a pattern for a tie, which we rarely get to use, especially with so many votes. But Saskatoon Silver Spring, 2465 to 2465. And in this case, I don't know, if you didn't have a green in the race, would those green supporters vote for the NDP? You might think some of them would. So again, the presence of a third candidate. I'm not going to call this a split on the left, but Greens have been around a little while, federally and provincially. Anyways, 2465, 2465. This is the law and order race. This is the Minister of Public Safety and Corrections versus an RCMP guy. The law and order race in Saskatoon Silver Spring. We'll keep an eye on that. It's one of the reasons, again, we're not able to declare a government for one side or the other because, that obviously races like this could affect things. Another close one we want to take a look at is Saskatoon Westview. The lead right now for the New Democrats is 50 votes, 5-0, 1,110 to 1,060. That's a very close race. And again, if that flips back, that could impact things as well. We also, look at that, we now have the lead change. Saskatoon Silver Spring, Hugh Gordon has gone up 68 votes. So Hugh Gordon's in the lead in Saskatoon Silver Spring over a minister. But we do come back again, guys, to that story that I think we're going to have to really talk about tomorrow if, in fact, the Sask Party wins. This is it for your cabinet minister from Saskatoon. That's it, in fact, for your cabinet minister from either of the big cities. This is what Regina looks like now. That's what Regina looked like at the end of 2020. Regina now, Regina 4 years ago. There's no possibility right now of a Sask Party cabinet minister from Regina. And similarly, should the NDP pull it out, there's no orange anywhere outside, except for these two up here. There's no orange anywhere outside Saskatoon or Regina. No orange in Moose Jaw, none in PA, none in Yorkton, none of the Battlefords, nowhere outside those cities. And that's just as much of a problem for Carla Beck as the problem of not having a city representative is for Scott Moe.
All right, David, thank you. We're going to take a look at the riding of Regina now. Regina University, correct? Yeah, there we go.
We're going to jump over. There it is right there. So we just saw that tie. Hugh Gordon now jumping for the NDP. And look at Regina University. Right.
I don't think you're going to find a more well-known Sask Party candidate in Regina than Jean Mikowski.
Hey, Tyler, is any other network called this election
trying
yet?
to get the words out. And the incumbent, the social services minister, Jean Mikowski, obviously well known as being a Saskatchewan Rough Rider, trailing Sally Hauser with 7 of 10 reporting. As we take a look at the popular vote, and look at Regina, 56% for the NDP, 38.1 for the Sask Party, and that's becoming true. And again in Saskatoon, 55.8 to 40.7, as we're seeing those city centers becoming more orange and more orange and more orange. But in the rest of Saskatchewan, and we've been talking about the division politically in our province that we're seeing unfold tonight, Ken, 63.6% of the popular vote in Saskatchewan belonging to the Sask Party.
All right, Sarah Jones is at Sask Party headquarters in Regina. Sarah, I have to ask, we just showed Jean Mikowski is trailing in his riding. Have you seen him there at all today? This evening, rather?
No, Lisa. Like I've said earlier tonight, a lot of those candidates are watching from their campaign headquarters. I've done a quick count of the room. There are about 40 people here. So it's still quite quiet at the moment. I mean, you know, seeing those early projections that NDP is taking a lead here in Regina. You know, we're seeing longtime party incumbents like Laura Ross in Regina Rochdale losing her riding, Christine Tell in Regina Wascana Plains, Mohammed Fayez in Regina Pasqua trailing in the polls. So I think a lot of people are on the edge of their seat at the moment for Regina specifically. You know, while Sask Party is still holding on to those rural votes, I don't think it's the result that they were looking for here in Regina. I mean, as those polls are telling us, maybe the Saskatchewan Party's message didn't really resonate with Regina voters this time around. But well, I guess we'll just have to see what happens next. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks, Sarah Jones. We're going to go back to David Aiken now. Again, another very quiet Sask Party headquarters. That one, Regina, where Jean Mikowski is.
They're winning.
It's like the Sask Party doesn't know what to do with their hands.
Do I put them here or whatever? Exactly.
I don't deserve all the flack. It's this lack of cheering, David. That's why I'm asking these questions about the moral victory.
I know. Well, you know, maybe Scott Moe will come out from wherever he's, I don't want to say hiding, but from wherever he is we don't know where he is. We haven't seen anybody at Scott Moe headquarters. No one will talk to Gates to tell them what's going on. It's a very peculiar party, you Saskatchewan Party. But listen, let's get back to some results. Let's talk about some Saskatchewan Party successes. I want to talk about a series of ridings right here, sort of to the west and going up north of Saskatoon. I'll call it the power alley of ridings. Why the power alley? We have a premier and 2 pretty powerful ministers. First, the premier, in case you hadn't heard, Scott Moe. Very early on, we projected that he would be elected. With 63% of the vote, though, how did Scott do last time around up there? Whoop, that's not there. That's Randy Weeks. Scott Moe, there he is in Rosthern. He got 80% of the vote. He's down 20 points. He's still up at 60%. That's great. So that's one in the power rally there, 2024. Then we go up here to Jeremy Harrison. He was in a little trouble earlier on, but we have projecting that Jeremy Harrison will be re-elected in Meadow Lake. And Harrison's, you know, one of the youngest people ever elected to the House of Commons. And here, he's been in politics a long time. We move down the power alley right there to Rosetown Delisle. There's Jim Ryder. We need Scott Moe's going to need a finance minister. Jim Ryder is energy right now. Is Jim Ryder the finance minister, perhaps? I think those are one of the things that, you know, the markets want to know, voters want to know. Have you got some leadership in that particular portfolio? It's a very important one. And we could go a little further down even to Wood River, and David Merritt easily elected as the agriculture minister, sort of continuing a bit of that power alley north to south. David Merritt, agriculture minister, easy 68.5% of his vote to the New Democrats at 17. There's your Saskatchewan United in an area where if you're going to get that, you know, there's a lot of conservative voters, so if you're going to get some dissension about where's the Sask Party going, you'd expect the SUP to do better than the PCs. They didn't. So maybe as I said, one of the things the Sask Party was looking at was the right flank. I don't detect any tremors on the right. We'll bear further scrutiny, but right now you know, the Sask Party is where they have to win. They're winning. There's your power alley of ministers, TM, power alley of ministers. I like it.
Thanks, David. Regina Lakeview, we can tell you that NDP leader Carla Beck has been elected in her riding, leading with 1,325 votes. There you have it, Carla Beck elected.
And you know what they say about leaders? Lead by example, Lisa. And Carla doing just that in her home riding. It was a landslide, leading by, as you said, 1,325, but pulling in 70.4% of the vote. And kind of interesting, those were the numbers that we had previously seen out of Scott Moe. Yep. And that number has dropped, and Carla Beck on the rise now.
And those are the people that know her the best.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yes.
the local constituent, she's been very active in her community for a very, very long time in a whole bunch of different places. And when you're that well known and 70% of the people show up and vote for you, that tells you something pretty neat about the person.
Certainly does.
Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina, and that is, of course, where Carla Beck is going to be later tonight. And we can hear the cheers again, Kat.
That's right, Lisa. Yeah, it's very loud in here, and it's packed in here, full of supporters, family members, volunteers, and they're all super excited to hear that party leader Carla Beck is now elected in her riding of Regina Lakeview. Now, something interesting about Carla Beck, when I was chatting with her during my one-on-one with her a few weeks ago, she told me about what got her into politics, and she told me that while she was a social worker for roughly 20 years, she also managed a women's shelter, and seeing the hardships that women and children went through on a daily basis and what they had to go through and face is what inspired her to become a politician to help. I think that's, you know, part of the reason why she's so relatable. I think she was able to convey that throughout her campaign and really connect with people that way. So it's no surprise that she has, upped the amount of votes she got in her riding. But of course, first goal, get the riding, and now next goal, get the premier seat. But we'll see if that happens as the night goes on. Back to you, Lisa.
All right, Catherine Ludwig, thanks for that. Let's circle back to this other category, these other parties and how they can impact the election. I know it was more of a storyline earlier tonight, but Ken, you had a comment about that.
Well, I think what happens is people look and say, oh, 5% here, that would have been 5% more for the Sask Party. That often isn't the case.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, they might split on the right or split on the left or something, or the Greens might have voted for the NDP and turned the election. Actually, those third parties are special interest parties. Oftentimes, if they're not running, the people stay home. Mm-hmm. You know, they're social conservatives on the one hand, or the Green Party candidate. That's a protest vote. That's somebody who just says, I don't like either of the parties, and if they weren't running, they probably would just stay home.
Yeah.
So you be really careful about doing the multiplication or the addition, I guess, of sort of moving those votes across and slotting them very carefully into another area. I think the system has benefits from third-party candidates to sort of siphon off some of the anxiety, and you get a chance to vote and make your protest without tipping the election in one way or the other. But don't take it too seriously.
You make an interesting point there. All right, again, the Sask Party leading or elected in 34 ridings, the NDP 27. We've gone into overtime here. It's a late night tonight.
It certainly is.
And we, again, have that tie happening in Saskatoon. David Aiken.
So we're at 34 for the Saskatchewan Party. That is above majority territory of 31, NDP at 27. And so you might be saying, well, listen, you networks, why can't you call the government at the very least and possibly call a majority government for the Sask Party? I want to try and walk through. There's really just a handful of ridings right now that we've got our eye on that we think could still go either way, and that prevents us from calling a government one way or the other. And two of those are right here. This is Prince Albert. And Prince Albert, it's been very tight. Prince Albert, Northcote, the Sask Party is ahead, but this could flip. The lead is just 71 votes. And there's a lot of votes already counted. In terms of percentage, take a look. 47.3% for the Saskatchewan Party incumbent, Alana Ross, versus Nicole Rancourt at 46. So that's one that's so close, we can't project a winner there yet. And if we can't, then we can't start talking about government. In Prince Albert Carleton, in the Southern riding, it's not as close. It's a 456 vote lead for Kevin Kassoon, but still, it's close enough that we're not ready to go. 9 of 10 polls reporting in. We're almost there. We'll see. And don't forget, if there's mail-in ballots attached to that, they don't get counted until Wednesday. In the Saskatoon area, there's one just sort of to the north and east. Thank you. That's the riding of Martinsville-Blairmore. It's now a 387 vote lead. This is a riding the NDP had targeted. They said, we want to win Martensville. The leader, Carla Beck, was up there within the last week. It's the deputy mayor, Jamie Martins. There's no incumbent here, and it's a new riding. It's a brand new riding. It's got a little bit of Saskatoon in it. It's a 387 vote lead for Jamie Martins versus Tammy Pike of the New Democrats. She's at 1138. So you can see that's close, and we've got 6 of 10 polls reporting. We still have quite a few votes there. So there's both PAs, Martensville, Blairmore, those are 3. Now the Saskatchewan Party could lose all 3 of those and still form a government, but then there's this one right here, Saskatoon, Willow Grove. No way are we able to project this one because Ken Cheveldayoff has a 45 vote lead over the New Democrats. So what has to happen then for the NDP to move into position is, those are the 4 ridings. Both PAs have to flip NDP. Saskatoon Willow Grove has to flip NDP. Martensville Blairmore has to flip NDP. It's possible. We can't rule it out that that could happen. It seems a bit of a long shot. All this the Sask Party's really got to do is hold one of those to stay at 31. I hope that math makes sense. So we're watching closely 4 ridings that really determine whether we can call a government or not. All 4 right now are held by the Sask Party. They need only to hold one. So hold on, folks. We still got a ways to go. And in Willow Grove, 7 of 12 polls are reported. That means there's still a lot of votes out there on the table. Do they come Cheveldayoff's way? Do they go to the New Democrat challenger? So sit tight. Maybe grab that 3rd coffee of the evening, and let's see which way these ridings go.
All right, David Aiken, thank you. So tight, Ken Coates. This is interesting. Coming into this tonight, did you expect to be here?
Not about an hour ago, I thought I'd be home. So no, not even close. I mean, but it's interesting. Maybe we should have paid attention to British Columbia. You know, British Columbia now has been locked for a week in sort of trying to figure out the 46 and versus 45 seats and all that kind of stuff. And you know, these are electorates that are divided, undecided, frustrated with incumbents, uncertain about the future. It's kind of chaotic. Right? And the other thing, and it applies also to British Columbia, but certainly more to New Brunswick in their recent election, there's no compelling vision. On either party, you know, even when you listen to the NDP folks, and they're wonderful folks, and they're talking and so proud of what they've actually accomplished, and they should be. They're saying, well, affordability and healthcare. Well, every party in the country talks about those things. There's no really compelling way of moving Saskatchewan to first place, or actually getting our province sort of reindustrialized, or whatever it happens to be. I don't really care. It's just surprising you could have an election that's this close without really competing visions.
The NDP have made some major gains tonight. Let's take a look at where some of those gains happened.
Certainly, Regina Rochdale, incumbent Laura Ross, a cabinet minister, lost her seat to Joan Pratchler by 608 votes. There again, an NDP riding running somebody who ran, not only was a former teacher, but also in the healthcare sector. University Sutherland. This one was an NDP seat at Saskatoon University, and even with those redrawn lines, Ken didn't seem to make a difference, as Tejinder Grewal winning by 801 votes, Lisa.
In Athabasca, Leroy LaLiberty has been elected with a lead of 783 votes over Sask Party candidate Jim LeMeg.
And that flipping back orange, that was the long time riding of Buckley Belanger. So that was a very long time orange riding. Regina Mount Royal. Trent Weatherspoon has been elected. He was the longtime incumbent in Regina. Rosemont, an 829 vote lead. Currently are 63.1% of the vote.
All right, Gates Guarin has been in Shellbrook all night. This is, of course, Sask Party leader Scott Moe's riding. He is expected to be there later tonight, of course. And Gates, this is really, it's sort of been unexpected. We were expecting more out of the atmosphere tonight. And it's kind of just been a lot of sit and wait for you and the other reporters there this evening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone thought that after 3 hours of the polls being closed that we would still be in the same place kind of where we were just 3 hours ago. It's still incredibly quiet here. It's just, again, media speaking amongst themselves. Again, I'm seeing maybe 1 or 2 supporters just come in and out of the watch party that we're unfortunately unable to be part of. But I can only imagine what the atmosphere is like over there. I mean, just maybe you just have to picture it yourself. You know, maybe there's some confetti, maybe there's some balloons happening. Unfortunately, I can't confirm any of that, but I think at this point, that's the most excitement that we're probably going to get. And again, to David's point, I mean, they are in the lead in a lot of these ridings currently. So to not see a celebratory atmosphere is a little bit weird, definitely on our point here. But as soon as something comes in, maybe a little bit more excitement, we'll definitely make sure we bring that to you. Lisa?
You bet. Thank you so much, Gates, hanging out in Shellbrook all night at Scott Moe Party headquarters. David Akin going to talk about those tight races happening in Sask.
Yeah, and again, remember, these are the really close races where the margin of victory right now, or the plurality, if you will, is sort of 3% of the votes or less. Let's start with Saskatoon Westview, where right now New Democrats are up. It's an 84-vote lead over the incumbent David Buckingham. So if this flips, that gets into our whole theory about where we can call it. So Saskatoon Westview is one. We mentioned Saskatoon Willow Grove. We're going to keep coming back to that. 176-vote lead for Shovel Day Off in that one. Saskatoon Southeast, Don Grant's old riding. It's another close one, less than 3%, 49.8 to 46.8%. New Democrats leading in Saskatoon Southeast. So it's shaping up very nice for the New Democrats in Saskatoon. They've got to flip Saskatoon Willow Grove. If they want a government, they've really got to flip that one. And let's go back and keep an eye on that northern Prince Albert seat, Prince Albert Northcote. Right now, we're down to a 71-vote lead for Alana Ross. It's 25-97, 25-26. There's a saying that I learned early on when I covered politics that, bad governments are elected by good citizens who don't vote. You tell me who the bad government is, but the point is every vote counts. Here, 71-vote lead. Alana Ross certainly was trying to get all of her supporters out. So are the New Democrats, trying to make sure, did we get every vote out that we knew of? And that is something all the campaigns are going to be looking at in these close races, checking off lists. Who did we know that was going to support us that didn't get out? That is something for all the campaigns tomorrow. But those are the close races. It's really in the north. Prince Albert, the North Riding, Prince Albert Northcote, and then Saskatoon. We got a couple of close ones that we're keeping an eye on. Regina Northeast is getting a little close as well, but we'll come back and talk about that in a few minutes.
All right, and this is really where, when we say your vote matters, right? A very small amount of votes separating candidates in these ridings, fewer than 100 in, I think, 3 of them.
Certainly, Lisa, and actually just taking a look at my board here, 2 more. David was just pointing out Regina Northeast, those separated by less than 200. That's 161, and then we have Saskatoon Willow Grove. That is 176. So 5 ridings, 3 less than 100, and 2 less than 200. That is some tight races. Now, this afternoon, Ken, you and I were talking. You said you expected this to be a closer race than when we spoke 2.5, 3 weeks ago. But did you think that you were in for this close of a race tonight?
No, not at all. I mean, it's actually a lot closer. But the number we're missing, and this is when we sort of started tonight and said, what are you looking for? What's the turnout? I'd be really interested to see how many people actually showed up to vote. It goes back to your question about every vote counts. Well, the ones that didn't vote, they count too, in the sense they didn't add up to the numbers, right? And I think I'd be really interested in seeing what actually happened there, because this may be an election that's close by default, by people who didn't vote, didn't sweep the NDP in or didn't sweep the Saskatchewan Party in one way or the other. So that's an interesting sort of part of this puzzle.
Now, Ken, is there like a bit of voter apathy that plays a role in that when you have a government that has been in for as long as the Saskatchewan Party's been in power in the province?
Well, I would say really quickly, you actually can see it in the parties that we're seeing going on here. Mm-hmm. The NDP's got some energy and excitement and some passion. What you're seeing with the Saskatchewan Party is complacency on the one hand or resignation on the other. I'm not quite sure which. And they're not bubbling and enthusiastic. We keep saying that they're winning this election. They should be really thrilled about that. They've got the confidence of almost as many people as they need. But But that's sort of reflected, I think, in the whole election itself.
And Ken, I just want to jump in a little bit on that, just on what you said about the turnout. We won't know the turnout until the mail-in is counted, et cetera, and that's going to be a couple of days. But we do have in our system what we call a turnout estimator, and right now that turnout estimator is just above 50%. So that does say that there's not a lot of people. Some people were turned off, perhaps, just bored, not interested in voting. And when you have a change election, if the NDP was going to take government, that usually indicates you're going to have a higher turnout. People are excited about voting for change. People don't get that excited about the status quo. So just wanted to pass that on. Right now, our turnout estimator, and it's just an estimate, is around 50%, and that's not great.
That's devastating.
David Aiken, thanks for that. Mackenzie Mazinkowski at NDP party headquarters tonight. Mackenzie, it's going to be a late one.
It sure is. You know, I just keep saying, wait 5 minutes and you'll hear another loud cheer in celebration for, you know, either an NDP candidate that has been elected or they're leading in another riding. So, yeah, the party has not let up one bit here. It just keeps getting, you know, rowdier and rowdier. And the NDP, you know, is seeing a lot of leads and gains right here in Saskatoon. You know, I'm sure a few months ago, the NDP and Carla Beck were only, you know, envisioning themselves in the exact position they are in right now. It is a tight race, 27 leading seats for the NDP versus 34 for the Sask Party. Even if Sask Party forms a majority government here, the NDP still has more seats or is leading in more seats than they had elected in the last election. So I think many NDP candidates are still, you know, happy and proud of that accomplishment. And I think they're feeling that they would make still a strong opposition party. So, you know, excitement, energy is high here, and I don't think it's going to let up anytime soon. So I'll send it back to you there in the studio.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. We are able to tell you Sask Party incumbent Christine Tell has toppled to the NDP's Brent Blakely.
Okay, so Lisa, talking about this over the last number of weeks, this is the riding that I live in, and Brent Blakely signs have really ran rampant all across the Greens and Wascana Plains, and this has been one of those ones that I'm sure David's going to want to jump in at some point. He was calling this a bellwether riding, and it has flipped NDP, so I'm sure that this is going to be something he's going to want to jump in and say that this is a massive victory for the Orange and for the NDP.
Yep, no, absolutely. And look on the right side, Saskatchewan United, 393 votes. That's more than what Tell lost by. So that may be a split on the right story that benefit a New Democrat. Agree, Wascana Plains, I think, was a bellwether. And there's one, the NDP had to win government. They may not win government, but it bodes well perhaps for the future. Unfortunately for the NDP, it's going to be 4 years for the future. That's what it's looking like at this point in time.
The Saskatchewan Party leading were elected in 34 ridings, the NDP 27. Ken Coates, we're going to toss it over to you now. This evening has come down to some really tight races.
It really has, and tight races. The fact that there's tight races is surprising. Mm-hmm. If it actually had happened in Prince Albert, as one of them is in Prince Albert or Moose Jaw, or smaller communities, these are happening in places they shouldn't happen. You know, if you told me that Cheveldayoff would actually be in tight,
right.
Not a chance. Merriman, that he's actually looks like he may even lose the seat. That's not supposed to happen. You know, and these are areas that sometimes before had 2,000 and 3,000 vote majorities for the Saskatchewan Party, and now being turned over the 500, 600 vote victory for the NDP. So it's not just the tight races, it's the fact that these are places that even knowing that the trends were sort of getting toward a fairly competitive race, didn't really expect them to do that well.
All right, Catherine Ludwig is at NDP headquarters in Regina. We're going to check back in with her. Looks like she's standing by with an interview. There we have you. All right, Kat. That's what it's about, right? It's live TV. She's ready. Kat, take it away.
She is ready. She is excited, and the whole NDP crowd here is excited. But Joan has just won in Regina Rochdale, Joan Pratchler, and quite a win it was. So how excited are you?
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it, to be able to represent Rochdale? I'm really excited, and I'm honored. People were ready for a change, and well, they got it.
Well, congratulations. So, Joan, you have experience as both a teacher and as in the healthcare sector as a registered nurse. How is knowledge from both of those industries going to help you move forward in this position?
Well, if you want to help people, you have to listen to them, and then you have to act on what they say. And most of all, you have to love them and be kind and do what's right. And maybe I can help in both those areas to get out of, where we are in healthcare, which isn't that great, and neither in education. People wanted to change, and I'm ready to do that because I've seen what's happened, on the front lines. So there we go.
There you go. Okay, well now, to my understanding, this is your first time running in politics with the NDP. What encouraged you to, or inspired you to do this?
Well, I was a public health nurse helping with the vaccinations, and we were called all kinds of things. I am a teacher. I was a principal for many years, and when you mess with children's future, that was enough to say it's not okay, and we need good people to step up. I'm not saying, but you need solid people to step up. And if little boys and little girls need to see that women can do things, and tonight is a night where we can maybe give some hope for people that wanted some change in terms of healthcare, in terms of education and affordability, and be able to stand up for them and advocate for them. And that's what nurses do. That's what teachers do.
All right. Well, very nicely said. That's Joan Pratchler, now MLA for Regina Rochdale. Congratulations, Joan. I'll send it back to you, Lisa.
All right, projected seat count. The Sask Party leading or elected in 34 ridings, the NDP 27. The Sask Party is in majority territory, but we have some tight races underway, Brendan.
Certainly, Lisa, and that, folks, is the reason why we have not yet called a majority government. Joan Pratchler, as you just saw with our Catherine Ludwig, was elected, knocking off incumbent Laura Ross. But it is these tight races that we've been talking about that's going to push us later on into the night. Now, Ken, both yourself and David have mentioned that regardless of what happens, unless they are able to flip some of these tight votes the NDP way, that they are going to have to be opposition for another 4 years. However, when you're gaining this many seats, would you say that this is really setting the table for Carla Beck to potentially become our premier in 2028 if they're not able to pick up those seats tonight?
It really does, actually, because first off, you got a larger caucus. You got a chance for more people to come out and demonstrate their leadership potential as future cabinet ministers, to get more name recognition and things of that sort. She doesn't have to do it by herself anymore. And she had a small caucus before. Now she got twice the size, and then more people to go around the province and knock on doors and help her with meetings and things of that sort. And you have a chance in opposition to sort of really get out there and tell your story and give an indication of what your policies and stuff might be. But don't recognize, too, that the Saskatchewan Party is not going to be static. They're not just going to sit there and take more punches in the nose. And whether that is a new leader that comes along, or new people who are in cabinet now who aren't in cabinet before, or small cabinet ministers who now have big portfolios, they're going to be doing exactly the same thing. And so it really augurs well for a stronger, more divided, more contented, more competition, basically, for voters in Saskatchewan. And the problem,
you know what, guys? Sorry, Ken, I didn't mean to interrupt. You know what we haven't talked about tonight that maybe we can consider now as we're waiting for things is Justin Trudeau. And let me bring this up in this context. In all the 4 provincial elections that I'm watching, the BC election, last week's New Brunswick election, we've got an election underway in Nova Scotia, and this one, the Conservative Party in each one of them tried to put Justin Trudeau on the ballot on the side of their opponent. And that happened here. You remember there was some advertising that the Saskatchewan Party put out that said, Carla Beck, Jagmeet Singh, and Justin Trudeau are the unholy alliance. And I know, I've spoken to Carla Beck about this. She was really frustrated about that Singh-Trudeau deal that was existing in the House of Commons. And when that was busted, it just came before the campaign, Carla Beck was the most relieved in the world because the Saskatchewan NDP does not want to be that closely associated right now with the federal NDP. Same thing with the Alberta NDP. And they certainly don't want to be associated with Justin Trudeau in any shape, way, or form. But Conservative parties are rubbing their hands that they get a chance to put the most unpopular politician in the country, Justin Trudeau, on the other guy's team. And I can tell you right now, I'm already starting to cover the provincial election in Nova Scotia. The Conservative Party in that province is absolutely saying Justin Trudeau is on the part of they're called the Nova Scotia Liberals. So in a lot of races today where the NDP just might not have been able to push it over, Was Trudeau a factor? Was that whole, I just can't stand it? We talked to people in BC, in the Okanagan, in Kelowna. We'd ask them, why did you vote for the BC Conservative Party? I wanted to get rid of Justin Trudeau. Some voters are not the most well-educated, but there it was in the back of their head. They just didn't want Trudeau, and they weren't going to vote for anybody who was anywhere within a mile of Trudeau.
Yep. All right, David, thanks for that. We're going to take a look now at the popular vote in Regina, then in Saskatoon, then the rest of the province. So let's start with the Queen City. There you have it. Brendan, I'll let you read those out.
Well, we've been talking about it all night, folks, and Ken made a very good point earlier, just the 70% turnout that Carla Beck saw in Regina Lakeview, and those city numbers really propping up the NDP, getting them to 27 ridings where they are either leading or elected tonight. And in Saskatoon, a very similar story, Lisa.
Yeah, Saskatoon, the NDP holding 56.4% of the popular vote. The Sask Party just over 40%. And then we look at the rest of Saskatchewan where things change.
And this is where Sask Party ahead, 34 leading or elected, which could give them the majority government. But we've been talking about the political division and what have you. And this could be concerning for the next 4 years of Saskatchewan. But it is just absolutely incredible that the NDP could be so far ahead in the urban ridings, yet having the rural vote just propping up the Saskatchewan Party, as we've seen. And we've held pretty steady at 34-27 for the last 20 minutes or so.
Gene Mikowski has lost his seat, so we want to point this out in Regina University. Sally has been elected your NDP candidate over longtime Sask Party incumbent Gene Mikowski.
Oh.
A lead of 463 votes right now.
That's quintessential Mr. Saskatchewan.
That certainly is. I'm at a loss for words other than to say perhaps that Mikowski allowed a sack, allowed Hauser into the backfield on that one, and that's a tight race on the redrawn riding. Only a win of 463, but clearly the people in the urban centers have spoken across our province, and we've been looking at the popular vote all night, and
really big upsets happening within the Saskatchewan Party tonight. Yeah, some of the names that have lost their seats just not expected.
Certainly not. I mean, when we've looked at some of the names and some of the flips that we've had, Ken, I know that we've kind of been talking, and you said that we were expecting things tight, maybe not this tight, but some of the big names that have flipped, I guess, where does this land for you in your history of watching provincial elections?
Well, it's actually really surprising because incumbency and the cabinet minister's post usually is good for 10 points, right? It's sort of up on the scale. It makes it easier to sort of get ahead and whatever. I think in this particular case, it's a really terrible way to put this, but the individual people didn't seem to matter as much in this election. Mm-hmm. This is a sort of an NDP Sask Party contest, and it was a premiers versus the opposition leaders contest.
Yeah.
It wasn't about the individual leaders. I think I mentioned before that neither of the parties made a big thing about the rest of their team. In fact, at one point, they were criticizing Scott Moe for not having other people with him on the stage. So the next time he came up, he had, here's your Sask Party team, and he had 12 members up there on the podium with him. And I think that's actually holds for both of the parties. So you don't see, we're not surprised by the big names going down for the NDP because we didn't know their names. They weren't promoting the leader in Lloydminster, who was a real star candidate from that area, former MP or something like that. So I think that has a lot to do with sort of the focus on the leaders, the focus on the parties and sort of party platforms, and not on the team and the individual members.
Yeah, Gene Mikowski, for sure, a testament to that.
That's
theory.
right.
All right, Nicole Healy is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon with Donna Harpower.
Yes, Lisa, I know we were mentioning earlier there wasn't a lot of hooting and hollering here at Sask Party headquarters, but we actually did get one not too long ago, so there's a few of them. I'm joined here with campaign co-chair Donna Harpower again. Donna, there seems to be a little bit of a rural-urban divide here right now. What's Sask Party got to be able to do to kind of gain a little bit more support in the bigger cities?
So, should we form government? That is going to be the mission of the new government, quite frankly. I've been in politics long enough to have seen it before. I have seen significant urban-rural divide in our province, and as a government member at that time, our conversations were around how do we have policies in place that appeal to both, And some of them will be for one or the other, but balancing it out. And that's going to be the challenge for a new government as well, of how you bring that urban and rural back together. It can be done. It's going to take a lot of, thinking it through and work, but it's worth doing in this great province.
And what are your thoughts on kind of the more orange in the bigger cities right now? But there's still some green there too. What are your thoughts on those numbers?
It's always disappointing to lose seats, but you have to remember we held a lot of seats. And, to be able, should we be able to form a government as for the 5th term, that's phenomenal. It's quite a success story in itself. So I think that the challenge and the conversations going forward for the new government will be the urban-rural divided.
Well, thank you so much. As we can see, there's not a lot of people here. I counted about 40 people in the room here. The hope is still that there will be some more candidates, filtering through as more results come in and they kind of leave those candidate offices. Lisa.
All right, Nicole Healy, thank you. Just got word, Paul Merriman has lost his seat. We just mentioned Jean Mikowski. We're counting 4 Sask Party cabinet ministers have lost their seats in the past short while. There you have it. Hugh Gordon has been elected in Saskatoon Silver Spring with a lead of 258 votes.
Those city popular votes swinging orange, and we've seen it. Now, the 4th cabinet minister that has lost her seat, Christine Tellen, Regina Wascana Plain, Paul Merriman in Saskatoon Silver Spring, Jean Mikowski, Regina University, Laura Ross, Regina Rosthern, and now looking here, Bronwyn Ayre and Saskatoon Stonebridge is currently trailing.
All right. David Aiken, 4 ridings that we're really honed in on right now. These are the races to watch.
You got it. The look at the bottom. The Sask Party has 34 seats they're leading or elected in. Let's take a look at the ones that we've got 4 ridings where they're leading. They really just need to be declared elected in 3 of those, and that's kind of the ball game. The closest race in the province right now, Prince Albert, Northcote. This is the tightest race in the province. We've talked about it before. Alana Ross, the incumbent, she's 71 votes up on the New Democrat, Nicole Rancourt. 13 of 14 polls are in. So that one last box, that one poll, it's a big box full of votes. That's the one people I'm sure are furiously counting right now to see how that resolves. Can that 71 vote lead disappear and turn into a victory for the NDP? The Sask Party needs to have that for them on the government side. There's 2 in the Saskatoon area, also in the same boat. Very close races, but are in the Sask Party column right now. Willow Grove is one we've been talking about. That's Ken Cheveldayoff. But look, it's a 176 vote lead. 9 of 12 polls reporting. So that means there's still 3 boxes, 10, 11, and 12. There'll be a lot of votes in those. 176 vote lead is not a comfortable one at all. And again, there's the SUP with 178 votes right now. I'm sure that Ken would probably like to have. The other one in the region, Martensville-Blairsmore, is also very close. 6 of 10 polls. So there's still lots of votes on the table. And right now, Jamie Martins, the Sask Party candidate, has 387 vote lead in Martensville-Blaymore. And then finally, what's the 4th one? The 4th one is down in Moose Jaw. It's the southern Moose Jaw, Waccamaw. And right now, Megan Patterson has a 740 vote lead, 11 of 12 polls in. So we need one more poll in this Moose Jaw riding, one more poll in the PA. And then we might start to get a little more certainty. If the Sask Party holds those leads with those final polls, we might be closer to declaring a government at the very least. Actually, it's going to be majority one way or the other. We have no other party that could possibly hold a balance of power. So when we declare a government, it's going to be a majority government, but we are not there yet because there's those 4 close races where the Sask Party is in front. They need to hold those 4, or they need to hold 3 of them. They need to hold 1 of them and they're in. They could lose 3, and as long as they get that magic 31. It's late at night. It's past my bedtime, and my math is a little fuzzy at this point in time.
David, so many things unexpected tonight, and the time that we're at right now is one of them. It was a slow burn at the start, but this is so exciting.
Anything but now, Lisa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything but. And now we just broke down before throwing to David about all of the cabinet ministers that lost their spots. We've got a little more information on those now, beginning with Regina Rochdale looking at Laura Ross losing her seat by 608 votes to Joan Pratchler, who was very excited speaking with our Catherine Ludwig earlier this evening.
Yeah. Sask Party ministers toppled in Regina University. There he goes, Gene Mikowski. He retired from football, and Saskatchewan might be retiring him from politics tonight by electing Sally Hauser in that riding. Regina, Wascana Plains, Brendan.
Flipping over to my neck of the woods, a 355-vote win, one that David Akin was calling the bellwether riding, and so far, it certainly was a narrow win there. And then back to Saskatoon, a shocking one. Paul Merriman losing what has been a long-time Sask Party riding. It was held by Ken Cheveldayoff for a long time, who's currently battling for his seat. There is a 258-vote lead that Hugh Gordon wins by. And folks, just a quick update now, looking at Saskatoon Stonebridge. Another cabinet minister, that's Bronwyn Eyre. Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, currently trailing with 9 of 12 polls reporting, and it's 11:30, folks, and my contacts are a little dry, but that looks like we're about 700 votes, maybe. You know, it's 699 exactly, so not too bad with dry contacts.
And, you know, Ken Coates, when you think of the Sask Party in Saskatchewan, you think of Paul Merriman, you think of Gene Mikowski, you think of Christine Tell, Bronwyn Eyre. This is, you know, the in people's minds who the Sask Party is, and they have all toppled tonight.
And it's a huge loss for them. There's a lot of intellectual property. There's a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge and background and whatever, and huge contacts around the province. And now you've got some new people coming in who haven't got those connections. They're going to have to spend 4 years working really hard to get back up to that level. And also these cities, you know, we should also at least focus a little bit on the fact that Regina and Saskatoon are changing very rapidly.
Yeah.
So the Paul Merriman's riding, that's actually where I live. And what's really interesting there is we're building hundreds and hundreds of new houses up there. Completely different population. Many people coming in from outside the province, outside the country. A completely different cast to the area from even 4 years ago. And you go back 8 years ago, and actually our house was on the far edge of the town. Now it actually goes almost a mile past, right? So these areas are changing. Regina's changing very rapidly in the same sort of way. So I think we're going to have to rethink some of our political assumptions.
All right, Sarah Jones, she is at Sask Party headquarters in Regina tonight. We're going to take you back down there. Sarah, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I'm joined right now by with Shannon Andrews, a deputy campaign coordinator for the Saskatchewan Party. I guess obviously Regina ridings with the Saskatchewan Party, we're not seeing maybe the results that you guys were hoping for. I guess what is that saying?
Yeah, I mean it's disappointing for sure. We've just had so many great candidates in Regina and Saskatoon. They worked so hard, but the voters have spoken, and we have to be mindful of that too. So we're definitely going to be listening to that. We've definitely got some work to do in Regina and Saskatoon.
I guess maybe what are those next steps then in terms of getting that work done?
Well, I think first of all we're going to wait to see when the election is called here. You know, we're still potentially on the cusp of something pretty historic here, another majority government for our party. So we're going to wait for those results, and if we do come out victorious, we're going to get to work right away.
Are you still feeling confident then, I guess?
I think so, based on from the numbers that we're seeing trickle in, but of course we'll wait for the official call from you guys or Elect Saskatchewan.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Shannon. I really appreciate it. We'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Sarah Jones. David, so we see these high-profile Sask Party cabinet ministers topple tonight. If Scott Moe does form government, what does that cabinet look like? Do we have some Sask Party newcomers that are going to come in? Who are the fresh blood? Who's shining bright for them?
Yeah, so let's take a look at a couple of ridings where there might be somebody who's winning tonight or has won for the Sask Party that might be considered for cabinet. And when maybe just to walk through the cabinet making process. When premiers or prime ministers these days are making a cabinet, the first thing they think about usually is some regional representation. Now, the big problem for Scott Moe is he's got nothing, almost nothing, in both of the big cities. He hopes Cheveldayoff wins because that'll be the only cabinet minister that right now he might choose from. So there's regional that you want to have. Then in this day and age, I think voters also anticipate they want the cabinet to reflect the population makeup, demographic makeup. They want to see some men, they want to see some women. They'd like to, in this province, I think, voters would like to see some Indigenous representation, and we'll have to look around to see if that's possible among the new Saskatchewan Party caucus. So with that in mind, let me throw a couple of potential cabinet ministers that are going to be refreshing. One is right out here in Cutknife Turtleford, and that's James Thorsteinson. He won early tonight, big win, 70.9% over Clayton Poole. James Thorsteinson owns a cattle ranch, but more importantly, he was a president of the Saskatchewan Party for nearly a decade, from 2014 to 2023. So there's one right there. We mentioned maybe a little bit of gender parity. If, and this is one of the ridings we're watching, if Jamie Martins can make it as an MLA in Martinsville-Blaymore, she's, again, this is one of those close races, I think she gets consideration. On the gender side is one thing, but also she's a deputy mayor, a longtime councillor. Those are typically the sort of resumes you're looking for a cabinet minister, somebody who's been in a public sector decision-making process, been in a C-suite before, so that might be one. Then, where else might we be looking? I think we want to look perhaps at Kenora Pelly. I mentioned this early. Sean Wilson won a nomination contest against an incumbent, Terry Dennis. Sean Wilson is the mayor of Buchanan, so there you go again. You've got someone who's been making decisions in public office and may yield a look at potential cabinet. But the big problem for Scott Moe, I can't keep coming back to this enough, is that there's just no one from the cities. It's going to be all people from rural areas, no one from the north, of course. Prime ministers have had this problem. I mean, when Stephen Harper ran government for 9 years, he had nobody from Montreal, our second biggest city. There was no conservative ever from Montreal. And that's a problem. And so premiers and prime ministers are always trying to figure out, I need to have some regional balance. We heard Donna Harpower talk about it. This isn't the first time this has happened, won't be the last, but it's definitely something that Scott Moe, if he's going to be the premier again, he's going to have to confront. And I don't want to let Carla Beck off the hook. They've done great in the cities. They don't have anybody in small city and rural Saskatchewan that they could count on to be representative in cabinet.
David Akin, thank you. Again, we want to take a look at our numbers. The Sask Party leading or elected in 34 ridings, the NDP 27. And this has held quite steady now, Brendan.
So, Lisa, Ken, the last time I can remember the numbers holding this steady for this long amount of time is when David was in the results center tapping his foot when we were seeing 0, 0, 0. Now, that seems like days ago. It was a few hours ago. But those numbers, what's holding us up are some of these tightly contested races that we're seeing. I mean, looking at the screen right now, we've got a lead that is single digits, a 6-vote lead in Saskatoon Westview, the NDP and April Chief Cap currently holding there. Brittany Sanger in the NDP in Saskatoon Southeast owning a 222-vote lead. So it's these tight races that are holding everything up. Folks at home, if you're wondering why we're stretching later and later into the night.
And Brendan, with that, we have some breaking news. Global News is projecting a majority Saskatchewan Party government. Majority government for the Saskatchewan Party.
Well, I guess that was pretty good timing there. So I guess I was a little behind there, and some of those numbers came through. So there we have it.
And it only took until 11:40. There you have it, folks. We are going to take you down now to, I believe, Gates Warren. Yes, in Shellbrook, the rink. Scott Moe, he's there. If this isn't going to get him out, I don't know what is, Gates.
That's right, Lisa. I actually did hear quite a loud cheer as that projection was made. Obviously, a fifth straight majority, something again that has only ever happened twice here before in the province. A lot of excitement. I can actually still hear a little bit from about 100 feet away through that door in the lounge. I can only imagine what that atmosphere is like just behind those doors there. So now, really, it's just a matter of when the leader of the party, Scott Moe, will be joining his constituents here at his watch party. We were told that the leader would not be showing up to the watch party until a projection was made. Now that has happened, we're just anticipating that he'll be rolling through the doors at any moment. We'll keep you posted on that. Lisa, Brendan.
Global News chief political correspondent David Akin to talk about Saskatchewan's Sask Party majority government history.
Yeah, maybe Scott Moe's one of those guys who plays in like a late night hockey league, you know, the game that starts at 11 o'clock, and he'll be showing up with his gear and ready to go. How did this happen? Last time we chatted, we talked about the 4 ridings that we were waiting for to be able to make a call. And one of those ridings, all the votes are in, and that's it. And that's Prince Albert Northcote. That's the one that tripped over. We just needed the one to happen. Prince Albert Northcote, we are projecting Alana Ross as elected. All the polls are in, 14-14. Alana Ross wins a nail-biter, 125 votes. We had thousands of votes cast. That was the difference tonight. So congratulations to the Sask Party. That's history, folks. Scott Moe and Brad Wall teaming up to do something that Tommy Douglas was the last one who did it, and that's win 5 in a row, 5 majorities. Douglas did it from 1944 to 1960. Brad Wall won 3 majorities starting in 07. Now Scott Moe has 2 of his in the bag. We'll see about Scott Moe's future. Does he want to go for one more after this? I don't know. I think that's maybe discussions we're going to have, not right away, not tonight, maybe over the coming year. Scott Moe, why did he win overall? Because he wanted to make the economy the ballot question. And there was enough people that said, that is the ballot question. I'm voting for the Sask Party. Unfortunately for Scott, those were all in the rural areas. Carla Beck wanted to make the ballot question something quite different. Healthcare mostly, also education, affordability. And there was enough people in the cities that said, yeah, I am really concerned about hospitals, about doctors, that they voted for the NDP. So we're going to, now, hey, it's time for speeches from politicians this late in the night. We hope to hear from Carla Beck soon, from Scott Moe. And, you know, I think both are going to have to acknowledge this urban-rural split. And I think Scott Moe is going to have to look and say, why are there 27 new Democrats now going to be facing off against me? What accounts for that? And what do I have to do to address that?
David Akin, thanks so much. Let's take a look at those gains and losses. At dissolution, the Sask Party had 42 seats, a loss of 8. The NDP, dissolution, 14. Now a gain of 13. These are impressive numbers for the New Democrats.
They certainly are impressive numbers, and look at this, popular vote, 53%. We've been talking about this all evening, that the rural vote is just keeping that number north of 50 for the Sask Party, where they're really getting kind of obliterated in those urban centers. But this number, again, looking at the numbers that I have, not going to hold, might not hold, with some close races yet to deal with.
And Ken, we saw the party leaders in PA at the very end of the election, and then you look at that difference maker in PA Northcote, 125 votes. They were there for a reason. They knew that that was a battleground.
They knew it was a battleground. They knew it was divided. What they didn't also say very much about was that is a regional center for Indigenous people in northern Saskatchewan. All the folks in the north come down through this area there, and how that stays off the agenda, the political agenda. Why both parties managed to avoid talking about First Nations and Métis issues systematically in a positive, constructive way, it just befuddles me all the time. And clearly, Prince Albert is a largely Indigenous riding, a lot of Indigenous candidates in the area, and one of the other parties might have been able to swing it if they'd actually been stronger and worked. Scott Moe got just enough, but just enough. So it's kind of it's a sign of a province that still has some work to do.
All right, Sarah Jones is at Sask Party headquarters in Regina. Sarah, I am expecting some noise there finally after what's been an overwhelmingly quiet night. Sarah Jones, has the party started there yet?
Well, the feeling in the room has definitely livened up a little bit. We heard some hooting and hollering a little bit earlier. I'm joined right now with Sarah Wright with Regina Lakeview, the candidate there. Obviously, maybe not the result that you were hoping for tonight, but I mean, how are you feeling overall?
Honestly, this has been just an honor of a lifetime. We've done so much to advocate for women's health. I was always very aware statistically what the chances were, but it was so important to me that I go out and I meet my neighbors, I understand our neighborhood, I do what I can to make a positive impact. And the turnout was one of the highest ever for this constituency in history. So I'm very grateful for that. People really voted with their hearts and their minds, and I love democracy. Honestly, I've always loved political science, so I love democracy first, politics a close second, and I'm really happy that the people can have what's most important to them.
Well, and obviously the Regina ridings here maybe didn't play out in favor of Saskatchewan Party. I guess is what reflects that in the votes from maybe Regina constituents here?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it's important that everyone feels represented, and if that's what the people want, that's what the people can have, and that's democracy. I think there's a lot of benefit to having a healthy opposition, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm not very grateful that we still have a Sask Party majority. There's a lot of heart, there's a lot of good work yet to do, and there's nothing wrong with a healthy opposition. But that being said, I of course would have loved a different outcome, but that's quite okay. I'm very grateful for the strides we've made in women's health, and I've made as a person, and have continued to heal after my 3 surgeries that I just finished up about a month before I started campaigning this year. So, so much to be grateful for. It's been an honor of a lifetime.
Well, you work really hard, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
We'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Sarah Jones. The makeup of the Sask Party majority is going to look very different with people like Jean Mikowski, Christine Tell now out of the mix, just to name a couple. Possible Sask Party ministers, guys.
And a really different looking cabinet this go round with a lot of fresh blood in there. And that could be a positive thing for this Sask Party after losing so many seats tonight.
It could have been, and it actually could have been part of the campaign. If they'd identified the 4 or 5 people that were likely to come forward, would have made a difference.
And here's one that we're looking at right now. Sean Wilson out of Kenora Pelly was brought in over an incumbent, won a contested nomination, and really won by a commanding win in Kenora Pelly. James Thorsteinson, cut knife Turtleford, a 70.9% win, was planning on running against Colleen Young and Lloyd Minster, but then eventually did roll through cut knife and won handily. Martinsville Blairmore elected now, Jamie Martins. So some of those late votes coming in Martinsville Blairmore pushing her lead to 1,707. Deputy Mayor of Martinsville so had some of that political prowess, and Saskatchewan Rivers, Eric Schmaltz with a 53% win, Lisa.
Yeah, these are the people that the Sask Party is going to be looking to. David Aiken, I'll let you weigh in more on that. Before a quick
level to sort of the 2 cities. I think that is sort of a big story tonight as part of our polarization, urban-rural split. This is the electoral map of Saskatoon at this hour. Ken Cheveldayoff, well, nobody's elected there. 1 more poll still to go. Cheveldayoff now up by 270. But look at that riding map. Look at that orange in Saskatoon. That is Saskatoon 4 years ago. 4 years ago, a lot of Sask Party. Tonight, not much at all. That was Saskatoon, folks. Let's go down to Regina. This is the Regina electoral map. At the beginning of the night, I said, let's give the Regina to the NDP as part of their path to power. Somebody heard me, and they gave Regina to the NDP. That was 4 years ago. That was the electoral map 4 years ago. This is the electoral map right now in Regina. That, I think, as we look back, that's a real big story. That both cities saying, new Democrat, please. The rest of the province going, not so much. We're sticking with the Sask Party.
All right, David, thanks for that. Nicole Healy is at Saskatoon Sask Party headquarters tonight. Still waiting for more people to arrive with that Sask Party majority government. Nicole, any celebratory shouts yet?
Yes, Lisa, there were some shouts when, it was projected, the majority government. Short, not a lot of shouting. It's kind of quieted down here now. A few more candidates showing up. It's still not a lot of candidates here yet. I think the hope is that more will start to come in now that, it's been projected and people can leave those offices and come here to celebrate. So I'm guessing this will be, the kind of the space for the next few hours for the party to gather, to celebrate. But again, not a lot of people here, just a small little celebration, but I can expect that will pick up here in the next little while. Lisa?
All right, thanks for that. We are now awaiting speeches, guys. Carla Beck is a few minutes away from hers, and of course, Scott Moe will be making a history-making speech tonight. Let's talk about what Carla Beck needs to say to the people of Saskatchewan this evening, Ken.
Thank you. And I think she will. I think she will. I mean, I think she put a very brave campaign together. She's a very, very decent person. She stayed away from hyperbole and exaggeration and wild accusations. She put a positive sort of spin on what she wanted to do. And they listened to her, not as loudly as they would have hoped. And she's also going to have to say that she understands that rural and small town Saskatchewan doesn't get the NDP yet. They're not that far off. It's not as though, Prince Albert and a couple of other places, they were pretty close. So it's not as though it was a complete lost cause, but that's really where the NDP has to put a lot of effort. Quite frankly, it's exactly what they said 4 years ago. And it didn't happen.
And on the other side of that, David Akin, I'm going to ask you, Scott Moe, what does he have to say tonight? His support within his own riding diminishing substantially, but we still have a Sask Party majority and history made.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he acknowledges that. I think he should. And, I'm trying to text some supporters at all sides, and I'm right now at someone at NDP HQ going, has anybody told them they lost? Because they seem really like it's the victory party over there at the NDP, and the Sask Party folks, it seems empty. It seems like nobody wants to be there. But this is significant. I hope Scott Moe acknowledges that. He is not the most, let's say, enthusiastic guy at the best of times. He's not the rah-rah type necessarily. But it is a significant accomplishment. He wants to acknowledge that he has lost some cabinet ministers for sure. He wants to acknowledge that he's got a much bigger opposition, and he'll have to understand why it is that he lost or couldn't connect in the cities, and at least acknowledge that that is something he wants to explore right away. But he is the winner. It is the 5th majority in a row, and I think the Sask Party should take that and go, that's a major accomplishment, doing that 5 times in a row, despite some of the losses they had.
Ken Coates, I just want to ask you about this. We look at Carla Beck and the position that she's in tonight, and it's reminiscent of where Wab Kinew was in Manitoba's 2019 provincial election. And then, he stayed on as leader, coming out as premier in 2023. Is Carla Beck going to look east to Wab Kinew and take a page from his playbook?
Be very smart if she did, because Wab Kinew played that extremely well, and he didn't play it as any game. He basically realized that the people of Manitoba did not know him all that well. They had suspicions based on his prior history and background and stuff like that, and he basically humanized himself over the period in opposition. And he was very constructive and very positive. He wasn't wild and sort of full of accusations. He didn't lead sort of a kind of a crazy opposition. Sometimes opposition parties get so negative. And he basically presented himself as a logical alternative. I think Carla Beck is actually a long way along those lines. She's done quite well. I just think, quite frankly, they still didn't have that burning issue. All the NDP people are talking about how everybody wanted change. Well, but change to what?
Yeah.
I mean, what was the objective of that change? All that meant was that everybody had some things that they wanted fixed.
And David Akin, you've had conversations with Carla Beck. You've had a healthy meeting with her. Tell us a bit about what you learned about Carla Beck when you met with her.
Well, I've had the feeling I had with Carla Beck is one I've had with people who are involved in the Alberta NDP. Some people, like Wab Kinew, involved in the Manitoba NDP, and that is this: the federal NDP are a bit of a drag on our brand. Saskatchewan, of course, is the birthplace of the NDP, the birthplace of the CCF, the Canadian Commonwealth Federation. And so it's kind of odd to be saying the brand, the NDP brand, is now a drag on New Democrats' chances of success. And I think that is something that New Democrats across the country sort of may have to come to terms with. If you are a member of the NDP in Saskatchewan, you're automatically a member of Jagmeet Singh's NDP. In the Alberta NDP leadership race, Naheed Nenshi would win it, as well as another candidate, openly discussing, is that a good idea? Should we be called something else? There's a reason it's the Saskatchewan Party here. There's a reason the Liberal Party in Saskatchewan changed their name to the Progressives, I think. And in BC, we saw the BC Liberal Party disappear. Brands do matter, and I wonder if New Democrats are going to have that conversation. In my way of thinking, Western Canadian New Democrats do have a much better sense of electoral success than New Democrats in Ontario, where they're even the official opposition but not very effective, and going east. And certainly that means the federal party. They're in power in BC, they're in power in Manitoba, came pretty close tonight in Saskatchewan. There's a strong opposition in Alberta. What is it that Western New Democrats are doing right that maybe New Democrats in the rest of the country ought to take a look at? I'll give a bit of an answer. It's being a little bit more moderate, thinking about pocketbook issues, thinking about affordability issues, and that carbon tax is a killer. The federal Liberals going to have to confront that at some point. Here in the Western Canada, New Democrats not too happy about the federal carbon tax.
All right, thanks, David. Let's take a look at where the NDP made gains tonight. This is what we know for sure, Regina-Rochdale, where Joan Pratchler has been elected with a lead of 608 votes.
Yeah, Lisa, one of multiple incumbents that we did see get knocked off the pendulum tonight, and they were all fairly tight. This one was one of a wider margin. Here we go. This a little more of a narrow margin. This was a bit of a shocker here, but political pundit Sally Hauser knocking off Grey Cup champion and Social Services Minister Jean Makowski.
For anybody who didn't stay up and watch our coverage here on Decision Saskatchewan, they're going to be waking up and rubbing their eyes saying, what happened? Another one, Christine Tell, falling to Brent Blakely, elected for the NDP with 355 votes, pulling ahead of her.
And every one of these, we see it going in descending order. 258 votes. Longtime MLA Paul Merriman is unseated by Hugh Gordon. So you really hit the nail on the head there, Lisa, is someone is going to wake up, gearing up for work, shower, brush their teeth. They go and check their phone. It's like, what? They're going to have their coffee and then realize they should have stayed up with us because they've missed so much. But
we do have a lot of people still with us. Sask Party majority, but when we really dig into it, it's going to look a lot different. In the meantime, major gains made by the NDP. They were currently leading or elected with 13 more seats than they had at dissolution. And we are awaiting Carla Beck's concession speech, but we're also expecting a lot of optimism from it.
Certainly, and I'm really interested to see these last remaining outcomes that haven't been called yet. We still have a handful that are right in front of my screen. Saskatoon Westview, 9 of 10 polls reporting. There is a 7-vote difference in that riding that April Chiefcalf is currently holding on to. We look at another Saskatoon riding, Saskatoon Southeast. Brittany Sanger, she has a 262-vote lead. That again, 90% of polls are reporting. And then Ken Cheveldayoff, 91.7% of polls reporting.
Still waiting for that one.
Waiting for that one. He's hanging on to a 270-vote lead. So there are some tight margins,
Carla
and
Beck.
It looks like Carla Beck is walking in right now. And still a smile on her face, Lisa.
And the NDP, both NDP headquarters, both in Regina and Saskatoon, have been bumping tonight. Can I say that? They've been bumping. They've been the places where we're hearing the cheers, where we're hearing the celebratory tone. It's been kind of like this bizarre feeling because it's a Sask Party majority, but it's crickets at both Sask Party headquarters. It's been extra crickets in Shellbrook.
Yeah, they love her. Look at this. Look at there, just like she's. And again, we talked about Wapkanu. Lisa, you'll remember this was just like Wapkanu on his first loss, right? But they see the future, and it's Carla Beck.
So, David, does that put extra weight on this concession speech as really her true introduction after these many gains to the province?
You watch her shout out to all the wins, to the Sally Hausers of the world. I think she's definitely going to go, we won there, and in 4 years, we're going to win here. She's at the podium now. Bring your signs down, folks. You want to see your leader. There's always one guy standing right in front of the TV camera. Please bring that sign down, and let's hear what she has to say. I think this is she's still new. Kenneth said this, right? She's still new on the scene. People are still getting to know Carla Beck, and this is part of that process.
You're all up late. Friends, what an incredible journey this has been that we've been on together. Standing here tonight, looking out at all of you, I'm filled with a deep, deep sense of gratitude. So much pride. Friends, we came so close. You know, when we started this campaign, many people didn't give us much of a chance, but we believed. And because of the hard work and determination of all of you in this room and right across this province, we gave people a reason to hope again. And that's not nothing. In fact, that's a victory in its own right. Now, we might not have crossed the finish line first tonight, but my friends, we have changed the landscape in this province. To our entire team, to my family, to every volunteer who poured their heart into this campaign, and we had a lot of fun while we did it. I want to say thank you for every phone call, every door you knocked, every conversation. You made a difference. You truly did. And tonight, I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished together. To all those who believed, who supported us, I know you're feeling disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I know this isn't the result that we had hoped for. But let me tell you, tonight is not the end. This election has proven that Saskatchewan wants positive change. Across this province, people are feeling tired of being left behind, seeing the healthcare system crumble, struggling as costs grow faster than their paychecks. The close result tonight is a message that the people of Saskatchewan want and deserve a government that puts them first, and we are not going to stop until that vision is a reality. Now, I do want to take a moment to congratulate Scott Moe and the Sask Party. But to his new government, I also say this. Tens of thousands of Saskatchewan people have sent you a message that they want better for their province. And we'll be there to hold you accountable every step of the way. Tonight, I say to every person in this province who allowed themselves to hope, who left everything on the field, who believed in this campaign, and who showed up for that change, I promise you, I promise every one of you, this is not over. We've built something incredible. We've built something lasting. We have awakened hope in this province, and we're only going to grow it from here. Because we know that change is a process. It doesn't happen in a single night or a single election. As much as we tried to make that happen, you know, I'm pretty stubborn. But lasting change happens through the commitment of people like you who believe that Saskatchewan can be better, that we deserve better. So tonight, let's celebrate how far we've come, and tomorrow we're going to get up and we're going to continue the work. We're going to keep fighting for health care that is there for people when they need it, so that they don't have to drive out of province or pay out of pocket to get it. And we're going to fight for our kids so that they get that good education that we all want for our kids and our grandkids, for jobs that pay the bills, and for a Saskatchewan economy that allows every region and every family to get ahead. This campaign, truly, this campaign has shown me more than ever the spirit and the strength of this beautiful province. From cities to small towns, from the north to the south, people have shown their desire for a brighter future. And you know, I've had the privilege of traveling all over this province. And I have fallen even more deeply and completely in love with the people in this province from corner to corner. And that's been really a joy. Together, we're going to keep pushing forward until that brighter future is in reach. So tonight, I ask you to keep the faith. And please, hold your heads incredibly high. We have so much to be proud of. We are stronger than ever because we did this together. And I have a message for those newly elected MLAs tonight. It wasn't so long ago that I don't remember that feeling. Never forget how incredibly special it is for your neighbors to select you to be their representative. And this, I'd like to say also a huge thank you to everyone who put their name on a ballot in this election. We thank all of you. To the team in caucus, in the party office, all those who came in to work on this campaign, all those who showed up endless hours, I want to say thank you so incredibly much. You know, we had a lot of fun along the way, and I hope we ignited a spark in all of you to show up and keep showing up, because we know that Saskatchewan is looking to us to deliver that better change. If you'll indulge me a quick word to my family, my husband, Guy, my son, Guy, my rock, thank you for your unwavering support. To our kids, Maya, Nolan, Hannah, Chloe, who's with us here, please know that you are my reason why. And despite the outcome tonight, how lucky am I to have such a beautiful and caring, supportive family. My parents, Judy and Ray, are up here with us tonight. You raised us to be people of character and integrity, and you showed us a hell of an example. I love you and thank you. Friends, from tonight, from the lessons learned on this campaign, we will grow, we will learn, and together we will continue this journey towards a Saskatchewan that works for everyone. To all of you, to all of Saskatchewan, I say thank you. This is only the beginning. Let's continue to fight for the future that we believe in. Let's continue to fight for a Saskatchewan that truly is stronger together. Thank you all.
All right, there you have it, guys. NDP leader Carla Beck and her concession speech. I'm going to give both Ken Coates and David Akin an opportunity to respond to this. I think we were maybe expecting a little more optimism out of that.
Ken, you were just saying that. You just nudging me.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I mean, she has a lot of reason to celebrate. People are very keen and excited. That was a pretty flat speech in terms of usually these speeches are sort of the launching pad of the next election.
It wasn't Wob Canoe in 2019.
It was not Wob Canoe.
No.
I've seen lots of these speeches of people who've lost one race to get ready for the next one, and they come back and say, boy, am I ever going to do something? I still don't know what it is she wants Saskatchewan to be like.
She did say, quote, but tonight is not the end. She did say tens of thousands of people sent a message they want better. David, overall, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it was low energy. And maybe, we look at that, we said this a couple of times, you look at that NDP room and people are really, really happy. except for the leader, who maybe she did think that she was going to be premier or premier designate by the end of the night, and she's naturally disappointed. But in politics, you got to kind of put on the game face, get out there and prepare the troops for that next 4 years. And that's what I said. I thought often you'd see them, shout out to, again, the Sally Housers or whoever was beating ministers. I thought that's what would happen. And now we're taking a look. We got Scott Moe ready to go. Thank goodness.
Finally, some action at the Shellbrook rink.
He's there.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to hear, once we get the sound, the volume from Shellbrook, to just compare and contrast it, because things were wild at NDP Regina headquarters there.
Yeah, and not exactly a thriller. Well, people are walking in with Scott Moe signs. There's people coming out of whatever room they were in that we were not allowed to witness. Maybe people were drinking beer or something.
Possibly, yeah.
Ooh.
Dancing.
So,
There may have been dancing.
There may have been dancing. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And
there
again,
he is.
there he is. Are we seeing him yet?
Yep.
Brendan and I are blaming our dry contacts. There he is.
Yes.
A shot of Scott Moe walking in, making his way up to the podium. It's not a.
Listen, people. He looks relieved.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like did you just see that look? He looks relieved. So we'll see what he has to say. I don't know if Carla Beck didn't give the barn burner, I wasn't expecting it from him.
All right.
So we'll see how Premier Moe. It's a big night for the Sask Party.
I was going to say good evening, but I think I'll actually say good morning. What a great day to be in Saskatchewan. And I want to begin by saying thank you to a number of people here. First of all, to all the people of Saskatchewan, all who went out and exercised their democratic right to vote and voted for a strong economy and a bright future in our province. Thank you once again, Saskatchewan, for placing your trust in our party, in the Saskatchewan Party. And thank you for electing a majority Saskatchewan Party government. I want to say a quick thank you to a number of friends, community members, voter supporters that have stuck it out. A number have left as we're late evening and there's school tomorrow and work tomorrow and everything else. But I want to say thank you to all of the voters across Rosthern-Shellbrook for re-electing myself as your MLA, sending me back to Regina, to the Legislative Assembly as your voice within the provincial government. The support that you provide myself, my family, and the honor that I have in representing each and every one of you each and every day that I have had the opportunity to do that. I appreciate that more than words could ever express. And so I want to say thank you to the community, all of the voters of Rosthern-Shellbrook. And of course, and I say this often when we're in Regina, but no one serves in public office by themselves. They only do so with the love and support of their families. So I want to say thank you to my children, but most importantly, thank you to my wife of now 31 years. Never do it without you. No. Thank you as well to our Rosthern-Shellbrook campaign team that is delinquent, one MLA throughout the campaign as we travel the province. Thank you to Patrick Bundrock and all of the Saskatchewan Party team that is at headquarters. And thank you to the small group of folks that traveled across the province with me in what is now affectionately known as the truck. I want to say a thank you as well to all the candidates from all the parties that ran in this election. Whether you were successful or not, thank you for putting your name on a ballot. It's no small thing to put your name on that ballot, your name on a line sign, and to put yourself out in the public arena. To stand up and say you want to represent your community, you want to represent your neighbors, and you want to represent your friends. And so I would say to each and every candidate that put their name on a ballot this election, I appreciate the fact that you did that, and I thank you for doing that. And I also appreciate the family that you have that supported you in doing that. And I want to say as well that I would say thank you to each of the party leaders for what they have done, not just over the course of the past month, but for the course of their time as a leader. And I want to single out Carla Beck for the very strong campaign that she ran. And I want to thank not only her, but thank her family as well that supports her in the work that she has done each and every day as opposition leader, but also the work that she does as leader of the NDP party. She ran a strong campaign, and credit to Carla Beck. Specifically as well, I would like to thank all of the Saskatchewan Party candidates, and through them, their teams, their supporters, the volunteers, the door knockers. We achieved this campaign a level of volunteer participation that I have never seen before. And so to each volunteer on a Saskatchewan Party campaign, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. We knew when we started this campaign that it was going to be a challenging campaign. Recent history has not been kind to incumbent majority governing parties in this nation or around the world. We saw what had happened in British Columbia, New Brunswick, and Manitoba a short while ago. But we also believed that we had a message and we had a record that we could be proud of. And we knew that we had an outstanding slate of candidates that would work hard to bring that message and that record to the doorsteps across this province. And each of the candidates that ran for the Saskatchewan Party, they did that in an incredible way. And I thank each of them, and I thank the families that supported them behind them. This was a much closer election than what we have seen in quite some time in this province. Just over roughly half of the voters voted for the Saskatchewan Party, and there's another half of the voters that voted for someone else. And I would say this, that I've heard the message that was delivered here this evening. And the Saskatchewan Party will be a government that works for all of the people of Saskatchewan. And now some may allude to tonight's results as means that we are divided in this province, and I would disagree with that. Because I know, regardless of who you voted for in this election, you did so because you wanted what was best for the province that we know, love, and live in. And in this, I would say each of us is united. So tonight, I want to say a couple of words to each and every Saskatchewan resident that voted in this election. First, to the thousands of Saskatchewan voters that supported and re-elected the Saskatchewan Party. Thank you for your ongoing support. 17 years ago, you elected a new government in our province, and tonight, 17 years later, you voted to re-elect that very same Saskatchewan Party to govern. Because you know and believe, as do I, that Saskatchewan's best days are still ahead of us, and you believe that the Saskatchewan Party is the best choice to lead Saskatchewan to that brighter future. So I thank each of you. Now to the thousands of voters that may have supported another party in this election. With the commemoration of 80 years since D-Day this past summer, a place where our forefathers fought and so many made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our democracy and to defend the very right that we have in this province and in this nation to vote, and thereby collectively elect a government. I say thank you to each of you that voted in this election and took part in that great democracy and showed honor to those folks that fought those battles. And I thank those that supported or voted for another party this election for the message that was delivered tonight. I've heard that message, and our team has heard that message, and we must do better, and we most certainly will. When you look at the results tonight, there are many people who voted for the Saskatchewan Party in the past, but chose not to in this election. We have lost your support, whether it be due to the management of health care or education or the cost of living pressures that we're all feeling in this province and across this nation. All of us in government, and it starts with myself, we're going to take a little bit of time, we're going to reflect on the message that was sent here this evening, to reflect on just what exactly that means. And you have my word that we are going to do that, and we will strive to earn back your support. We have heard on the doorsteps and in our communities that your expectations of a government is of a government that will do better when it comes to accessing health care services. Your expectations is to have a government that will do better in supporting our children in their education. a government that will do better in representing you. Tomorrow, we're going to go back to work. And we're going to do just that. And I would provide an example. In 2007, for those of us that can remember, we had in this province the longest surgical wait times in the nation of Canada. By investing as a government and by focusing on the results, by 2014, we had the shortest wait times in the nation of Canada. Well, what we need to do is bring that type of focus to all that we do on behalf of you, the people of this province. And in that focus, we are going to ensure that people in Saskatchewan will be able to find a family doctor. People in Saskatchewan will not have to wait too long for their surgery. We will ensure that the people in Saskatchewan will be able to access mental health and all too often subsequent addictions supports, recovery supports. And we will ensure that families feel safe wherever they choose to live in this province. And we'll also get to work on delivering on the election platform that we had put before the people of Saskatchewan, keeping the promises that we made to each and every person in this province in the election campaign that we had just came through, and working more broadly to achieving the targets that we had set out in our Saskatchewan Plan for Growth. We will keep Saskatchewan's economy growing, and we will continue to focus on creating new jobs and opportunities so that our children can stay here. And so that we can have the resources to ensure that we can make those investments right back into those classrooms and into our healthcare operations. So on this evening, in a very challenging time for incumbent majority parties across Canada and around the world, it's not lost on me, or it is not lost on your Saskatchewan Party team, that you have provided us with the honor to form a government in this great province for a 5th consecutive time. That hasn't happened very many times in Saskatchewan. In fact, it has happened 3 times, and it hasn't happened since 1960. It's also not lost on me the message that has been sent this evening to our government, to this 5th-term government. There is a message that has been sent, and I'd say that that message has been received. We are the Saskatchewan Party, and thanks to the voters of this province, we are still the Saskatchewan government. And our pledge to you this evening is that we will always work and focus on what matters to you and what matters to the people that we represent across this province. And tomorrow, we're going to get back to work, building a strong economy and a bright future for everyone that lives here. So thank you very much to everyone that has joined us this evening. Thank you to the people of Saskatchewan, and God bless our great province of Saskatchewan. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Premier Scott Moe speaking to his Saskatchewan Party majority government. David Akin, I'll start with you. Your thoughts?
Yeah, good speech, actually. It's one of the best speeches I think I've seen Scott Moe give. There was definitely some emotion in there. Importantly, he said what I think, and I think what a lot of voters might think, were the right things. I hear your message. We didn't win as much as we should have. We didn't win a big one. We got 5 in a row. But he talked about health care. He talked about taking better care of kids in education. Do I read between the lines on that? That's the pronoun issue. Maybe he might back away on that one. I'm not sure. But I thought he hit the right tone. It was the right speech for the right time. And from Scott Moe, if he'd been like that in the debate, he might have had an easier time of it tonight. I thought he came off pretty well.
Oh, sorry.
That was a terrific speech as a sort of celebratory speech, but surprisingly humble. Very positive, very determined.
Yeah.
And ending with, going to get back to work. And I thought spoke fairly thoughtfully to all of Saskatchewan, not just Sask Party voters.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned earlier about Stephen Harper not having anyone from Montreal, and the workaround for Harper from that was he appointed a senator from Montreal to sit in his cabinet. There's no Senate here in Saskatchewan, so we can't have a senator from Regina join Scott Moe's cabinet. And I only mention that because, as I said, a great speech, but and I think he did sort of broadly acknowledge this, but the fact that there's no one from Regina, the capital city, that can sit in his cabinet. He's only really got one option, maybe 2 right now in Saskatoon. We'll see how, then that's still not yet played out.
And let's talk about those. Saskatoon Westview, where we have David Buckingham leading by 31 votes right now. There's still games being played here in Saskatchewan this hour.
Yeah, one of 4 that won't be called by the time we get off air. Here's another one, the Saskatoon Stonebridge. This is another incumbent, Bronwyn Eyre, another cabinet minister losing her seat in Saskatoon Stonebridge.
And another justice minister very much associated with that whole pronoun legislation. She was the one who said, I'm going to invoke notwithstanding clause and defend it. Well, she's not around to defend that anymore.
Certainly, and getting another look at Saskatoon Westview, that 31 vote lead. Couple others. Oh, sorry, Lisa. A couple of the others are Saskatoon Chief Mistawasis. That's 380 votes. Southeast Willow Grove, 255. That's on the list. And then, yes, Southeast Brittany Sanger, the NDP, leading by 292. So some really tight votes, David. And we were seeing, okay, here we go right here is that other tight running in Saskatoon. So those Saskatoon polls that were late coming in.
And the eagle-eyed among us may notice, oh, it's 11 of 11 polls reporting. Isn't that it? It's not. There are still some mail-in ballots that are, the Election Saskatchewan has sent out a number of mail-in ballots for voters in West Grove, Willow Grove rather, and they haven't come back yet. Maybe they won't ever come back because you send them out, you don't know if they'll come back. But the fact that they went out, they've got a certain deadline to be there, and those votes won't be counted till Wednesday. Why are mail-in ballots important in these close races? Conservatives don't vote mail, they vote in person. New Democrats vote by mail, they got no problem with it. So if in Willow Grove, Cheveldayoff's up by 150 votes and there's 1,000 mail-ins still sitting in the can, the odds are pretty good. A lot of those will be NDP votes. So that's why even though it says 11 of 11, there's still some mail-ins that are still on the table, and we're cognizant of those. It's a newish system this time around for election Saskatchewan.
Ken Coates, we want to thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm going to give you a few lines. Give us some final thoughts as we wrap things up.
You mentioned actually before when you're talking about people wake up in the morning and being surprised. They will, number one, they'll be surprised. The second one, a whole bunch of them will say, darn it, I should have voted.
Yeah.
Way too few people voted. It would have made the difference in either a larger majority or an NDP majority. The people who stayed home were the ones that decided this election.
David Akin, you cover these elections from coast to coast. I want you to wrap things up for Saskatchewan tonight.
Scott Moe said it. He avoided the incumbent trap that just this time last week, New Brunswick threw out a Conservative government long in the tooth, and Scott Moe and the Conservatives, the Saskatchewan Party, should be congratulated on a historic 5th majority government. That's the bottom line. When you look 50 years from now, they won 5 in a row.
You betcha. Everybody, you've been watching Decision Saskatchewan. I'm Lisa Dutton on behalf of everyone here at Global News. Myself, Brendan Purdy, Ken Coates, our political analyst, David Akin. So grateful you're here with us tonight. And our entire Global News team of reporters, the control room, everybody. Thank you, and thank you for being with us, everybody. Stick with Global News in the days ahead as the rest of this story unfolds. Thanks for watching Decision Saskatchewan.
That's where the election is going to be decided.
Our team of reporters will be joining us from party headquarters across our province.
I'm curious, as a senior strategist, kind of what went into the strategy this time around.
During the campaign, they were on $20,000 or more every night.
Standing by with Carla Beck's parents right now, we have Catherine Ledwig.
It's been very exciting. I think I've been awake since 3 o'clock this morning.
Does this generally mean that it's kind of the calm before the storm? It's going to be zeros, and then all of a sudden the fast and furious results start rolling in?
They're not going to be any faster or slower in Prince Albert than they are in Moose Jaw, than they are in Yorkton. And all of a sudden, kaboom.
And Brendan, with that, we have some breaking news. Global News is projecting a majority Saskatchewan Party government.
She's at the podium now. Bring your signs down, folks. You want to see your leader.
Friends, we came so close across the finish line first tonight. But my friends, we have changed the landscape in this province.
There he is.
Yes.
A shot of Scott Moe walking in, making his way up to the podium.
I was going to say good evening, but I think I'll actually say good morning. So what a great day to be in Saskatchewan. Thank you once again, Saskatchewan, for placing your trust in our party, in the Saskatchewan Party. Saskatchewan's best days are still ahead of us, and you believe that the Saskatchewan Party is the best choice to lead Saskatchewan to that brighter future. So I thank each of you.